Chapter 1571. The moment Nether River Patriarch's new world was smashed by fate, endless luck flowed rapidly into the first world. Rumble. The luck entered the ground and quickly covered both the Yin and Yang worlds, quickly gathering the dragon veins that had been sucked away from the ground. At the same time, the luck seemed to retain its memories of the past and return to where it came from. A group of peerless experts sensed that fate had entered the world and quickly entered the world and looked at the sky above the great Qin city. Guiguzi? Lotus deity was surprised. Life-exchanging art. Guiguzi used his life to exchange for Yin Chuan's life? He died in place of Yin Chuan? Grave Immortal King was shocked. Their fate is the same. Only a part of fate's consciousness has awakened. It only recognizes one fate and does not care about anything else. How could these two have the same fate and hide from fate? Only one can live if they have the same fate. I thought that Yin Chuan and Guiguzi would fight. Who would have thought that Guiguzi would be so righteous? Everyone sighed. Boom! Boom! The two Guiguzis exploded. At the entrance of the central palace, Yin Chuan's emotions were intense. The group of peerless experts was silent. This time, Guiguzi replaced Yin Chuan. What will happen next time? Invincible East sighed softly. With fate gone, Invincible East sighed in regret and left with Lotus deity. Grave Immortal King looked at them and also left. In this battle he did not succeed. Nether River Patriarch also failed. The common people had lost another chance. Grave Immortal King was not in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the border of the western outer continent. There, the Grave Clan disciples and the experts of the Great Kindness world were waiting. Family head, the Grave Clan disciples called out. Let's go back. Grave Immortal King said calmly. Yes. Everyone followed Grave Immortal King back to the Great Kindness world. Zhongshan stood in the starry sky with Jian'ao beside him. The two of them looked at the central palace entrance. Guiguzi is righteous. Yin Chuan has escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, the Great Emperor Altar is not a good thing. Jian'ao said solemnly. Great Emperor Altar? It was precisely because of the Great Emperor Altar that fate had chosen Yin Chuan first. This thing was indeed not a good thing. Not only that, there is also zombie Yin Chuan's body. Perhaps, even without the Great Monarch Altar, fate will still find him. Zhongshan shook his head. The two of them looked at each other for a while before finally flying back to the great wide world. Although Wu Jiong did not participate in the war, he had always been paying attention to the movements of the world. He stood in the shadows and observed everything. At this moment, his heart grew heavier and heavier. Wu Jiong discovered that he was getting further and further away from the group of heroes. The current 16 levels of heaven could be said to be incomparably tyrannical in the past. However, in the face of the current world, it was as if it could be destroyed at any time. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong sighed softly. All of a sudden, the entire world began to rumble. Arg! 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 Countless dragon roars rang out from the depths of the earth, as luck filled the dragon veins of the earth once again. Then, the overflowing luck soared into the sky and returned to all parts of the world. Great Qin City and Xianying City's surging fate once again rushed into the Sea of Fate, and entered the Sea of Fate. Ong! Ong! The two golden dragons of fate appeared again. Just like the golden dragon of fate in the past, it once again acknowledged the great celestial realm. 10 days later, in the infinite realm, boom! An 18-colored mist of light surged out from zombie Yin Chuan's body. 18 levels of heaven? Zombie Yin Chuan opened his eyes. Two 18-colored lights shot out from his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and a murderous aura shot out in all directions. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at his palms. A gift from the Nether River? The power of the Nether River's birth chart, and the power that overflowed from the destruction of the New World allowed me to break through? Zombie Yin Chuan said in surprise. It was difficult for Jiangchen to cultivate. Jiangchen had worked endlessly in the past, but he only reached the 17th level of heaven. He did not expect the Nether River to be so much stronger than Jiangchen in the past. Zombie Yin Chuan clenched his fists. A hint of determination flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes as he said, Patriarch Nether River, thank you for your gift. This gift is extremely important to me. It saved me a lot of effort. Although I don't understand what you meant in the end, Jiangchen said that I've become stronger. You said that you underestimated fate, but I'll do my best not to disappoint those who have placed their hopes in me. My grandfather by Huang Guiguzi, Kong Huang Tian, Jiangchen Mingi the Great Supremacy, and the Great Supremacy. Just you wait and see. I'll do my best. If your dreams come true one day, I'll do my best to help you. I hope we'll have a chance to drink and chat together again, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, there was a small droplet of liquid in the space between his eyebrows. It seemed to contain the image of the new world from before. The heart of the world. Although I don't know what this thing can do now, I'll think about it carefully, Yin Chuan said solemnly. After saying that, Zombie Yin Chuan rushed toward the Great Qin city. Boom! When Zombie Yin Chuan returned, the officials all gathered around him. Great Emperor! The officials all gathered around him. Let's go! Zombie Yin Chuan said. Following this, Zombie Yin Chuan led the officials into the Yang realm. In the Yang realm, Yin Chuan was already waiting in his human form. Almost everyone was wearing white mourning clothes. The Empress, the Crown Prince, and some other officials were waiting. The 7-dragon carriage silently stopped at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Yin Chuan, the Empress, and the Crown Prince stepped onto the dragon carriage, and the officials followed behind them. Let's go! Bai Qi called out. Roar! Roar! The 7-dragon carriages took off and headed north. Almost all of Great Zhen's officials moved out, heading straight for the Great Thousand World in the outer North Continent. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer worried about the outside world attacking Great Zhen. The world's situation was almost clear. There were only a few factions left, and Yin Chuan was sure that they wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack. A few days later, everyone entered the outer North Continent. Outer North Continent Immortal Palace. Reporting to Realm Lord, Yin Chuan has entered the outer North Continent. An official reported to Zhongshan. I know. Zhongshan nodded. Realm Lord, should we send an envoy? The official asked. No need. Yin Chuan brought the officials to the Bai clan's ancestral hall to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb and bury Guiguzi. There is no need to disturb them, Zhongshan said. Yes, Bai clan's ancestral hall. The 7-dragon carriage arrived. Looking from afar, countless cypress trees towered into the clouds, and the mountains were destroyed. However, Zhongshan did not allow anyone to enter. This was a forbidden area, the place where Bai Huang was buried. From afar the dragon carriage stopped. Yin Chuan looked at the scenery around him, and his eyes were slightly moist. On the dragon carriage, there was a coffin with Guiguzi's clothes. Mister, we are back. Yin Chuan looked at the coffin inside. In this place, there were countless beautiful memories of Yin Chuan's first life. Bai Yi grew up here, playing here, crying here, laughing here. At that time, the Bai clan was prosperous. At that time, Bai Huang was still alive, smiling kindly at Bai Yi. At that time, Guiguzi was still alive, strictly teaching Yin Chuan cultivation. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. Everything had changed. Bai Huang had fallen. Guiguzi had fallen. And the Bai clan had perished. The valley that used to be cheerful was now silent, dead silent. Tears flowed down Yin Chuan's face as he looked at the valley. Behind him, the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the officials waited quietly. Chapter 1572. In the Great Thousand World, the Bai clan's former residence. The zombie Yin Chuan sat in the dragon carriage, as if he was in seclusion. The human Yin Chuan brought the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the officials to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb. Looking at the place where the first generation was born, Yin Chuan felt sad. The Bai clan used to be prosperous, and their every move was watched by the world. Today they were completely wiped out. After quietly reminiscing for a while, Yin Chuan let out a sigh, then stepped forward and flew towards the interior. The officials followed behind him. The surrounding mountains were shattered, and it seemed like they had been through the passage of time. Yin Chuan knew that this must have been caused by Bai Huang's last battle before he died. Inside, there were countless formations around. Walking slowly, everything was so familiar. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly along the way. The officials followed behind quietly, not daring to disturb him. Slowly, they walked to a tall mountain in the center. At the top of the mountain was a huge palace. The words "Bai Clan Ancestral Hall" were written on the plaque of the palace. At the entrance of the Bai Clan Ancestral Hall, an old man could be seen from afar. He was gently sweeping the area with a broom. The old man lowered his head, and his turbid eyes instantly saw Yin Chuan. Suddenly, the old man shuddered and looked surprised. He immediately put down the broom and quickly went down the mountain to welcome him. This sinner, the ancestral dragon, greets the heavenly emperor. The old man immediately knelt and said with a guilty expression, "The ancestral dragon?" Yin Chuan frowned. The officials around were also surprised. This person called the great emperor, the heavenly emperor. Could he be an old official of the great emperor's first generation? Many of the officials recognized him at a glance. Oomph, oomph. A series of cold snorts sounded. Clearly, their attitudes toward the ancestral dragon were not friendly. "Minister Lu, who is this ancestral dragon?" Yifeng looked at Lu Buwei in confusion. In the past, in our first generation, he was the supreme beast of the great Qin Empire, the ancestral dragon. In the past, the great monarch gave him a very high status. And in the great Qin imperial court, the ancestral dragon was on the same level as the great monarch. In the final battle, when the great monarch and Zhongshan fought, the ancestral dragon, as one of the main forces of the great Qin Empire, was unable to fight with his full strength. Oh, the supreme beast of the past? That's right. In the past, the Great Thousand World only had two strongest cultivators left, the Great Emperor and Zhongshan. The ancestral dragon was the sovereign of the Great Qin Empire, but he wasn't of the same mind as the Great Qin Empire. In the final battle, even if the ancestral dragon gave his all, even if he lost, no one would blame him. He was the first to fight, but in order not to offend either side, he didn't give his all. If the Great Emperor won, even if there were some flaws in his battle, it wouldn't matter much. Humph. Lu Buwei sneered. Yifeng analyzed and said, "No wonder everyone is dissatisfied with the ancestral dragon. Not only that, I presume that the ancestral dragon didn't follow the great Qin Empire's ministers to their deaths. If he gave his all back then, even if he didn't follow us to our deaths, we wouldn't blame him." Humph. Lu Buwei snorted. In front, the ancestral dragon knelt in front of Yin Chuan. "Ancestral dragon, your cultivation was sealed?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. The ancestral dragon said bitterly, "This sinner deserves it. In the past, I wanted to curry favor with both sides. In the final battle, you, the heavenly emperor, fell and Zhongshan achieved immortality. This sinner wanted to join Zhongshan, but Zhongshan looked down on me. Oh." Yin Chuan stared at the ancestral dragon. "This sinner deserves it." Zhongshan saw that this sinner didn't give his all in that battle. Not only did he not thank this sinner, but he also made things difficult for me. No, it should be the ministers of Zhongshan who made things difficult for me. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. Later, Bai Huang took pity on me and invited me into the Bai clan. Although you were guilty back then, you have contributed greatly to the great Qin Empire. Forget it." Yin Chuan said indifferently. "This sinner is guilty, but I have come to my senses. Bai Huang also took good care of this sinner. This sinner is grateful." One day, Bai Huang divined the fate of the heavens, and seemed to have guessed that the Bai clan was going to suffer a great calamity. He sent me out, and brought a letter to Zhongshan to plead on my behalf. After I left, the Bai clan was fated to be annihilated. This sinner escaped the calamity, ancestral dragon said. Oh, after Zhongshan knew about it, he still held a grudge against this sinner. He sealed this sinner's cultivation, and asked this sinner to build the Bai clan ancestral hall here, to guard this place forever to atone for my sins. Ancestral dragon said bitterly. Looking at the ancestral dragon, Yin Chuan's expression turned solemn. "Bring me to the hall." "Yes," ancestral dragon answered. He got up and brought Yin Chuan to the Bai clan ancestral hall on the mountain. Everyone climbed the mountain, and no one flew. Step by step, they walked to the Bai-clan ancestral hall. Under Ancestral Dragon's lead, Yen Chuan stepped into the Bai-clan ancestral hall. Inside the Bai-clan ancestral hall, there were statues erected. The statues were vivid and lifelike. There were thousands of them along the way. When Yen Chuan saw these statues, his eyes turned slightly red. Most of them were familiar faces. These were all carved by this sinner. The Bai clan was destined to be annihilated. Back then they were all annihilated, including Bai Huang. In the end they died without a complete corpse. This sinner buried them in this hall. These statues were carved by this sinner based on my memories over the years, Ancestral Dragon said with a bitter smile. Yen Chuan looked at these statues one by one until he reached the northernmost side. It was a white-robed old man. The old man had a kind face, but there was wisdom in his eyes. Ancestral Dragon carved everyone's form very well. Looking at Bai Huang's statue, Yen Chuan's eyes turned red again. He bowed respectfully to the old man's statue. When Yen Chuan bowed, everyone followed suit. "Grandpa, I've brought Uncle Master back," Yen Chuan said in a slightly hoarse voice. There was a small door at the side. Under Ancestral Dragon's guidance, Yen Chuan walked to the back of the hall. It was a huge tomb. Everyone was buried together. "Bury Mr. Yen Chuan said. "Yes." The coffin bearers behind him answered. "Here, there's space here." Ancestral Dragon immediately instructed everyone to bury Gui Guzi's empty coffin. Looking at the huge tomb, Yen Chuan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He walked back to the hall again. Yen Chuan waved his hand gently. Whoosh! Beside Bai Huang's statue, another statue suddenly appeared. It was Gui Guzi's statue. Gui Guzi's statue leaned beside Bai Huang in a respectful manner. Then, Yen Chuan led the officials out of the hall. Standing outside the hall, he bowed again to the Bai clan ancestral hall. As soon as he bowed, the officials followed suit. Ancestral Dragon stood respectfully at the side. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan adjusted his mood and turned to look at Ancestral Dragon. He waved his hand. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in Ancestral Dragon's body. A huge aura emanated from Ancestral Dragon's body. Forget it. All these years, you've established the Bai clan ancestral hall with the power of Immortal. Let's forget about the past grudges. Go wherever you want. Yen Chuan said. Ancestral Dragon looked at himself. The familiar power surged again. The long-awaited freedom was right in front of him. His eyes were slightly wet. Ancestral Dragon suddenly knelt down again. It was Bai Huang who gave me back my confidence and dignity, and even allowed me to escape. Initially, when I was sealed by Mount Zhong, I still had complaints in my heart. After all these years, I've thought it through. It's all my fault. I'm ungrateful, and I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I don't ask for the Heavenly Emperor's forgiveness. I only ask for the Heavenly Emperor's shelter. Even if I have to pull the carriage for the Heavenly Emperor, I'll be satisfied. I hope the Heavenly Emperor will give me a chance to redeem myself. I beg the Heavenly Emperor. Ancestral Dragon kowtowed. Ancestral Dragon kowtowed. The officials behind Yen Chuan had a complicated expression. Yen Chuan was also silent for a while. Looking at the Bai clan ancestral hall in front of him, he finally sighed and said, "In that case, you and Dragon Fifth will pull the carriage for me." "Yes, thank you, Heavenly Emperor," Ancestral Dragon said gratefully. Chapter 1573. Netherworld, Inner North Continent. Undying Church. Outside the territory, a group of black-robed figures were flying. The one leading them was Mu Su Gu of the Grave clan. He had fought with Mu Su Gu many times in the past. Now that Mu Su Gu had fallen, Mu Su Gu's status in the clan had reached the highest level. In his black robe, Mu Su Gu's appearance was extremely horrifying. His face was covered in bones and flesh, emitting a blue light. "Elder, it's here!" A man beside him shouted. Mu Su Gu squinted his eyes. "Undying Church? It's called Undying Territory." Mu Su Gu said. "Elder, this empress is really daring. She's courting death. Is the Undying Territory something she can call Undying Territory?" A disciple flattered. "That's right, Elder. Only our Grave clan's territory can be called Undying Territory. This empress is obviously courting death, and is arrogant." Another disciple shouted, What's more infuriating is that the Empress has established a sect that dares to call itself Undying Church. What do you know? Musugu said. Everyone was stunned. The Empress is the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Of course, she has the qualifications to establish the Undying Church. Musugu said. The Great Phoenix Supreme? The daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme, who created the 72 paths of reincarnation. The group of Grave Clan disciples exclaimed. Even if they had poor eyesight, they understood the Empress's identity. The Grave Clan was a clan that grew up in reincarnation. In their cultivation, they needed the help of various paths of reincarnation. In other words, the Grave Clan could be considered a disciple of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now there was actually a daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme? Everyone's expression turned solemn. Although they were only loyal to the clan, no one dared to disrespect the Great Phoenix Supreme. In the First Era, the Great Phoenix Supreme established the Undying Church. Her daughter established the Undying Church. What's wrong with that? Musugu said. Yes, we're talking nonsense. Everyone immediately said. Elder, even if the Great Phoenix Supreme is powerful, our Grave Clan leader is definitely not weaker than her. Our clan leader is now at the 18th heaven. He should be on the same level as the Great Phoenix Supreme. That's right. Our clan leader can't be weaker than the Great Phoenix Supreme. Everyone said again. All right, you're not allowed to gossip about the Patriarch and the Great Phoenix Supreme anymore. The skeleton said. Yes. Elder, why have we come here today? The skeleton thought for a moment and said. Last time, the sect master's plan was disrupted by the Nether River Patriarch. In the end, the Nether River Patriarch failed, and the family master had no choice but to do it again. The Great Force Supremacy had fallen and disappeared, so he could only find another peerless expert from the first epoch to assist the family master. This time, we are here to persuade the family master. We have a request for the Emperor. Yes. Everyone replied. Go. With that, everyone flew towards the Undying sect. Just as he was about to fly towards the Undying arena, Ming, in the distance, a deafening phoenix cry came from the Undying sect. Then, from a palace in the distance, one could see with the naked eye, a huge illusion of a 72-tailed phoenix suddenly flew out. It soared into the sky and illuminated the entire territory. Boom! Endless rays of light spread out. Propitious chi soared into the sky, and spiritual rain fell from the sky. An extremely vast aura spread out from the distance. The skeleton suddenly stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. Elder, what's going on? Everyone asked in surprise. The skeleton said. The Patriarch deduced that the lifeless soul obtained by the ghost fire died in the hands of the Emperor. The Emperor took back the inheritance of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now the Emperor should have broken through. Broken through. The Emperor is already at the 17th heaven. The skeleton said with an ugly expression. So what, it's only the 17th heaven? A family disciple said. The skeleton looked over and showed a trace of disdain. What do you know? Have you seen the Emperor's battle? It's always a battle of higher levels. The 17th heaven means that he has the strength to challenge the 18th heaven. Do you think he's trash like you? 17th heaven? We may have to work even harder this time. The skeleton said bitterly. With that, he continued to lead the group of juniors to the Undying sect. Underworld, above the inner South continent. Buzz! A dazzling light suddenly bloomed in a place. The void shook slightly, and a white-robed figure walked out from it. It was Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. He finally refined the other lifeless souls. But Silver-Eyed was still the same. It was still Silver-Eyed, but at this moment, Silver-Eyed was more dazzling. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see through the world. Boom! 6,000 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded his body. 3,000 heavenly Tao from the Great Thousand World, and the Great Evil World became more perfect at this moment. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan stepped out, and saw the giant phoenix in the inner North continent soaring into the sky. The Emperor has broken through? Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said with a trace of surprise. After recovering from his shock, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's face turned grave, as he took a step forward, and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Realm. Outer North Continent Zhongshan Study. Sector Lord. Yin Chuan has settled down in the Bo clan's old land. Yin said solemnly. Settled down? Zhongshan frowned. Yes. There was only the human Yin Chuan. But the zombie Yin Chuan has been sitting in the dragon carriage all this time. Yin said solemnly. Zhongshan sat on the dragon throne and pondered for a while. As expected of Ying. He is waiting for me to challenge him. Zhongshan laughed. Oh, that Yin Chuan is not in Xianyang. He doesn't want to use the power of one dynasty? Yin was surprised. Zhongshan shook his head. In this battle, Yin Chuan doesn't want to use the power of two dynasties, it's just me and him. Go to the Bo clan's old land and tell them that I will be there in 3 days. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. Yin answered and left. After Yin left, Zhongshan stepped out of the study and looked into the distance. Soon, some important officials received the news and rushed over. Sector Lord, are you ready to fight with Yin Chuan? One of the officials asked immediately. The time has come. Zhongshan nodded affirmatively. 3 days later, at the Bo clan's old land, at the peak of a mountain, there was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain and a piece of empty land. Some of the officials were standing on the empty land. In the pavilion sat the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan. There was a stone table in front of them. They were playing chess with each other. Beside them stood the messenger, Yin. Yin Chuan placed his chess piece quietly. There was no noise around. In the distance, there was a sudden sound of wind. Zhongshan stepped on a cloud and came with a group of officials. The two Yin Chuan stopped what they were doing, and the human Yin Chuan spoke. You are here. Yin Chuan smiled. Who? Zhongshan stepped into the pavilion. Yin bowed slightly and retreated behind Zhongshan. Zhongshan looked at the two Yin Chuan and smiled. Here. This is the Bai Clan Star Observatory. My grandfather spent most of his time here. Please. Yin Chuan nodded. Zhongshan also nodded. The three of them sat down slowly. An official from Great Jun poured tea for them. Chapter 1574. In the world of the living, the old site of the Bai Clan Observatory. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan sat at the stone table. Why just the two of you? Zhongshan smiled. Yin Tong, she's on her way, she'll be here soon. The human Yin Chuan said. That's good. Zhongshan raised a cup of tea and smiled. Why, are the two of us not enough? The zombie Yin Chuan smiled. 18 levels? Hee. It seems like it's a gift from old ancestor Ming He. Congratulations. Zhongshan looked at the zombie Yin Chuan and smiled. Oh. The zombie Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan with a serious expression. She was an 18-level cultivator and a 19-level mortal body. How could Zhongshan be so indifferent? Zhongshan looked at the zombie Yin Chuan, and his expression turned serious. Life-stealing derivation is indeed a great skill. One can become two. If one day they can merge into one, it will be even stronger. Zhongshan said seriously. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea. He looked at Zhongshan and said, I remember that you also know the silhouette clone skill. If you cast it, you can create 10,000 clones? What's the use of 10,000 clones when there's a difference in cultivation level? Old ancestor Ming He had 10,000 clones, but he was still defeated by someone who was one level higher than him. My current cultivation level should be the same as your human body. Zhongshan said seriously. I don't think so. The human Yin Chuan shook his head. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and it was Yin Tong Yin Chuan. Yin Tong Yin Chuan sat down, and no one interrupted them. Yin Tong Yin Chuan, seems like you've gained something again? Zhongshan smiled. Yin Tong nodded, and did not beat around the bush. Alright, now that all three of my clones are here, I want to know what you're relying on. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yin Chuan arranged the battlefield here, so that the final battle could be carried out in a civilized manner. Alright, actually, you know what I'm relying on. Zhongshan smiled. While talking, Zhongshan's eyes flashed and 19 colors appeared. 19 colors? The expressions of the three Yin Chuan slightly changed. Yeah. Suddenly Zhongshan shouted from the side. A transparent little beast suddenly appeared on Zhongshan's shoulder. The little beast seemed both real and illusory. It had 1 head and 8 tails. It was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast that had swallowed Yin Chuan in the past. Heaven-devouring tail beast? Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. Hee, it's called the octopole heavenly tail. I've refined it and merged it with my soul. You can see it as my clone. However, it is no longer the purest heaven-devouring tailed beast. In the Great Thousand World, it devoured a group of divine beasts and transcended with me. In the end, it became the strongest divine beast. Zhongshan said seriously. The 19 colors in Zhongshan's eyes vanished and entered the eyes of the 8 extremities heavenly tail. 19 colors? Yin Chuan's expression sank slightly. The first godly beast, it's already in the 19th heavenly layer. Much higher than me. Zhongshan laughed. It's already in the 19th heavenly layer? Yin Chuan asked. That's right. Unfortunately, it's just an illusory 19th heavenly layer. It has the power of the soul, but it can't compare to fate. It doesn't have a physical body, and the physical body is me. So it still has a flaw. I've always hoped to make it stronger, and now I've been looking for a way to do so. Zhongshan said with certainty. Yin Chuan nodded. This is your biggest reliance. That's right. With it I can face the whole world. Zhongshan nodded confidently. The soul of the 19th heavenly layer, the body of the 17th heavenly layer? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Zhongshan's situation was exactly the opposite of zombie Yin Chuan's. Of course, the stronger the soul, the more ferocious the body. Zhongshan shook his head. My cultivation is only at the 15th heavenly layer. The 15th heavenly layer? How can a person of the 15th heavenly layer be as strong as you? Yin Chuan shook his head. I've transcended. My cultivation level can no longer restrict my strength. But it's not too far off. My cultivation level should be equivalent to the peak of your 17th heavenly layer, just a little bit away from a breakthrough. This point is like a gift from the heavens. I need an opportunity. Zhongshan said confidently. Yin Chuan looked at the Baji Tianwei in front of him and frowned. My zombie body, silver pupil body, and your Baji Tianwei, and 10,000 incarnations, what do you think? The human Yin Chuan said solemnly. That's what I think too. Zhongshan nodded. The two of them gave up their strongest advantage and prepared to fight with their weaknesses. Not far away, the two princes were watching from outside the pavilion. Big brother, I don't understand. Since father and Zhongshan are fighting, why aren't they using their full strength? Why aren't they using their full strength? Hell King asked Xingwang curiously. Xingwang Fusu frowned. He looked at them and finally said, because they want to keep something as a memento. Oh, what do you mean? Hell King was puzzled. I think father wants to keep something unknown to restrain himself. Xingwang took a deep breath and said, you mean the great monarch altar? Hell King's eyes brightened. Xingwang nodded. 8 extreme heavenly tails, 19 levels of heavenly soul and zombie king father, 19 levels of mortal body. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, even Zhongshan and father do not know. But if we stay here, there is still hope. Zhongshan should understand father's thoughts. Thus, they are prepared to fight with their weaknesses. Hell King nodded solemnly. In the pavilion. I'm not fighting. The silver pupil Yin Chuan looked at the human Yin Chuan. Even with pure logic, he couldn't see through it. You're not fighting. The human Yin Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Something big might have happened in the Undying sect. I'll go and check it out. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. All right. The human Yin Chuan nodded. Standing up, the silver pupil Yin Chuan took a step forward and disappeared in front of everyone. Zhongshan, my grandfather used to disturb fate with his 13th heavenly layer cultivation base. He must have done something big, right? The human Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan. Zhongshan's expression was solemn as he nodded. By Huang's great wisdom, he managed to deduce the past, present, and future. He even managed to disturb fate. I think it's more than that. The Yin Chuan said solemnly. Kuang. Zhongshan took out a great monarch altar. What do you mean? The Yin Chuan was puzzled. Indeed, Bai Huang divined the beginning of heaven and earth. He even used a secret technique to obtain an ancient secret treasure and gave it to me. This treasure is the main culprit that alarmed fate. Bai Huang once said that this ancient secret treasure could pose a threat to fate. He asked me to take good care of it in order to face fate in the future. Zhongshan said solemnly. My grandfather gave you an ancient secret treasure? The Yin Chuan asked solemnly. This secret treasure has been kept by me. I can't take it out and reveal even a trace of its aura. Once it is revealed, fate will sense it. Leave it with me. Don't worry, I Zhongshan, swear that this treasure will only target fate. I will never take it out. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yin Chuan stared at Zhongshan for a while and didn't force him. All right, as you said. This ancient secret treasure will be of great use in the future. I hope you will keep your promise. Yin Chuan nodded. Although it was an ancient secret treasure that Bai Huang obtained from his divination, Yin Chuan didn't force him to take it. This was because Yin Chuan believed in Zhongshan's character. This monarch altar is a token of my apology. I know that you want to collect the 9 great altars, but everyone has their own path. I won't try to persuade you. I only wish you the best. Zhongshan said solemnly. Zhongshan looked at the great monarch altar in front of him. Yin Chuan nodded. Without any hesitation, he stood up and stepped forward. Boom! With a step he refined the great monarch altar. In the blink of an eye, the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan both stepped on 4 pieces of the great monarch altar. The last piece was in Wu Jiong's hands. He sat back down. Let's start our battle on this chessboard. The human Yin Chuan said. The chessboard on the table was used by the previous 2 Yin Chuans, and it was halfway through. The human Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the black and white pieces moved to one side. A huge chessboard was restarted. When Yin Chuan waved his hand, a cypress tree suddenly appeared. It slowly rotated and connected with the stars. Above the starry sky, the 3,000 stars in the deep star layer suddenly moved. The stars in the underworld quickly moved to the yang world. Rumble! The starry sky rumbled and the world shook. For a moment, countless experts looked up and saw the stars changing drastically. The 3,000 stars split into 2 sides, north and south. At the entrance of the palace, Dongfang Bubi stepped out of the palace with the lotus god and looked at the starry sky. The sky as the chessboard and the stars as the pieces? What a huge chessboard! Teacher, there are 3,000 pieces. The lotus god said in a daze. No, look again. The lotus god shook her head. In the pavilion in the Bai clan's old grounds, under the universe in the palm, countless small stars surrounded the chessboard. Other than the 3,000 pieces, there were also countless small stars that connected the stars in the shallow star layer. Looking at the chessboard was like looking at the starry sky. Using the chessboard to connect the stars in the sky, above the starry sky, intersecting galaxies gradually formed, forming a huge chessboard. After comprehending the Tao of Heaven, I can completely control the 3,000 stars. Today, you and I will travel the star web and explore the secrets of heaven together. Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right. Zhongshan smiled and nodded. This wasn't just a battle, it was also a sharing of realms. Zhongshan took the black pieces, and Yin Chuan took the white pieces. Thank you, Monarch Altar, you first. Yin Chuan said seriously. Then I won't hold back. Zhongshan nodded. He picked up a black piece with his index finger and looked at the intersecting chessboard. Then he placed a piece on it. Pa! Boom! As the piece was placed, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the starry sky. It was a star that moved to the focal point of the galaxy. At the center of the chessboard. Tian Yuan? The lotus god looked at the starry sky and said seriously. Monarch's chess, first piece Tian Yuan. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. As Zhongshan placed his piece, countless small stars in the shallow star layer moved quickly, as if there were countless officials accompanying him. Yin Chuan looked at the chessboard and smiled. He picked up a white piece and placed it on the chessboard slowly. Pa! Boom! The stars in the starry sky trembled as another star was placed. King of 9 and 5, the king of 9 and 5? Yin Chuan, are you not willing to fall behind? Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. In the pavilion in the Bai clan's old grounds. Wang! Yin Chuan and Zhongshan's minds seemed to have entered the chessboard as they placed their pieces. It was as if they had entered the starry sky. The two wills clashed with the stars in the sky. Chapter 1575. Boom! Boom! The giant star in the starry sky fell, accompanied by countless smaller stars. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses. The repeated moves had alarmed countless beings in the Yang realm. The people in the Yang realm looked at the starry sky in confusion. The stars gathered on the huge chessboard, and the giant star became the chess pieces. Countless living beings revealed looks of shock. Who is playing chess? How can it be so domineering? The sky as the board, and the stars as the pieces? Is this a game of chess? Countless people were shocked, but almost everyone looked up at the starry sky and could not move their eyes away. There seemed to be a soul-stirring power in the starry sky that made people's minds slowly enter the chessboard. Even those who did not know how to play chess gradually saw something on the chessboard. Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Goddess, Wu Jiong, and Fushi were all looking at the vast chessboard. Master, I feel that this game is not that simple. Lotus Goddess frowned. Dongfang Bubi nodded and said, be careful. Don't let your mind be distracted. Master, don't worry. This is just a game between Zhongshan and Yin Chuan. No matter how weak I am, I will not be distracted by a game of chess. Lotus Goddess said confidently. Lotus Goddess was also a chess master and a transcendent being. Naturally, she had boundless confidence. Dongfang Bubi saw that Lotus Goddess did not believe him, so he did not say anything else. Boom, boom, boom. When Yin Chuan and Zhongshan placed 100 pieces, a huge change finally occurred in the world. Rumble. Rolling auspicious clouds appeared in all directions, covering the sky and the sun, leaving only the chessboard in the starry sky. The blazing sun that was originally in the sky was instantly covered by the clouds. The world was calm, and everything was quiet. Only the vast chessboard in the starry sky shone brightly. The world was dark. This should have been a shocking matter. But at this moment the world was quiet. In a city, in a restaurant. What's wrong? The sky suddenly darkened? A puzzled voice came from the restaurant. Waiter, go outside and see what's going on. Is it going to rain or something? Why is it suddenly dark? Okay. The waiter quickly walked out of the restaurant. The waiter cried out in shock. What happened? The waiter looked at the streets in shock. On the streets, countless citizens seemed to have turned into statues at this moment. They were motionless as everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. It wasn't just the street. Everyone in the entire city seemed to have been hit by the body-freezing spell. They were completely motionless, and all of them were looking up at the sky. Little Fool looked up at the sky in confusion. The sun and moon in the sky were dim, leaving only countless stars arranged in mysterious orbits. Little Fool did not know how to play chess, but the moment he saw the chessboard in the starry sky, he focused his mind. It was as if his soul had left his body and shot into the sky. He charged into one of the stars in the starry sky. Little Fool seemed to have lost his soul and stopped moving. He stared at the starry sky, as if he was staring at his own soul. Like everyone else on the street, the waiter stopped moving. Waiter, waiter, what's going on outside? An impatient voice called out from inside the restaurant. Waiter, are you dead? I'm asking you a question. A drunkard walked out while cursing. The moment he came out, he was stunned by the scene on the street. He followed everyone's gaze and looked at the sky. Whoosh! His soul also shot into the sky and entered one of the stars. His entire body froze. This scene was happening all over the world. More and more people had their souls taken away. It was like a snowball that grew bigger and bigger. As more and more souls were taken away, the starry sky absorbed more and more souls. In the end, one didn't even need to look at it to be able to forcefully absorb soul power. Rumble. As the chess pieces were placed, the starry sky became more and more resplendent. More and more souls rushed into the sky, and the game became more and more dazzling. At this moment, even the Lotus Goddess was in a daze. It was as if the Lotus Goddess's soul was about to be taken away. Wake up! Dongfang Bubi shouted. Buzz! The Lotus Goddess suddenly quivered. Huff huff! The Lotus Goddess was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She took a few deep breaths to calm down. How is this possible? Master, how did this game of chess take away my soul? The Lotus Goddess said in disbelief. She was a Transcendence Realm cultivator and a chess master. How could she be affected by this game of chess? The Lotus Goddess was shocked. Zhongshan and Yin Chuan have messed up the heavenly secrets. Dongfang Bubi said. Huh. Everything in the world is developing according to fate. Everything is under the control of fate. However, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan have messed up the heavenly secrets with the stars in the sky. They took away the souls of all living beings and messed up their fates. Dongfang Bubi said, "Oh, the starry sky will soon take away all the souls of all living beings in the world of the living. When that happens, the fates of all living beings will change greatly." Dongfang Bubi said, "But what's the use of that?" The lotus goddess was puzzled. The starry sky now contains countless souls of all living beings. There are trillions of souls, and each soul is a different kind of thought. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan are commanding trillions of thoughts. Their own thoughts are also training within them. The two of them are affecting all living beings, and all living beings are affecting them. In the battle between the two of them, their souls are boundless. Dongfang Bubi said, "Their souls are boundless?" The lotus goddess was confused. She still did not understand. At the same time, in the pavilion at the old site of the Bo clan, when Yin Chuan and Zhongshan placed their chess pieces, they had already closed their eyes. Their souls were almost completely immersed in the game of chess. Through this game of chess, the two of them created a world of living beings in the starry sky. When they placed their chess pieces, they created a world. When the souls of all living beings entered this world, they did not have any subjective thoughts. It was as if they were all in a daze, standing in various places in space. And in this chessboard space, there were two dazzling figures. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan sat cross-legged on the peaks of two mountains. With a wave of their hands, they mobilized thousands of soldiers and horses to attack each other. The two of them were using their own influence to recruit living beings as believers. The impact of their souls and the attacks of their layouts were not physical. But in this chessboard space, it was unusually majestic. The souls of all living beings became the two of them fighting over each other. Time after time, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Some souls of all living beings walked to Zhongshan's seat in a daze. They worshipped him devoutly. As they worshipped, the power of faith entered Zhongshan's body. Zhongshan could feel the world more, and could mobilize the endless power around him. Rumble. One by one, the heavenly Tao was formed and slowly surrounded Zhongshan. Rays of light shot into the sky in countless auspicious vapors. Zhongshan gradually felt like he was in a sea of power. The vast and endless power listened to his command. Boom! Under Zhongshan's power, the galloping army turned into divine beasts and immortals, and attacked Yin Chuan. It was the same in Yin Chuan's direction. The astral power formed thousands of soldiers and horses. At that moment, they were also strengthened by the endless power, and rushed towards Zhongshan. Boom! The two of them were like the masters of the world. They commanded countless immortal wills for their own power. Their immortal wills gradually filled the entire space, and enveloped more and more souls of all living beings. Gradually, the two of them forgot where they were and slowly sank into the endless sea of thoughts. Boom! The entire space formed two conflicting thoughts. They did not give in, and clashed with each other. Every time they clashed, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan's immortal wills would become more vigorous. The souls of all living beings in the world were absorbed, but there were still some who managed to resist. Dongfang Bubi and Lotus Goddess looked at the starry sky calmly. 10 days later, there were more and more stars. On the chessboard in the starry sky, two giant shadows could be vaguely seen. They were vast and seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. The two shadows looked like Zhongshan and Yin Chuan. They were surrounded by endless light, and the back of their heads shone in all directions. All kinds of colorful lights filled the starry sky. The originally monotonous starry sky had become extremely dazzling and beautiful. Master, those two wouldn't be the souls of Zhongshan and Yin Chuan, would they? 10 days. It's only been 10 days, and they're already powerful enough to dominate the starry sky? Lotus Goddess was shocked. It's them. They used the thoughts of all living beings to train their minds, and they gathered endless faith to comprehend the laws of heaven. Their minds clashed, but they climbed to the peak. They didn't crush each other like enemies, but they kept pushing each other higher in the battle. It's rare to see such a battle. Dongfang Bubi exclaimed. Pushing each other higher? That's right. It's just like Yin Chuan's comprehension of the laws of heaven. He was just a step away in the past. But now he's comprehending more and more through this battle with Zhongshan. It won't be long before he completely crosses the threshold. And Zhongshan's comprehension of the laws of heaven will also be pushed to a higher level because of this battle. Dongfeng Bubi said. How can there be such cultivation? Lotus Goddess showed a hint of bitterness. Close friends are hard to come by, but enemies are hard to find. Especially enemies who are similar in strength and admire each other. They're both friends and foes. On the path of cultivation, such friends and foes are the most precious. Dongfeng Bubi exclaimed. Another 20 days later. Boom. There was a loud sound in the starry sky. Zhongshan and Yanchuan's shadows grew bigger and bigger. As their bodies moved, they were majestic and the stars trembled. And in the chessboard space, the souls of all living beings quickly gathered. Faith surged into the minds of the two. Yanchuan and Zhongshan had forgotten where they were and forgot about each other. They only knew that they had to suppress each other. Gradually, the two shadows got closer and closer to each other. Each of them pointed a finger. Although their fingers were simple, their fingertips seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. They collided with each other. Boom! Around the two of them, the way of the heavens exploded. They were severely injured. Instantly the world shook. The fingertips did not separate. It was as if they wanted to determine the winner. Just like that, the world shook and focused on the place where the two fingers touched. Their believers and the countless souls of all living beings also looked at the place where the two fingers collided. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from their fingertips. Boom! Boom! The two huge shadows exploded almost at the same time. Boom! The entire chessboard space also exploded instantly. Countless souls returned to where they came from in an instant. The huge explosion blasted all the souls back. Buzz! In the world, countless people suddenly quivered. It was as if they had a long dream. What's going on? Why am I here? I remember now. I was looking at the starry sky earlier. I seem to have broken through the bottleneck. I also feel that my realm seems to have increased a lot. What happened before? Countless living beings revealed looks of confusion. At the old site of the Bai clan, there were countless auspicious clouds above Zhongshan and Yanchuan's heads. Their bodies were emitting dazzling light. The two of them did not open their eyes. In this battle, they had each comprehended something extremely important. Boom! Surging heaven and earth essence chi rushed toward the two of them. Chapter 1576. In the pavilion at the old site of the Bai clan, surging heaven and earth essence chi rushed towards Yanchuan and Zhongshan. Yanchuan sat at the side and looked at the two quietly. Boom! Zhongshan's body suddenly made a loud noise. In an instant, surging Dao sounds rushed into the sky. The young world was filled with Dao sounds. Wherever the Dao sounds passed, the sky was filled with pink lotus flowers. The pink lotus flowers were incomparably beautiful and had a peaceful and majestic aura. Countless pink lotus flowers scattered, but the lotus god in the eastern sect was shocked. What kind of lotus is this? Why is it stronger than my green lotus? Lotus god was shocked. Zhongshan broke through. Invincible East said. What? Impossible, impossible. Lotus god exclaimed in disbelief. How could a transcendent break through? Although Zhongshan had told Lotus god before, Lotus god did not believe him at all. A transcendent was already the limit of cultivation. How could one go further? She turned her head and looked towards the north. Indeed, in the pavilion, Zhongshan's body was surrounded by countless divine beast phantoms. Dao sounds rumbled, and the sky was filled with light. A huge pink lotus flower appeared above Zhongshan's head. It was like the leader of all lotuses in the world. Even from a distance, Lotus God could feel an extremely majestic aura. How can this be? He can break through. Lotus God's face was bitter. Boom! Yanchuan's body also made a loud noise. In an instant, Dao sounds different from Zhongshan's filled the world. Wherever the Dao sounds passed, countless cypress phantoms appeared. It was as if they were fighting against the pink lotus. 18th heaven? Invincible East said solemnly. Yanchuan is also at the 18th heaven? Lotus God was a little numb. Yes, this is the scene of the 18th heaven. His aura surges and his Dao sounds burn the sky. Invincible East nodded. Lotus God looked at the two from the outer north continent. Her face was bitter as she let out a long sigh. The people she looked down on in the past had now reached a level that she could only look up to. Invincible East's eyes flashed with a serious light. Yan Chuan and Zhong Shan had both reached an extremely high level. Whoosh! Yan Chuan opened his eyes and shot out two 18-colored lights. The 18th layer of heaven was the highest cultivation in the world. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan looked at Zhong Shan in front of him. Zhong Shan's expression was reserved, but from the countless pink lotuses, it could be seen that Zhong Shan's strength was not any weaker than Yan Chuan. Congratulations, Zhong Shan smiled. Same to you, Yan Chuan said. All the chess pieces on the stone table in front of the three of them had been reduced to dust. Above the starry sky, countless stars seemed to have been completely disrupted. They were still stuck at the scene where the two of them made their final moves. This game of chess is indeed a little too big. Zhong Shan laughed. That's good too. This chess game contains our realms. Let's leave it for the world to observe. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Zhong Shan nodded. All around, the officials of both sides revealed curious expressions. Who had won this battle? Transcendence, immortality. You are now at the 16th layer of heaven, while I am at the 18th layer of heaven. Yet I can't defeat you. How mysterious. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. I can't defeat you either. Transcendence are easy, but cultivation is much harder. It may take a long time for me to break through again. Zhong Shan sighed. If others said so, I would believe it. But you, Zhong Shan? Haha. I will look forward to it. Yan Chuan laughed. Zhong Shan smiled and did not say much. This time, the two of them used this battle to break through. Zhong Shan also had the Ba Ji Tian Wei, which made him even more ferocious. The two of them fought a round, and it was a draw. But now, the two of them did not want to continue. Although they had their own means, at this moment, neither of them had the mood to continue fighting. Yan Chuan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Wang! A pink bead appeared in his palm. The bead seemed to seal a transparent heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Iya iya! The Ba Ji Tian Wei on Zhong Shan's shoulder cried out excitedly. The Ba Ji Tian Wei instinctively wanted to pounce on the bead. Its eyes were filled with a strong desire. This is? Zhong Shan restrained the Ba Ji Tian Wei and asked solemnly. Although your Ba Ji Tian Wei has devoured many divine beasts, and became the #1 divine beast, I think its original form is still the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. This small bead is the sole essence of the 201 heaven-swallowing tailed beast that I faced in the past. I think it will be useful for your Ba Ji Tian Wei. Yan Chuan handed it over. Iya! The Ba Ji Tian Wei rushed over and swallowed the bead. Zhong Shan did not even have time to stop it. He smiled bitterly. Thank you. This small bead will be of great help to my Ba Ji Tian Wei. It can even help it perfect itself and become stronger. But I don't understand. Why are you giving it to me? Zhong Shan asked seriously. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. You should know that I am standing on the great emperor's altar. But I remember that you were able to break free from the suppression of fate. You should be stronger now. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Fate? So what if I am stronger? Fate is too strong. Just in case, if I am really corroded by fate in the future, I hope that there will be someone who can stop me. The enmity between me and fate is irreconcilable. If there comes a day when I become fate, please kill me. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Kill you? Zhong Shan's pupils shrank. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan shook his head and said solemnly. I am not jealous that you are stronger. I am just leaving a glimmer of hope for the common people. If I am unlucky enough to become a parasite, I will not be able to resist. Please do not be soft-hearted. You must kill me. You must. Around them, the officials of the two dynasties looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Even Zhong Shan was extremely shocked at this moment. Finally, after a moment of silence, Zhong Shan said, although we are unable to determine the winner in other aspects, I know that you have surpassed me in one aspect. No, you have surpassed most people in the world. Your breadth of mind. At least among the people I know, no one is as broad-minded as you. Yan Chuan continued to stare at Zhong Shan. I promise you I will. If you are unable to extricate yourself from the parasitic fate, I will do my best to destroy it, Zhongshan said in a resolute tone. Yan Chuan nodded with a smile. Zhongshan smiled and waved his hand. Rumble. The entire Great Thousand World shook. Then, the major territories in the Great Thousand World moved quickly. Some territories moved to the north, while others moved to the south. Boom! The Great Thousand Worlds surged toward the celestial boundary. This is the Great Thousand Worlds under my control. As long as it is a territory of the Great Thousand Worlds, I will give you the corresponding territory of the Great Thousand Worlds. These were all conquered by you in the Great Thousand Worlds. Now I will return them to their rightful owner. Rumble. The outer East Continent, the outer South Continent, the outer East Continent, the outer South Continent, and the inner South Continent quickly merged with the Great Thousand World. The four realms shook again. Chapter 1577. Rumble. The four worlds trembled, and the 6 continents of the Great Thousand World quickly returned to Great Jun. The world was in chaos. The 2 Yan Chuans and Zhongshan stood quietly in the pavilion, watching the drastic changes in the world. After experiencing it several times, the officials of Great Jun no longer needed Yan Chuan's guidance. They knew how to comfort the people. Rumble. The world shook. Under Zhongshan's full power, it was much faster than before. In just one day, the Great Thousand World had already merged with the first world, Great Jin Heaven Realm. The heaven and earth essence chi became denser. Zhongshan let out a long breath. It was obvious that completing a task that took months in one day consumed a lot of energy. The human Yan Chuan smiled, and was about to say some words of gratitude when the 2 Yan Chuan's expression changed. What's wrong? Zhongshan asked in surprise. The human Yan Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard, grave immortal king, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the 2 Yan Chuan soared into the sky and rushed towards Xianyang's Yellow Springs Road. Zhongshan, something happened to Great Jun today. Let's meet again another day. Yan Chuan's voice came from afar. The Empress, Crown Prince, and officials of Great Jun were confused. What happened to Great Jun? Why did the Great Emperor leave in such a hurry? Lu Gang, quickly contact Xianyang in Great Qin City. Ask them what happened. Lu Buwei immediately shouted. Yes, Lu Gang replied. Everyone quickly became worried. Realm Lord Zhong, my father has left. We will also take our leave. Punishment King Fu Su stepped forward and said. Zhongshan nodded. He knew that something big must have happened to Great Jun, so he didn't ask them to stay. Let's go. Moyushi shouted. The group of people flew towards Xianyang in a grandiose manner. Something happened to Xianyang? What happened? Zhongshan stood in the pavilion with his officials, and watched the officials of Great Jun leave. His expression changed slightly. Realm Lord, it seems like something big happened in Xianyang, Ian said at the side. Zhongshan nodded. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the sky. The world was filled with countless red and blue lights. The lights covered the sky, and the whole world was filled with this light. The light was like a surging river, flowing towards the west. Roar! In the sky above Xianyang, a golden dragon suddenly roared. In an instant, it rushed towards the west with a red and blue light. Luck path. Zhongshan's expression changed. It's the same for our boundless universe. Boundless luck is flowing away. Realm Lord, could it be that the great Tao warrior has come out? Ian's expression changed. Head Tao warrior, the ancestor of the life usurper master. It seems like he is about to come out. Zhongshan said solemnly. Then, do we have to control the Great Thousand World's fate? Ian asked worriedly. No need, do you still remember the Great Force? Zhongshan shook his head. That's right, if the head Tao warrior succeeds, that would be the best. If he doesn't, he will immortalize again, and the luck will return to the land. Ian said seriously. Head Tao warrior? He is not an ordinary person. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, for accumulation of yin virtue 5 study. Cultivating luck, to be ranked right after cultivating life. He must be something extraordinary. Rumor has it that the head Tao warrior is the person closest to destiny. This time, when he comes out, there will be another shocking battle. Zhongshan said seriously. Oh right, just now, Yan Chuan hurried back. Could it be related to this? Ian said solemnly. Zhongshan squinted his eyes. Maybe. As he said that, Zhongshan's gaze followed Yin Chuan into the netherworld. 1 month ago. Yintang Yin Chuan left the old site of the Bo clan and went straight to the inner North Continent. Not long later, Yintang Yin Chuan arrived at the inner North Continent, outside of the Undying Sect. Who is it? A group of Undying Sect's disciples shouted angrily from afar. When the group of disciples flew closer, they saw a man in a snow-white robe standing in the air. A pair of silver eyes were breathtaking. However, this was not the main point. The main point was this person's appearance. Great Emperor Dezhen? Suddenly someone exclaimed, Yindi, may I know why you are here? An Undying Sect's disciple immediately asked respectfully. Everyone knew that Dezhen had an empress who looked exactly like their sect master. Thus, no one dared to slight Yin Chuan. Not to mention, with Yin Chuan's current status, even without the previous relationship, these Undying Sect's disciples would not dare to be presumptuous. I want to see the emperor. Yintang Yin Chuan said directly. The sect master is meeting a guest. Yindi, please. The Undying Sect's disciple immediately said. Although they could not immediately introduce Yin Chuan, it was normal etiquette to lead him to the Undying Sect. Soon, Yintang Yin Chuan arrived in front of the Undying Hall. Rumble. At this time, the game between Yin Chuan and Zhongshan began. The rolling stars retreated from the netherworld, guided by Yin Chuan's magic power to the world of the living. Yintang Yin Chuan raised his head to look at the sky. The other Undying Sect's disciples were also at a loss. What happened to the sky? Bang! Not far away, the Undying Hall's doors opened with a loud bang. The emperor stepped out of the hall, followed by a group of black-robed people. When the group of black-robed people stepped out of the hall, they were slightly stunned when they saw Yin Chuan not far away. Everyone looked up at the starry sky. Yin Chuan. The emperor frowned as he looked at Yintang Yin Chuan. Thank you for last time. Yin Chuan solemnly said. Last time in the Undying Space, the emperor dealt with the ghost fire in Jin Tong's grave and left Yintang Yin Chuan with a lifeless soul, causing Yintang Yin Chuan to become stronger. It's nothing. The emperor shook his head. Congratulations on breaking through to the 17th layer of heaven. Yintang Yin Chuan congratulated him again. It's just my mother's inheritance. This sky full of stars is your masterpiece? The emperor asked in a low voice. Yintang Yin Chuan nodded. On the side, the Undying Sect's disciples looked at Yintang Yin Chuan in shock. Even the group of black-robed people looked at Yin Chuan in shock. The emperor was not surprised but said, I know why you're here. Coincidentally, I'm going out. There are 108 murals in my hall for my mother's inheritance. They involve lifeless souls. You can look at them. You're going out? Yintang Yin Chuan asked. The emperor nodded and did not say much. Yintang Yin Chuan was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Let's go, the emperor said to the group of black-robed people. Okay, please. The skeleton smiled. The group of people stepped into the sky and headed towards the Great Kindness world in the west. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked on curiously, but in the end he did not follow. He walked towards the Undying Hall. At this moment, with the emperor's instructions, the Undying Sect's disciples did not stop him. The moment the silver-eyed Yin Chuan entered the hall, he immediately saw the murals around the hall. The murals were profound and each of them seemed to be a world of their own. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan was shocked. Sitting cross-legged, Yintang Yin Chuan carefully deduced the murals in the hall. The emperor followed the group of black-robed people and flew towards the western outer continent. Is what you said true? The emperor still had a trace of doubt. Of course it's true. The patriarch said that the other Undying domain, where my grave clan is located, is actually the Great Phoenix Supreme's training ground. The Great Phoenix Supreme's 72 reincarnations were in that place. The skeleton assured. That's the place where my mother reincarnated? The emperor asked in a low voice. Of course. The patriarch invited you this time to witness it. The skeleton affirmed. If I find out that you lied to me, none of you will live. The emperor said coldly. His voice was cold, and instantly, a piercing chill entered everyone's body, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. No, how could it be? The skeleton laughed. Grave Immortal King revived the great power last time, but it was snatched away by the Nether River Patriarch. This time, he must be refining another powerhouse of the first era. It can't be my mother, right? The Emperor narrowed his eyes. No, the Patriarch said so. Don't worry, it's definitely not her. The skeleton immediately said, That's good. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire Grave clan. The Emperor said coldly. Ha ha ha. Cold sweat appeared on the skeleton's forehead. The group flew quickly, and soon arrived at the western outer continent. They quickly passed through the Great Kindness World's reincarnation passage, and entered the Great Kindness World's Yang realm. The group flew quickly, and soon arrived outside the Great Kindness World's undying domain. Half of the undying domain was full of life, with divine beasts flying in the sky. The other half was full of death, with endless skeletons lying on the ground. In the distance, at the boundary between life and death, there was a huge palace. In the palace, Grave Immortal King opened his eyes. He knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Outside the domain, the Emperor closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, he took a deep breath. As expected, the Emperor said indifferently, I didn't lie to you, did I? The skeleton laughed. However, the Emperor ignored the skeleton and looked at the Immortal King Palace in the distance. Grave Immortal King slowly stepped out from the Immortal King Palace. Half of his body was human, and the other half was skeleton. It looked extremely awkward. Junior sister, welcome to my undying domain. Grave Immortal King revealed a creepy smile. I'm not your junior sister. The Emperor said coldly. Grave Immortal King said nonchalantly, My Grave clan grew up in reincarnation. Even if the Great Phoenix Supreme did not acknowledge us, we are still her disciples. You are the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme, so you are my junior sister. Humph. The Emperor said coldly. Junior sister, please. Grave Immortal King said. With that, Grave Immortal King flew out of the Immortal King Palace, and to a mountain peak in the area of life. The Emperor also flew over. They landed on a mountain peak. Everyone looked down at the valley. In the valley, there was an extremely deep pool. The pool overflowed with a blue aura. Traces of blue aura were emitted. The Emperor sniffed slightly. Suddenly his eyes darkened. This is... Junior sister, look carefully. This is the place where the Great Phoenix Supreme ascended. Her physical body passed through here and filled the world. From here, you can directly enter reincarnation. Grave Immortal King said with a smile. So what? The Emperor looked at Grave Immortal King in a deep voice. Although the Emperor wanted to immediately enter to investigate, he restrained himself. Grave Immortal King would not be so kind to let him see this deep cave. He must be up to something. Junior sister, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry. I'm not looking for the Great Phoenix Supreme this time. I'm looking for someone else. Grave Immortal King said in a deep voice. Oh, the person closest to fate in the first era. Grave Immortal King said solemnly. The person closest to fate? The Emperor was slightly taken aback. Although he had received the Great Phoenix Supreme's inheritance, he did not know much about the first era. Head Dao Sovereign. Chapter 1578. Head Dao Warrior. The Emperor was puzzled. Head Dao Warrior is the person closest to fate. At least in that era, he was the person closest to fate. Not because of his strength, but because of his cultivation. Rumor has it that his ability to predict the world is comparable to fate. Tomb Immortal King did not hide anything. The Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King doubtfully. Of course, I went to the place where Head Dao Warrior was immortalized and found that the place had changed. In other words, Head Dao Warrior has been reincarnated. Tomb Immortal King said. Reincarnated? That's right. He has passed the cycle of reincarnation. There must be a record of him in the cycle of reincarnation. I've invited you here today to find out who the Great Dao Paragon is. The Tomb Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Oh. The Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King. The Emperor was now at 17 levels, but the Emperor was fearless. Even Tomb Immortal King could not threaten him. Tomb Immortal King also understood that he needed help, so he was very polite, and even humbled himself to call her junior sister. I'll be frank. If we enter the depths of this cave, There is a secret treasure of the Great Phoenix Supreme. My Mu clan has never been able to obtain it, but since it belongs to the Great Phoenix Supreme, my Mu clan will not force you to take it. Since Junior Sister has obtained it, it naturally belongs to Junior Sister. However, if you want to obtain that secret treasure, you will have to stir up the cycle of reincarnation. When you do so, a piece of 3 live stone will appear. I can use the 3 live stone to find the reincarnation of the great Tao sovereign. Oh, if that's the case, why do you need me? The Emperor's eyes flashed with disbelief. Junior Sister, you don't know. How can it be easy to disturb the cycle of reincarnation? Although I'm at the 18th heavenly layer, I'm still rejected by the cycle of reincarnation. If I try, I might even destroy the cycle of reincarnation. However, I have no way to investigate the cycle of reincarnation. Only Junior Sister can do that. Also, it's not easy to investigate the cycle of reincarnation. You need the inheritance left behind by the Phoenix Supreme. Oh. The Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, 12 paths of reincarnation shot into the sky. Is this the honor of the mighty Phoenix? The Emperor asked in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, the Great Phoenix Supreme left behind the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Supreme Fire Phoenix, the Supreme Ice Phoenix, the Supreme Dark Phoenix, the Supreme Blue Luan, the Supreme Thunder Phoenix, and the Supreme Majestic Phoenix. Phosphorus Bone obtained the Supreme Majestic Phoenix in the cycle of reincarnation, which allowed him to read the records of the 3 live stone. Tomb Immortal King laughed. The Emperor looked at the 2 of them, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his heart. However, no one objected to it. After all, it wasn't a big loss for the Emperor. Moreover, there were still the treasures left behind by his mother in the reincarnation cycle. Naturally, he couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Junior Sister, how is it? You take your treasures, we'll check the 3 live stone. We just need to know about the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Tomb Immortal King said. The Emperor thought for a moment, and looked at the deep acupoints below. In the end he nodded. Since there were no losses, the Emperor naturally wouldn't stop them. Stepping forward, Emperor instantly jumped into the deep cave. Boom! The surging power of samsara instantly enveloped the Empress. The Empress was the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Naturally, she would not be harmed. Soon, the Emperor reached the depths of samsara, where a huge node appeared. The Emperor walked deeper and deeper. You're here. A woman's soft voice suddenly came from the depths of samsara. The Emperor was slightly startled. The Emperor felt a strong sense of familiarity from the voice. Mother! The Emperor called out with a trembling voice. Come, my son. The woman's voice continued. It seemed to form a path for the Emperor to continue walking along. However, at this moment a huge rock slowly emerged from the original cave. The huge rock quickly blocked the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. However, Tomb Immortal King didn't need to enter anymore. When he saw the huge yellow rock, his eyes lit up. As expected, I guessed correctly. Tomb Immortal King, quick, mobilize the power of samsara. Use this tear left behind by a great Tao paragon, in the first era of compassion for the common people, to find the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. Tomb Immortal King immediately took the teardrop that emitted 18 colors of light respectfully. Boom. The power of samsara quickly flowed into the 3 live stone. In an instant, countless lights appeared on the 3 live stone, as if it recorded all the reincarnations of the common people. Tomb Immortal King quickly placed the teardrop on the stone. The teardrop was absorbed by the 3 live stone. In an instant, all the lights and shadows disappeared. An extremely beautiful woman appeared in the light and shadows. She looked at the sky with compassion, and a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. It was the teardrop from before. Then the light and shadows moved quickly, gradually revealing the reincarnation of the woman. Another beautiful woman appeared in the image. Quick, find out where this is. This woman is the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Tomb Immortal King said. However, Tomb Immortal King said strangely, Master, you don't have to look for her. I know her. Oh, Tomb Immortal King was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Tomb Immortal King knew her? Wouldn't it be dark under the light? She's the butterfly queen from the great accomplishment realm. Tomb Immortal King said strangely. Butterfly queen? Chao's daughter? Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. However, in the next moment, the butterfly queen changed into Meow's appearance. Ah! Tomb Immortal King said in surprise. Master, how is this possible? Another one has appeared. Isn't this Yin Chuan's Meow? Is the 3 live stone broken? Tomb Immortal King said in surprise. No, it's not broken. I remember now. Tomb Immortal King said with a smile. What? Xuan Meow is the goddess of luck, and the butterfly queen is the goddess of misfortune. They're both luck. Luck path. The reincarnation of a great Tao paragon is split into 2. Both of them are great Tao paragons. So they're great Tao paragons. Tomb Immortal King said confidently. 2 great Tao paragons? Tomb Immortal King said in confusion. The image on the 3 live stones suddenly flashed and disappeared. That's right. How can the power of a great Tao paragon be replenished by 1 reincarnation? The great Tao paragon has split himself into 2 sides and reincarnated separately. Good. So he's been right under my nose all this time. Yin Chuan? What great luck. The great Tao paragon closest to his destiny is actually by his side. No wonder Yin Chuan's luck has always been so great. This is luck. Yin Chuan was born. I was wondering how he could have such great luck. It turns out that luck is by his side. Ha. Tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. Master, the butterfly queen and Meow are both people that Yin Chuan values very much. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tomb Immortal King said worriedly. After all, Yin Chuan's strength was clear to the skeleton in the tomb. What's inappropriate? It's fine if I didn't know. Now that I know, this great Tao paragon will naturally help me. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Master, no need to say more. Guard the house, and don't let any rascals enter. I'll go and capture the great Tao paragon's reincarnation. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, everyone replied. The great Tao paragon quickly calculated with his fingers. Oh, they're all in the great Qin city. Yin Chuan left with the queen, the crown prince, and the other officials. Those 2 are still in the great Qin city. That's good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Boom. Tomb Immortal King took a step and shot into the distance. Underworld Great Qin City. In a large hall, the butterfly queen and Meow sat quietly in the hall. Meow, little butterfly, hurry up. Meow called out. I've tried my best. The butterfly queen was speechless. The last time Father gave us the inheritance, it was Father's understanding of heaven and earth. Father is the most powerful. Even the Nether River Patriarch didn't fully grasp the 3,000 heavenly Daos. But Father has grasped the general framework of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. Let's quickly deduce it and give it to Yin Chuan. Meow said happily. The butterfly queen rolled her eyes and said, Father left it for us to protect ourselves. So what? Isn't it the same to give it to Yin Chuan? Who can touch us here? Meow immediately cried out. But Father left a message that we can't reveal it to outsiders. He said that people will harm us in the future, so we have to keep it for self-protection. The butterfly queen said, I believe in Yin Chuan. Don't you know? Yin Chuan has gone to the Yang realm to fight with Zhong Shan. I heard from Yin Chuan that he might break through after that battle. When that time comes, what are you worried about? Yin Chuan is at the 18th heaven. Other than fate, who is there to be afraid of? Meow said with a look of disdain. Break through to the 18th heaven? Sigh, I said that I would go and take a look. The butterfly queen complained. All right, we'll take our time in the future. You and I are both at the 14th heaven. Can you understand it? Our deduction is about to end. When the time comes, we'll give Yin Chuan a surprise. When he breaks through to the 18th heaven, we'll give him a gift. How about that? I'm so smart, Meow. Meow said proudly. All right, but don't you have a contract with him? You can sense Yin Chuan. Can you sense how he's doing? The butterfly queen asked. It's already started, so how could I disturb him now? Wouldn't that affect his advancement? I've already cut off my connection with him. Meow said as she shook her head. All right, the Butterfly Queen said helplessly. Just as the Butterfly Queen and Meow were continuing to comprehend the legacy that Nest had left for them, a ferocious might suddenly pressed down on the Great Qin City. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Fate, the Golden Dragon of Luck, the Golden Dragon of Virtue, and the Golden Dragon of Luck all roared at the same time. The entire Great Qin City instantly fell into chaos. Countless soldiers rushed into the sky. How dare you? Who dares to act so impudently in Great Zhen? How dare you? Amidst a series of jiahu sounds, the Great Qin City's formations were fully activated to resist the sudden pressure from the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Great Qin City's formations exploded. Some of the soldiers who had rushed into the sky were sent flying back towards the palace where Meow and the Butterfly Queen were. Boom! The main hall was smashed into smithereens. Meow, which bastard dares to disturb me? Meow furiously roared. After the palace was blasted apart, Meow and the Butterfly Queen were instantly exposed. The two sisters looked towards the south of the Great Qin City furiously. In the air to the south of the Great Qin City, there was a figure standing there. It was half human and half skeleton. Grave Celestial King? Someone recognized him and said in shock. Chapter 1579. Tomb Immortal King? In the Great Qin City, the expressions of countless soldiers changed. Great Zhen had long become the hegemon of the world. Even if the great emperor left with his ministers, there shouldn't be anyone who was blind enough to cause trouble. Who would have thought that someone would really dare to cause trouble at this moment? Tomb Immortal King might not be the overlord, but almost everyone knew that the great benevolence world listened to him. Moreover, not long ago, he had valiantly controlled a great power supremacy. No one dared to underestimate him. Meow, Tomb Immortal King, what are you doing in Great Qin? Do you want to die? Meow immediately cried out. Great Dao supremacy? Heh, how laughable. The person closest to destiny in the first epoch turned into a cat and a butterfly. How laughable. Tomb Immortal King laughed. Meow, what did you say? Meow said in surprise. Butterfly Queen's expression also sank. I feel that bad luck is coming. Sister, he's here to cause trouble for us sisters. Huh. Meow's eyes widened. When they looked carefully, they saw that Tomb Immortal King was indeed staring at them. Tomb Immortal King, you want to capture us? Meow said coldly. That's right. I've come today to invite the two of you to my undying territory for a chat. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want me to invite you? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Before Meow and Butterfly Queen could speak, the expression of an official not far away suddenly changed. Not good. Quick, inform the great emperor. An official cried out. All the officials knew how powerful Tomb Immortal King was. Now that Great Qin was empty, he wanted to capture Meow. Meow was the great emperor's favorite. If she was captured, what would happen? Yes. One of the attendants beside him immediately replied. Stop. No one is allowed to contact Yin Chuan. Meow immediately roared. Ha! The group of officials was slightly stunned. Meow quickly took out a command medallion. The great emperor's heavenly decree? The surrounding officials exclaimed. The great emperor's heavenly command was equivalent to the emperor's presence. It was the highest command token in the great celestial realm. Meow, watch carefully. This is Yin Chuan's heavenly order. Now that Yin Chuan is not here, I will issue an order. Yin Chuan and his team are to go to the old site of the Bo clan. If there is no news from the old site of the Bo clan, no one is to disturb Yin Chuan. Meow shouted. Ah, but Tomb Immortal King wants to deal with you. An official exclaimed. Meow looked at him coldly. Yin Chuan is doing something big. Everything else should be put behind him. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished for treason. The official was stunned, but in the end, he could only feel helpless. After Meow gave the order, she looked at Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King also looked at Meow strangely. Ha! You really don't want to live anymore? And he's stopping everyone from informing Yin Chuan? Tomb Immortal King asked curiously. Big sister? Butterfly Queen looked at Meow worriedly. Little Butterfly, Big sister has let you down this time. If you have any difficulties, Big sister will accompany you. Meow stood in front of Butterfly Queen. Big sister, I didn't. Butterfly Queen smiled bitterly. Tomb Immortal King laughed coldly and said, "All right, come with me." Tomb Immortal King, you trespassed in the Great Qin City today, and even tried to capture me and Butterfly Queen. Aren't you afraid that Yin Chuan will come and destroy your Tomb Immortal clan? Meow roared. Yin Chuan. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think I'm afraid of a loser? Stop talking nonsense, and come with me. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Loser? Remember what you said today. Meow said coldly. Shut up. Come with me. Tomb Immortal King was impatient and reached out to grab the Great Qin City. Archers fire. One of the generals shouted. Boom! 100,000 arrows shot out towards the Tomb Immortal King. Kill. Protect Butterfly Queen and Meow. Instantly, loud shouts could be heard. In the Great Qin City, a large number of experts soared into the sky and charged towards Tomb Immortal King. Although they knew that Tomb Immortal King was powerful, no one retreated. Rays of sword light and saber light shot towards Tomb Immortal King. The arrows were like a meteor shower, rushing towards Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King snorted coldly. His body shook slightly, and instantly, all the sword light, saber light and arrow rain shattered. A powerful force surged out and shook the entire Great Qin City. Treasure stop, the Shadi shouted. Boom! Rolling golden light surged towards Tomb Immortal King. However, Tomb Immortal King was too powerful. Small tricks. Break. Tomb Immortal King flicked his right palm. Boom! The golden light shattered, and even Shadi's body stopped abruptly. The huge impact hit the entire Great Qin City. Countless commoners revealed looks of panic. Time got art slow. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Rumble! The shockwaves were slowly blocked, but the Great Qin City still trembled. Xiao Dai, let's go! Meow called out. Swish! The Butterfly Queen and Meow quickly flew towards the west of the city. Sister, what should we do now? Where should we go? The Butterfly Queen asked anxiously. Don't implicate the entire city because of our sins. Let's leave the city. Meow shouted. Rumble! Outside the Great Qin City, there was another explosion. Although the soldiers of Great Qin tried their best to defend, Tomb Immortal King was too powerful and heavily injured everyone. Haha, you still want to escape? Tomb Immortal King laughed. Boom! Tomb Immortal King instantly flew in front of Meow and grabbed at her. Meow! Meow cried out in shock. Boom! A huge force instantly sent Meow flying. It was the Butterfly Queen. Seeing that Meow was in danger, she quickly pushed Meow away. Xiao Dai! Meow cried out in shock. Sister, our calamity is too great. I can't escape, but you can. Use the contract with Yin Chuan and quickly teleport over. Teleport to Yin Chuan's side, and you'll be safe. The Butterfly Queen shouted. Boom! A palm hit the Butterfly Queen. Puffed! The Butterfly Queen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she was instantly caught by Tomb Immortal King. Ha ha ha, you still want to escape? Tomb Immortal King laughed. Xiao Dai! Meow cried out in shock. Run! The Butterfly Queen shouted in her heavy injuries. Run! Where do you think you're going? Tomb Immortal King grabbed at Meow again. Meow! Meow roared and grabbed at Tomb Immortal King. Boom! The void trembled, and Meow was instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Meow was caught by Tomb Immortal King. Sister, why aren't you leaving? You can leave, the Butterfly Queen cried out. Meow, Yin Chuan can't be disturbed. I don't want to disturb him at this time. Xiao Dai, isn't it good to have me by your side? Meow said with a sad smile. Sister. The Butterfly Queen also cried sadly. It's okay. Yin Chuan will avenge me. He definitely will. Meow, who was restrained, looked at Tomb Immortal King with hatred. Noisy. Tomb Immortal King snorted and slapped the two. Buzz. Meow and the Butterfly Queen were both knocked unconscious. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Tomb Immortal King grabbed the Butterfly Queen and Meow. He headed west. Chapter 1580. Inner North Continent Undying Palace. After looking at the 108 diagrams, Silver-eyed Yin Chuan seemed to have grasped something, and he closed his eyes and started to comprehend it. Even though Silver-eyed Yin Chuan had pure rationality, sometimes it wasn't the best. After all, many times, the increase in cultivation was related to emotions. Emotions were a mysterious thing that could make people strong or weak, but Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan didn't have such a thing. Even though his cultivation increased very quickly at the beginning, so much so that he surpassed both Yin Chuan and Zombie Yin Chuan in a short period of time. Zombie Yin Chuan was already at the 18th heaven, and Zombie Yin Chuan had gone to play chess with Zhong Shan, so he wasn't far from the 18th heaven. However, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan was only at the 16th heaven in terms of cultivation. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Because Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan had sacrificed his emotions, he seemed to have a natural flaw. Sitting cross-legged in the palace, and comprehending the 108 diagrams, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan seemed to have comprehended something. Suddenly, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Because of Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's powerful analytical abilities, some of the formations in the Great Qin City and Xianyang City had been modified by Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan, and these formations were connected to the heavenly Tao. However, in that instant, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan felt that the formations he had set up had been shattered. Who? Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's expression darkened, and he stepped out of the Undying Palace. Yin Di? The Undying Sect's disciples asked curiously. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan ignored them, and turned to look in the direction of the Great Qin City. Looking over, he saw that the Tomb Immortal King had destroyed the Great Qin City's formations against Meow and Butterfly Queen. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Just as Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan was about to head towards the Great Qin City, she suddenly stopped. As if seeing through Tomb Immortal King's intentions, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan turned around and flew toward the western outer continent. Silver Pupil Yin Chuan's speed naturally couldn't compare to Tomb Immortal King. Therefore, it was impossible for them to stop the Tomb Immortal King. Thus, they could only wait in the western outer continent. Swish! Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan flew west. In the Great Qin City, Tomb Immortal King also caught Meow and Butterfly Queen. Ha ha ha! Laughing heartily, Tomb Immortal King grabbed the unconscious Meow and Butterfly Queen and headed west. The Tomb Immortal Emperor was incredibly fast. He soon arrived at the western outer continent. He stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road, and quickly entered the Great Kindness World's Yang Realm. The moment they left the world of the living, boom! A dazzling golden light shot out. Grave Immortal King's expression changed. He could only hurriedly counter with a palm strike. Boom! The golden light was extremely powerful. Under the super heavy blow, the void shattered for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even Tomb Immortal King was forced to retreat 100 feet. How dare you? Tomb Immortal King shouted angrily. Not far away, there were 6,000 heavenly Daos circling around. Above the heavenly Daos was an enormous golden eye. Below it stood Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. It was Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan who was guarding this place, ready to deal a fatal blow to Tomb Immortal King. However, the heavenly eye above the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to Tomb Immortal King, even if it used all its strength. Tomb Immortal King, you've crossed the line. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said coldly. It's you, Yin Chuan? Haha, you want to stop me too. In the past, the power of an entire country couldn't stop me. Now in my Great Kindness World, you want to stop me? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Hand over Meow and Butterfly Queen. My main body cares about them very much. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said coldly. If you have the ability, then come and get it. Tomb Immortal King sneered. Boom! 6,000 heavenly Tao instantly enveloped Tomb Immortal King. The heavenly Tao cycles from the Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World quickly rushed towards Tomb Immortal King. Rumble! The rolling power of the turbulent flow rushed straight over. The power of the turbulent flow was strong and could deal with others. But Tomb Immortal King was an 18th heaven expert. Ha ha ha! How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? Yin Chuan, you found the wrong opponent. Tomb Immortal King sneered. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous giant palm was formed. Boom! The 6,000 heavenly Tao were crushed by the monstrous giant palm. The giant palm swept through everything, and Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's method suddenly failed. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's face darkened. It's useless, break. Tomb Immortal King's palm hit Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's body. Bang! Pft! Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan was immediately injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tomb Immortal King was too strong, an 18th heaven expert, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan couldn't resist at all. In an instant, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's bones were shattered, and he fell to the ground in the distance. Tomb Immortal King stood in the sky and looked down coldly at Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. At this moment, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan no longer had the strength to fight back. The gap was too big. Lifeless soul? You're still far from it. This time, I won't kill you. Go and report to your main body. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for being impolite. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan looked coldly at Tomb Immortal King, who fell to the ground, his eyes cold. With a cold snort, Tomb Immortal King waved his sleeve and flew toward the immortal domain. With difficulty, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan got up. Leaning against a big tree, he watched Tomb Immortal King leave. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Main body, I've already done my best to stop him. I know you care about Meow, but I still lost despite my determination to fight to the death. At this moment, you're at the final juncture of your breakthrough. With pure reason, I can't inform you, in case it interferes with your breakthrough. I have no emotions, so there's no point in blaming me. Your strength is the most important. I only hope you can break through as soon as possible. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan sat cross-legged under the big tree, adjusting his breathing and recuperating. Tomb Clan Immortal Domain. Patriarch, you're back? Tomb Phosphorescence Bone was pleasantly surprised. Not far away, Tomb Immortal King landed in front of the Immortal King Palace, with the unconscious Meow and Butterfly Queen. Phosphorescence Bone, prepare all the materials for the altar. I'm going to awaken the great Tao Sovereign, Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, Tomb Phosphorescence Bone shouted. At his command, the entire Tomb clan was mobilized. With the foundation of several eras, it was easy to find some materials. Patriarch, is the awakening of a great Tao Paragon similar to that of a great Force Paragon? Tomb Phosphorescence Bone asked Tomb Immortal King. Of course not. Great Tao Paragons are the ones closest to fate. They naturally have their own uniqueness. Even if I want to refine them, it's several times more difficult than a great Force Paragon. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. But Meow and Butterfly Queen are only at 14th heaven? What do you know? I care about their fate, not their cultivation. Even at 14th heaven, a great Tao Paragon is more difficult to refine. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, I'm going to open up a new space. I'll give you 10 days. Bring me everything on the altar. Tomb Immortal King ordered. Yes. Tomb Immortal King stepped into the Immortal King Palace. He placed Meow and Butterfly Queen in the main hall, reached out his 19-colored right hand, and pointed at the void. Wang! A 19-colored dot of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light expanded as Tomb Immortal King quickly filled it with power. Rumble! After 10 days, Tomb Immortal King's right hand loosened. Master, the materials are ready. Tomb Immortal King said respectfully. Let's go. Follow me into the small space. Tomb Immortal King led Meow and Butterfly Queen into the small space. Whoosh! Tomb Immortal King also stepped in. In an instant they entered a special space. 3,000 heavenly Tao revolved around the space. It was a vast grassland. Quick! Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes. Under Tomb Immortal King's control, countless heavenly treasures were quickly spread out in all directions. A huge altar was slowly built. Half of the ground was covered in withered bones, while the other half was covered in lush greenery. The huge altar shone with bursts of yellow light. Master, the altar is ready, Tomb Immortal King said respectfully. Tomb Immortal King nodded. He placed Meow and Butterfly Queen on the altar. The two women were still unconscious at this moment. In the cycle of reincarnation, life and death are separated. Once the tomb is formed, both life and death will be buried. Tomb Immortal King shouted. Boom! Billowing power rushed toward the two women. Wang! The two women trembled violently. Their faces were contorted in pain. The Tomb Immortal King was rapidly refining the two women. However, the two women were too strong in their first lives. They were great Tao Paragons, the ones closest to destiny. How could they be refined so easily? Tomb Immortal King quickly refined them. Tomb Immortal King waited quietly at the side. The two women gradually woke up from the pain. Meow. Meow cried out in pain. Sister. Butterfly Queen cried out miserably. Sister, I'm sorry. Meow cried out. No, I'm fine. Sister, hurry up and leave. You can go to Yen Chuan through the contract. No one can stop you. Hurry up and leave. Butterfly Queen cried. No, I won't leave. Meow cried out in pain. Leave. None of you can leave. Ha 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 ha. Tomb Immortal King laughed. Rumble. Billowing power rushed into the two women's minds. The two women were in so much pain that they felt like they were being cut into pieces. Ah! The two women cried out in pain. This refinement took another 21 days. Boom! After 21 days, the two women suddenly trembled and their eyes became hollow. Finally refined. Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. Master, it's done? Tomb Immortal King asked in surprise. Let's go. Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. The two quickly flew out of the small space. The tomb skeleton stood off to the side, while the Tomb Immortal King looked at the 19-colored dot in front of him. Within the dot was the refined meow meow. That's enough. Head Immortal King, summon the world's fate. Summon your first life's original body. The world's fate will be under your command. Head Immortal King shouted. Boom! The small dot of light instantly bloomed with dazzling light. At the same time, the entire Great Benevolence world instantly shot into the sky and gathered toward the Immortal King Palace. Rumble! The four worlds shook almost at the same time. Surging fate quickly gathered toward the Great Benevolence world. Endless fate gathered from all over the world, whether it was Great Zhen, Great Zhou, or the upper-class world. The surging luck Dao seemed to have found its true master. It rolled over, and no one could stop it. Wu Jiong and Lotus Deity looked at the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, the human and zombie Yen Chuan were talking to Zhong Shan. Suddenly, the expressions of the two Yen Chuan changed drastically. What's wrong? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. The human Yen Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard Tomb Immortal King, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the two Yen Chuan soared into the sky and rushed toward the Yellow Springs Road in Xianyang. Chapter 1581. Under Zhongshan's command, the 6 continents of the Great Thousand World merged with the Great Celestial Realm. The zombie Yen Chuan and human Yen Chuan were originally in a good mood. After all, the human Yen Chuan had reached the 18th heavenly layer, and the zombie Yen Chuan was also at the 18th heavenly layer. Others did not know, but Yen Chuan had a wild ambition deep in his heart. The human body and the zombie body shared the same fate, which was divided into the life fate and the death fate. However, in the end they were still one. Now could the two become one again? If the human body and the zombie body merged, could they use this to break through to the 19th heavenly layer? Yes, the purest 19th heavenly layer, the height of fate. Yen Chuan looked at the merging of the 6 continents and let out a long breath. His eyes shone brightly. If he could reach the height of fate, how could fate continue to live on him? Suddenly, a message from the silver-eyed Yen Chuan sounded in his mind. Is everything over? Come to me when it's over. The silver-eyed Yen Chuan's voice sounded in his mind. During this period of time, the silver-eyed Yen Chuan had purposely cut off contact with the human Yen Chuan. However, the human Yen Chuan was the main one, and the silver-eyed Yen Chuan was the secondary one. It was easy for the human Yen Chuan to check on the silver-eyed Yen Chuan's situation, and even the silver-eyed Yen Chuan could not stop it. However, this period of time was a critical time for a breakthrough, and the human Yen Chuan thought that the silver-eyed Yen Chuan did not want to disturb him. However, the connection that the silver-eyed Yen Chuan had just established was weak. Weak. The human Yen Chuan's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, the human Yen Chuan took over the silver-eyed Yen Chuan and understood the general situation. The Tomb Immortal King had destroyed the Great Qin City and captured Miao and the Butterfly Queen. The silver-eyed Yen Chuan had tried to stop him, but he was also on the verge of death? Miao. Yen Chuan suddenly became angry. In Yen Chuan's heart, Miao was already his family. But now, she was actually heavily injured and captured by the Tomb Immortal King? From the looks of it, It was obvious that he was going to refine it. The human Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard tomb immortal king, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the two Yin Chuan soared into the sky, heading straight for the Yellow Springs Road in Xianying. A monstrous rage brewed within the two Yin Chuans, and both of their faces turned ferocious. Those who were watching Yin Chuan all revealed looks of curiosity. Whether it was Zhongshan or Dongfang Bubi. Master, what's wrong with Yin Chuan? Lotus Deity asked in surprise. Invincible East's expression changed slightly, and his fingers moved slightly. He then took a deep breath and said, something has happened in the Great Qin City. Oh, boom! When Yin Chuan entered the Yellow Springs Road, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Surging fate Dao squeezed out from all directions and flowed rapidly. Wu Jiong looked at the sea of clouds above his head seriously. Roar! The fate Dao golden dragon roared and carried Great Zhou's fate Dao, wanting to leave Great Zhou. Great Emperor, this is bad, Shengguan Wan'er said anxiously. However, Wu Jiong took a deep breath. This time, he did not stop the fate Dao from flowing away. The Great Dao Sovereign is coming out? Wu Jiong said in a low voice. The two Yin Chuans of the 18th heaven entered the netherworld and lowered their heads to look at the Great Qin City. Great Emperor! The officials and commoners cried out excitedly. The Great Qin City was in ruins and countless commoners, officials and soldiers were injured. Inform all the alchemists in Xianying to treat the injured in the Great Qin City. Wait for my return, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, countless officials cried out. With Yin Chuan's return, everyone's worries were naturally dispelled. Boom! The two Yin Chuans headed towards the western outer continent. They were incredibly fast, and they soon arrived at the western outer continent. The peerless experts of the Great Kindness world lived in the western outer continent. A month ago, Mu Immortal King had wreaked havoc in the Great Qin City, and the peerless experts of the Great Kindness world had long since heard about it. During this month, they had been watching the Great Qin City. Seeing Yin Chuan in the Great Qin City, everyone's hearts trembled. Everyone, Yin Chuan is about to come. I've already sent people to inform the Mu clan. How about we stand guard for the Mu clan for a while? A peerless expert said. Alright, we're all at the 16th heaven. No matter how strong Yin Chuan is, we should be able to hold him off for a while. Another peerless expert said. Alright, everyone stood guard at the Yellow Springs crossing in the Great Kindness world. They stared at Yin Chuan in the distance. They had thought that they would have to wait for a while. But the distant Yin Chuan was simply too fast, to the point that it was shocking. In just a short while, boom, Yin Chuan was right in front of them. Everyone's hearts trembled. So fast. Yin Chuan, this is the Great Kindness world. You shouldn't be here. A peerless expert shouted as he blocked in front of Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped out. The supergiant palm carried boundless might. Under the supergiant palm, the peerless expert was instantly unable to move. It was as if the surrounding space had been locked down. Boom! That peerless expert was instantly smashed into meat paste by zombie Yin Chuan. The shockwaves were massive, and the surrounding peerless experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. The two Yin Chuan did not waste any more time, and stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road, heading towards the Great Kindness world's Yang realm. The surrounding peerless experts who were sent flying looked at the meat paste not far away, and felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-piercing coldness froze their backs. Since when had Yin Chuan become so ferocious? Could this still be described as ferocious? It was laughable that they had wanted to stop Yin Chuan. With a shudder, the group of peerless experts supported each other and flew into the distance. Is this Yin Chuan? How can he be so terrifying? Should we inform Master Mu? I think we should forget about it. Yin Chuan's anger has already burned the 9 heavens. That palm strike just now could not be so easily executed, even by a 17th heaven expert. No, it is impossible for a 17th heaven expert to be so powerful. The old pangolin is a 16th heaven expert, and the pangolin's body is extremely strong. However, it was still not a match for Yin Chuan's palm strike. 18th heaven? Instantly everyone was shocked. 18th heaven? Yin Chuan was an 18th heaven expert? If something happened to the Butterfly Queen and Meow, Yin Chuan would definitely have an earth-shattering battle with the Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King would definitely not be able to kill Yin Chuan at 18th heaven. In this case, if Yin Chuan won, would he come back to find trouble with them? Even if Yin Chuan lost, would he vent his anger on them? The group of peerless experts smiled bitterly, and finally shook their heads. They did not want to get involved in this mess anymore. At the same time, they felt a sense of sadness. The Great Benevolence World had made a huge leap in the past million years. They originally thought that the Great Benevolence World would be the leader of the four worlds. But now they sadly found out that there were peerless experts born in each of the four worlds. Apart from the Tomb Immortal King, the Great Benevolence World only had a group of 16th heaven experts. The two Yin Chuan rushed across the Yellow Springs Road in an instant. At the Yellow Springs Road intersection, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan was waiting for the two with injuries. The two Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. They blamed the silver-eyed Yin Chuan for not informing the main body earlier. But the silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes were clear. Standing on the most rational side, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan wanted to ensure that the main body did not lose this precious opportunity. Don't worry about me. Go find the Tomb Immortal King. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shook his head. The two Yin Chuan looked at each other and did not want to delay. They stepped towards the Undying Domain. Boom! In just a short while, the two arrived above the Undying Domain with 2 gusts of wind. In the Undying Domain, surging luck gathered. In the Immortal King Palace, the Tomb Immortal King sat on his throne and looked at the 19-colored ball in front of him. Countless luck gathered into it. The Tomb Immortal King's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Beside him, the Tomb Immortal King's expression changed and stepped out of the palace. Elder, the Great Benevolence World sent news. Yin Chuan is here. A Tomb Immortal disciple shouted. Yin Chuan. Yes, the zombie Yin Chuan and the human Yin Chuan have both returned to the Great Qin City. They seem to be coming to our Great Benevolence World. The Tomb Immortal disciple said. Understood. You may leave. After the Tomb Immortal King gave the order, he immediately entered the palace and said, Family head, the two Yin Chuan are coming. Let them come. The situation is already set. It's useless even if they come. The Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, the Tomb Immortal King said proudly. The two watched the luck gather. But not long after. Boom! 2 gusts of wind rushed towards the Undying Domain. Wherever the gusts of wind passed, the withered bone region would be filled with bones, and the life region would be intimidated. Red light shot into the sky. The Yin Chuan's fury was so condensed that it seemed to burn the sky. Immortal King Palace? The human Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stretched out his right hand and waved it. Boom! A huge astral palm rushed over. Wherever the astral palm passed, the void shattered. The Tomb Immortal disciples howled in pain. At this moment, a huge 19-colored palm suddenly appeared in the Immortal King Palace. Boom! The 2 palms collided, causing more and more destruction. More and more places were blown to pieces. 18th heaven? The Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in surprise from the Immortal King Palace. The Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the ruins scattered, revealing the Immortal King Palace in the distance. The Tomb Immortal King walked out of the palace. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 2 Yin Chuan in the air. Tomb Immortal King, where are Meow and the Butterfly Queen? The zombie Yin Chuan asked coldly. The Tomb Immortal King was not afraid. He laughed loudly and said, Ha 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 ha, the luck of the 4 realms has gathered. Don't you understand? The human Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. They have already been refined by me. Like the great force supremes of the past. They will soon be under my control. The Tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. You're courting death. The human Yin Chuan shouted and struck out at the Tomb Immortal King. Whoosh! The Tomb Immortal King stepped forward and instantly rushed into the clouds. If you want to fight, go to Wuxia. With our destructive power, this world can't withstand it. The Tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. The Tomb Immortal King rushed into the clouds. Boom! The human Yin Chuan shattered the Immortal King Palace with a palm strike. But at this moment, there was nothing in the Immortal King Palace. Only endless luck gathered, and then disappeared into thin air. The tomb Immortal King had powerful methods. The two Yin Chuan could not find Miao and the Butterfly Queen for a while. The Yin Chuan's face turned cold, revealing a ferocious expression as he looked at the tomb Immortal King flying towards Wuji. Humph. The two Yin Chuan snorted coldly. With a burning battle intent, the two Yin Chuan chased after the tomb Immortal King and quickly killed him. It had been a long time since he was so angry. Miao was like Yin Chuan's reverse scale. No one could touch it. Whoever dared to touch it would have to pay the most painful price. No matter who it was. Even the tomb Immortal King had to pay the most painful price. Chapter 1582. Boom. The two Yin Chuan rushed out of the boundary of the heaven and earth and entered Wuji. You really dare to come? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Yin Chuan was burning with rage right now. Naturally, he did not waste any more words. What Yin Chuan needed right now was to take down the tomb Immortal King, so that she could release Miao. Who? Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of tomb Immortal King and punched out. In Wuji he could go all out. The tomb Immortal King's right palm slammed forward. Boom. Their fists and palms collided. The two of them stopped abruptly and were in a deadlock. The tomb Immortal King revealed a hint of smugness. Suddenly, a fist appeared at the back of his head. It was zombie Yin Chuan who had made his move. A force even more ferocious than Yin Chuan's human body. A super huge attack came. Grave Immortal King's expression changed. His body jerked to the side, but zombie Yin Chuan's fist still landed on his back. Zombie Yin Chuan's strength was extremely strong. Even though tomb Immortal King only had half of his body, he still couldn't withstand the attack, and was sent flying. Boom. The three of them separated abruptly, but tomb Immortal King's expression changed. You are also at the 18th level? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. In that case, would it be equivalent to facing 218 heavens? Great Tao of the Nether River surging Black Sea. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a vast black river appeared around them. The Black River was so huge that it submerged the three of them in the blink of an eye. Boom. The three of them once again fiercely collided. After inheriting the Nether River Patriarch's legacy, zombie Yin Chuan became even more ferocious. At this moment, the two Yin Chuan no longer cared about fairness. At this moment, they just wanted to beat the tomb Immortal King to the ground. Rumble. A huge battle ensued, and the Black Sea surged. At the mouth of heaven and earth, the original peerless experts also came out to watch. Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus God, Wu Jiong, Sha Di, and the heroes of the Great Kindness world were all watching. There were fewer and fewer peerless experts in the world, but they were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the battle between Yin Chuan and the tomb Immortal King was even more of a manifestation of extreme strength. In the heavenly demon world, Meng Rongrong looked worriedly at Limitless, while Snake Spirit led the Snake Clan to observe. Fuxi, on the other hand, sat on the huge throne and did not go forward to observe. Instead, a natural 8 trigrams diagram appeared in his palm, and he carefully examined it. Head Dao Warrior? The person whose realm is closest to fate? Fuxi pondered for a moment and said. After pondering for a while, Fuxi slowly raised his head, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. It's time! Fuxi's eyes flashed with determination. Snake Spirit, come here! Fuxi called out. Snake Spirit was currently leading the Snake Clan to watch the great battle in Wuji, when she suddenly heard Fuxi's voice. When he turned his head to look, he realized that the other members of the Snake Clan had not heard him. Filled with curiosity, the Snake Spirit flew into a valley in the heavenly demon world. King, you're looking for me? Snake Spirit asked curiously. Spirit, how's the matter that I've arranged for you? Fuxi asked in a deep voice. I've supplemented the 64 exchange beasts in the past according to King's request. It's already perfect. The number of Dian is complete. Snake Spirit said solemnly. With that, Snake Spirit glared. King, could it be that you're preparing to begin? The time has come, it won't come again. Snake Spirit, this matter concerns the lives of the world. Are you willing to make a sacrifice for it? Fuxi's eyes flashed with seriousness. Yes. Snake Spirit's expression turned solemn. Go and inform Meng Rongrong. Her fate matches this number as well. Tell her the whole story, Fuxi said solemnly. Yes, Snake Spirit replied. In the world. The surging luck continued to rumble. The heroes of the world unanimously did not go forward to stop it. The surging luck quickly gathered in the undying domain, and then disappeared into thin air. Rumble. After a few days, all the luck in the world disappeared. In Wuji. Boom. Boom. The two Yin Chuan were fighting extremely crazily at this moment. One of them might be slightly inferior to the Tomb Immortal King. After all, Yin Chuan had just reached the 18th heaven. However, the two Yin Chuan could fiercely suppress the Tomb Immortal King. Yin Chuan became braver and stronger as he fought. Most importantly, the Tomb Immortal King had a weakness. Half of his body was a skeleton. This was the Tomb Immortal King's greatest weakness. If the right half of the Tomb Immortal King's body was at the 19th heaven, then the left half of the skeleton was at the 17th heaven, neutralizing it. It was the power of the 18th heaven. After Yin Chuan severely injured the skeleton twice, he knew that weakness. Yin Chuan did not care whether it was fair or not. The most important thing now was to save Miao. Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan's fist collided with the Tomb Immortal King's right fist. The energy wave formed a huge space, and the surging waves of power swept in all directions. The river Styx surged, and the surging dark power surged towards the Tomb Immortal King. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan punched the left half of the Tomb Immortal King's body. Crack! Half of the skeleton instantly shattered. Bastard! The Tomb Immortal King roared. Crack, 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 crack. Soon the shattered left half of his body regrew. However, this was extremely taxing on the right half of his body. Rumble. After several days of fighting, the Tomb Immortal King was increasingly frustrated by the two Yin Chuans suppressing him. Some of the right half of his body was also gradually turning into bones. Cultivating half of your body. If you don't hand over Miao, I'll beat you back to your original form. Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom. The two tangled in the river Styx. The Tomb Immortal King's undying Great Tao emerged, but it was firmly trapped by the river Styx's Great Tao. The Nether River Patriarch's Great Tao was naturally unparalleled. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan's body merged with the Great Tao, turning into a black dragon, and becoming increasingly ferocious. Boom! Crack! The two Yin Chuans were like one, cooperating with each other very well. And the battle was also very intense. The battle did not stop, and the Tomb Immortal King was repeatedly defeated. However, Yin Chuan's human body seemed to be gaining more insights the more he fought. Bastard! The Tomb Immortal King roared. Boom! The two Yin Chuans would not show mercy, and fought for another 10 days. 1/3 of the right half of the Tomb Immortal King's body had been beaten back to its original form. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He was extremely anxious. Where's Miao? Zombie Yin Chuan punched the skeleton half of his body. Where's Miao? Zombie Yin Chuan punched his head. Rumble. From the beginning, he was able to resist, but now, it was a one-sided beating. Even the strong 19th heaven physical body region was swollen at this moment. You still won't speak? Forget it. Since you won't speak, I will completely shatter you. Then refine your soul and strip your memories. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Strip? Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. Tomb Immortal King suddenly remembered that Yin Chuan still had such a divine ability. Strip memories? Suddenly, Tomb Immortal King revealed a look of anxiety. Kill! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. I'll speak! Tomb Immortal King shouted. Boom! Tomb Immortal King was still sent flying. Yin Chuan, who was in human form, instantly appeared in front of him. You're finally willing to speak? Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. He grabbed Tomb Immortal King and flew towards Great Benevolence World. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan put away the Nether River Tao and also rushed down. Countless experts in Everlasting were left behind with a cold expression. These two Yin Chuans were too savage. Master, isn't Yin Chuan's growth a little too exaggerated? Lotus Deity smiled bitterly. Invincible East sighed and turned to look in the direction of Great Benevolence World. The experts of Great Benevolence World were all dumbfounded. They wanted to stop Yin Chuan earlier? In this state, could they stop him? Was this not courting death? Great benevolence world, undying territory. Many of the Tomb Clan disciples were heavily injured. As they supported each other, they arrived at the ruins of the Immortal King Palace. Elder, they are too heavily injured. A Tomb Clan disciple said bitterly. Mu Lin Gu took a deep breath and said, Humph, ignorant Yin Chuan. How dare you come to my Mu clan to cause trouble? With the patriarch here, those two Yin Chuans won't be able to get away with anything. Just you wait, the patriarch will avenge you. Yes, the patriarch will definitely avenge us. The Tomb Clan disciples were full of confidence. At this moment, a black dot rushed down from the starry sky. It instantly arrived at undying territory. Boom! It was as if he had fallen, instantly creating a huge crater in the undying domain. Under the huge impact, undying territory was instantly torn apart. A sea of bones soared into the sky, and the four seas swept over. Rumble! Under the huge impact, the volcanoes around erupted. The Tomb Clan disciples' faces changed. Instead, he saw two Yin Chuan standing in midair, looking down at the huge crater that was created. From the crater, two Immortal Kings' figures slowly climbed out. Ma Patriarch? Tomb Skeleton exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? The Patriarch was forcefully smashed down. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan smashed the Patriarch down? The Patriarch was defeated? No. The Tomb Clan disciples could not accept this unbelievable scene. How could this be? It should not be like this. The Patriarch should be invincible. Everyone was Jiaohu. Tomb Immortal King climbed out of the crater and looked at the two Yin Chuans with hatred. The two Yin Chuans' eyes were still cold. Quick, release Meow and Butterfly Queen. The human Yin Chuan said coldly. Tomb Immortal King climbed out of the crater, ignoring the erupting volcanoes around him, and took a few deep breaths. It's too late, Yin Chuan. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. The human Yin Chuan's voice was cold. 218 levels, I'm not your match. But if it's just one of you, you're not my match. 218 levels? Haha, I also have an 18 level. Head Dao Sovereign has completely refined her. She listens to my orders. I'll make you pay for the battle just now. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand at the Immortal King Palace. There was a ruin there. In the ruin, there was a 19-colored light spot. With a light wave, the light spot quickly enlarged and formed a space entrance. Head Dao Sovereign, follow me to battle. Tomb Immortal King shouted coldly. Silence. There was no movement in the space. What? Head Dao Sovereign, come out and fight with me. Tomb Immortal King shouted again. Silence. There was still no movement in the space. What the hell? Tomb Immortal King, are you crazy? The human Yin Chuan said coldly. Tomb Immortal King also knew that something was wrong, but he quickly flew to the space entrance. Where is she? Where's Head Dao Sovereign? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. Yin Chuan, who was high up in the sky, was getting impatient. Tomb Immortal King, are you playing with me? Yin Chuan said coldly. No, Head Dao Sovereign is gone. I placed them here, they're gone? How can they be gone? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 1583. Are you messing with me, Tomb Immortal King? Yin Chuan said coldly. No, the Grand Dao Paragons are gone. I placed them here, and they're gone? How could they be gone? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. The Tomb Immortal King stretched out his hand and broke open the spatial gate. The scene inside the spatial gate was revealed to everyone. Dried bones were everywhere, and a huge altar was shining with 18 colors. But there was no sign of Meow or the Butterfly Queen on the altar. Still not being honest? Zombie Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He stepped forward and charged. A punch landed on Tomb Immortal King. Boom! The huge impact caused the undying domain to churn again. Ah! Countless disciples of the Tomb Clan cried out in pain. Tomb Immortal King blocked Zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan in human form suddenly appeared and sent Tomb Immortal King flying. Rumble! The three fought and charged into the stars again. Tomb Immortal King, since you're not being honest, then I'll beat you back to your original form. Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan and Zombie Yin Chuan both charged at Tomb Immortal King. I didn't. I put them over there. They're over there. Someone else stole them. Tomb Immortal King roared in grief. Last time, he plotted against a grand Dao paragon, but the Nether River Patriarch took advantage of him. This time, it was even worse. Not only did someone else take advantage of him for plotting against a grand Dao paragon, he even diverted all of Yin Chuan's anger onto himself. Do you think I'll believe you? Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan in human form didn't believe Tomb Immortal King's words, and only thought that he was just being stubborn. Hence, he was even more merciless than before. Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan was also extremely vicious. Once again, it was a one-sided beating. Yin Chuan, you lunatic. Tomb Immortal King roared in grief. Lunatic. Why didn't you say that you were crazy when you caught Meow and Butterfly Queen? You want me to believe your words? Wait until I refine you first. Yin Chuan said furiously. Rumble. Graveyard Immortal King was filled with grief and indignation as the two of them started fighting again. It wasn't that Yin Chuan didn't believe him, but it was useless even if he did. Where was Meow? Right now he needed to vent his anger. Since you, Tomb Immortal King, dared to offend me, you have to suffer the baptism of my anger. In Wuxia, another great battle broke out. In the heavenly demon world, Fuxi, the Naga clan snake spirit, and Meng Rongrong arrived at a huge altar. On top of the altar, there was a golden ball of light. Outside the ball of light was a huge net formed by Fuxi's 64 hexagrams, sealing the golden ball of light inside. Master, what is this? Meng Rongrong was puzzled. This is the fate of a great Dao paragon. Fuxi said calmly. Master captured Meow and Butterfly Queen, who Yin Chuan was looking for. Meng Rongrong said in surprise. That's right. At this moment, I'm going to take her cultivation base and carry out my grand plan. Meng Rongrong, snake spirit, I need your help. Fuxi said solemnly. Meng Rongrong was at a loss. Yes. Snake spirit answered excitedly. Roar. Fuxi opened his mouth. Suddenly, a suction force swallowed the fate of a great Dao paragon on the altar. The figures of Meow and Butterfly Queen could be vaguely seen in the fate. No! Meng Rongrong exclaimed. However, it was too late. Fuxi had already swallowed it. Following that, Fuxi sat on the altar. Fuxi was in his giant form. When he sat on the altar, he looked like a mountain. But just now, Fuxi had swallowed both Meow Meow and the Butterfly Queen. I've sealed the fate of a great Dao paragon with the 64 hexagrams. However, it's about to be revealed. Destiny will soon discover it. Snake spirit, Meng Rongrong later, I'll unsheath my spirit divinity and envelop it with endless essence. My body will quickly wither and decay. This is extremely dangerous. I need your primordial souls to leave your bodies and reside in my body. Then, you'll continuously draw out endless heavenly demons to replenish my body's decay. Fuxi said in a low voice. Heavenly demons? Meng Rongrong was slightly taken aback. That's right. Heavenly demons are already a great supplement to my body. This is also the reason why I've been teaching the Naga clan to use heavenly demons all these years. When the time comes, all the Naga clan's disciples will have to control heavenly demons to replenish my body. Fuxi said in a low voice. Yes, all the Naga clan members answered. As long as my body is fine, I'll be fine. Fuxi said in a low voice. Yes. Fuxi looked at Meng Rongrong and Snake Spirit. Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, I hope that you can forget about your personal gains and losses and work hard for the sake of the common people. My body can't be controlled by one person. Your primordial spirit can't leave your body completely. I need you to energize your bodies and completely transform them into primordial spirit bodies. Fuxi said in a low voice. Yes, the two women answered. Fuxi waved his hand, and a rolling force rushed toward the two women. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two women's bodies seemed to melt. Gradually, a yellow and transparent body appeared. Their bodies slowly melted into the yellow and transparent body. I'll leave my body, and the two of you will enter my body. Remember, as long as my body is not destroyed, I won't die. Fuxi said in a low voice. Yes, the two women answered. Boom. Fuxi's body trembled violently. Then Fuxi seemed to have turned into a statue. Countless cracks appeared on his face. Above Fushi's head, a golden human figure slowly flew out. The golden transparent body contained the life providence of a great Tao warrior. A 19-colored halo appeared above Fushi's head. This is Meng Rongrong's primordial spirit said in surprise. The king's primordial spirit has already reached the 19th level. Coupled with the great Tao warrior realm, he is already invincible. Snake spirit explained. Boom! Fushi's primordial spirit suddenly left his body. Fushi's body, on the other hand, was rapidly disintegrating and drying up. Meng Rongrong, quick! Snake spirit shouted. Oh! Boom! Meng Rongrong and Snake spirit quickly entered Fushi's body. In an instant, Meng Rongrong and Snake spirit appeared in the eyes of Fushi's body. Heavenly demons enter the body. In the eyes of Fushi's body, Meng Rongrong and Snake spirit urged their bodies. Fushi's body opened its mouth. Roar! Opening its mouth, countless heavenly demons poured into its mouth. The group of Snake clan members began to move quickly. They controlled all the heavenly demons in all directions. The heavenly demons stirred and moved towards Fushi's body. Meng Rongrong and Snake spirit used Fushi's body to refine these heavenly demons. In order to protect Fushi's body, rumble, the rolling heavenly demons drowned Fushi's body. As for Fushi's primordial spirit, it flew out of his body and headed towards Wuji. Whoosh! Fushi headed straight for the depths of Wuji. Crack! The 64 hexagrams in Fushi's primordial spirit suddenly collapsed, and the great Tao warrior's life providence could no longer be bound. Waves of great Tao warrior's aura emanated from the life providence. Where am I? The great Tao warrior's aura came. Great Tao warrior, I am Fushi. I want to borrow your life providence and realm to help me destroy fate. Fushi said solemnly. Take me in, realm? The woman's voice carried a trace of doubt. I will pass on my thoughts to you now. What do you think? Fushi said as he flew. After flying for a while, the woman suddenly sighed. Fushi, the Snake Clan, what a great idea. What do you think? You have been planning since the first era, and almost succeeded. At the very least, I am inferior to you in this aspect. My realm can be used by you. I hope you succeed. I hope the people of the world can live. The great Tao warrior's voice carried a trace of pity. I will do my best. Fushi's primordial spirit replied. Boom! Fushi continued to fly into the distance. On the other side of Wuji, the two Yen Chuan were trampling on the unlucky Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King screamed. I didn't lie to you. You lied to me. The human Yen Chuan shouted. I really didn't. I put Meow and Butterfly Queen into that space. I really didn't lie to you. It's true, it's true. Tomb Immortal King wailed. I know it's true. The zombie Yen Chuan said as he fought. Tomb Immortal King was hit hard in the face, but his mind couldn't keep up. You know? I just want to hit you. The zombie Yen Chuan continued. Puffed. Tomb Immortal King was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yen Chuan, spare people when possible. Have you had enough? Tomb Immortal King said with grief and indignation. Boom. Yen Chuan ignored him. Tomb Immortal King was extremely frightened. Suddenly, the two figures of Yen Chuan paused and froze in the middle of Wuji. You, what are you doing? Tomb Immortal King was shocked. These two couldn't be thinking of some abnormal move, right? Yen Chuan paused. Fate. Fate is here again. Did fate discover the life providence of a great Tao paragon? Yen Chuan's expression changed. Rumble. The overwhelming consciousness of fate was about to drown Yen Chuan again. Yen Chuan naturally resisted. After the first experience, it was much better this time. Buzz! The great emperor altar appeared under their feet, and a golden light suddenly surged into their bodies. Buzz! Zombie Yen Chuan became fate's first choice again. Suddenly, another head grew next to the zombie Yen Chuan's head. However, this time, Yen Chuan did not faint. Bastard! The human Yen Chuan quickly rushed over. Fate's head appeared and twisted. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in its palm. Boom! The golden light rushed toward the human Yen Chuan and instantly formed a sphere, trapping the human Yen Chuan inside. Rumble! Yen Chuan in his human form tried his best to hit the sphere, but the sphere was too hard, and he couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. What? The human Yin Chuan's expression changed. It was not because he was trapped, but because of Fate's head. Fate's eyes actually had more spirituality than before? Yes, spirituality. Although Fate's eyes had 19 colors in the past, they were extremely dull. But this time they had spirituality. In other words, Fate's consciousness this time was more than before. It was much more than before. Boom. The zombie Yin Chuan also reached out to hit Fate's head. How dare you? Fate's head shouted coldly. It suddenly spat out a golden light from its mouth. The golden light instantly surged into the zombie Yin Chuan's head, and the zombie Yin Chuan's head was instantly sealed. The zombie Yin Chuan of the 18 heavenly layers was completely powerless in the face of Fate. Not far away, the tomb Immortal King looked at Fate in shock. Is Fate going to completely awaken? Why is it so spiritual? The tomb Immortal King said in shock. Fate's gaze swept across the tomb Immortal King, and then turned to look at the depths of Wuxia. Boom. Fate continued to surge forward. Chapter 1584. Is Fate about to fully awaken? Why is it so intelligent? Tomb Immortal King said in shock. Fate glanced at Tomb Immortal King, and then turned to look at the depths of Wuxia. Boom. Fate continued to surge forward. Fate snorted at me just now. That look? Has Fate completely awakened? It can't be. Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. At this moment, even though Tomb Immortal King was seriously injured, he quickly chased in the direction of Fate. In the golden ball, Yin Chuan was trapped and couldn't get out. Boom. 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 After destroying it again and again, the golden ball only shook for a while. Is this the 19th heaven? Yin Chuan's face flashed with an ugly look. He was already at the 18th heaven, and had the top strength in the world. But his current strength was useless in the face of Fate's imprisonment. Forget it. Since I can't break this seal, then I'll comprehend Fate's body. You're in my body, I'll check your strength. Yin Chuan slowly calmed down. Sitting cross-legged, Yin Chuan's mind sank into his body. To be precise, he sank into Fate's consciousness. Yin Chuan's consciousness was still in the surging chaos sea, but Yin Chuan knew that this was a rare opportunity. Fate appeared so close, how could he waste it? After calming down, Yin Chuan's mind entered the chaos sea. After a while, Yin Chuan gradually saw the difference in the chaos sea. The chaos sea was not liquid. Instead, it was like an endless net. It was densely packed and formed the shape of the chaos sea. This net was also connected to endless small light spots. They were of different colors. This is the fate of everyone in the world. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly turned serious. The net of fate connected all the fate of the world? Are all birth charts under the control of fate? Fate. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly searched in the net of fate, trying to find the connection to his fate. First world, northeast continent. Dongfang Bubi suddenly looked up at the sky. Master, what's wrong? Lotus Goddess asked curiously. Fate has appeared again. Moreover, it's different this time. At least half of Fate's consciousness has awakened. Invincible East said solemnly. Half? Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. Half. Invincible East nodded solemnly. How much was it in the past? How much was it when you fought the Nether River Patriarch? Lotus Goddess asked curiously. A quarter at most. Could it be that the awakening of the great Tao sovereign startled him? Dongfang Bubi said with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, Invincible East stretched out his hand and started calculating. After calculating for a moment, his face suddenly darkened. Fushi. So that thing was placed there by Fushi? Invincible East was shocked. Speaking of the limitless realms, apart from the four realms, there was another place that existed within the limitless realms. It was called the sky beyond heaven, heavens beyond battlefield. In the past, before the four realms were united, the various heroes of the four realms met in the heavens beyond battlefield and fought against each other. This was an otherworldly land, an extremely strange place. The original form of the heavens beyond battlefield was an incomparably vast human figure. The human-shaped battlefield lay across the limitless realms. The four realms had their own passageways that were connected to it for the powerhouses of the four realms to fight here. After the four realms were united, no one returned. However, this place remained quietly in the limitless realms. Even as the limitless realms continued to melt, it remained resolute. Outside the North Continent. Realm Lord, there's a message from the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven. There's been a change. Ian shouted. Zhongshan replied, "Oh." As he spoke, Zhongshan quickly passed through the entrance of the greater world and looked towards the heavens beyond heaven. That incomparably huge heavens beyond battlefield. At this moment the ground was cracking layer by layer and trembling rapidly. At the entrance of the greater world, there was a monument of the martyrs of the greater world. It was erected by Zhongshan in the past to pay tribute to the martyrs of the greater world. At this moment, the monument of the martyrs was about to fall. Zhongshan waved his hand and grabbed the monument of the martyrs. Along with that, a large piece of land peeled off. There was no eruption of volcanoes, only a large piece of land shook. It was as if a layer of dead skin was spat out. Slowly, the heavens beyond battlefield spat out a layer of skin, revealing an inner shell that was sparkling and translucent. It was as bright as pearls and jade, and its entire body was glowing with 19 colors. "What's going on?" Ian asked in surprise. Zhongshan stepped forward and entered the heavens beyond heaven. Rumble, the rolling dead skin fell off, and the outline of the heavens beyond heaven became more and more obvious. "Is it really a giant?" Zhongshan asked solemnly. Jianeo also came to the side. "No, why did the heavens beyond heaven become a giant? Is this a corpse? 19 colors, a body of the 19th heaven?" Jianeo exclaimed. "No, it's not a body, it has a soul." Zhongshan widened his eyes. "Ah." Jianeo was also surprised. However, this soul does not have spirituality, but it is extremely outstanding. However, it seems to be pieced together, there are countless. Zhongshan suddenly widened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Jianeo asked curiously. Zhongshan's face darkened. I understand now. Someone purposely created the heavens beyond heaven to create this monster of the 19th heaven." Purposely? Jianeo's eyelids twitched. "You're saying that the heavens beyond heaven in the past was a conspiracy? Someone purposely started the war, and then used the blood, flesh, and souls of the heroes of the four worlds to nourish this monster?" Jianeo's face darkened. "That's right. When the four worlds were separated, there were rumors that each world wanted to annex each other and use each other's worlds to nourish their own. For the sake of the people in their respective worlds, the four worlds selected countless peerless experts to fight in the heavens beyond heaven. It was like a war between the four nations. This is a battlefield. Bones are everywhere, flesh and blood are everywhere, and souls have nowhere to go. This is all a conspiracy." Zhongshan's face darkened. "Who?" Jianeo's eyes flashed with anger. "This conspiracy caused the deaths of countless peerless experts." Wang. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared. It was Fushi's spiritual deity. The spiritual deity wrapped in the life providence of a great Tao paragon, and suddenly appeared on the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Below, the heavens beyond heaven battlefield had already turned into a level 19 monster without spirituality, and it emitted a strong aura. "Fushi." Zhongshan's face darkened. In midair, Fushi looked down at the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. The blood, flesh, and souls of the elites have finally been nourished. Heroes of all worlds, your sacrifice will be worth it. Fushi shouted loudly. As he shouted, Fushi's spiritual deity slowly descended on the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Zhongshan and Jianeo quickly retreated. As they retreated, Fushi's spiritual deity instantly entered the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Wang. The human-shaped heavens beyond heaven battlefield suddenly emitted a dazzling 19-colored light, and a strong aura surged in all directions. This aura. Jianeo was shocked. Level 19? Zhongshan's face darkened. Rumble. The heavens beyond heaven battlefield shook, and as it trembled, it gradually shrank. Although it shrank, its aura became stronger and stronger. The eyes of the jade-like body slowly opened. Wang. Two 19-colored lights were emitted from its eyes. After twisting its body, the human-shaped monster slowly straightened its body and turned to look at Zhongshan and Jian'eo, who were not far away. Fuxi. Congratulations, Fuxi. What a great idea. Although you relied on external forces, you managed to reach the level 19? Zhongshan congratulated. Fuxi nodded from afar. I've thought of everything. Body, soul, spirit, cultivation level. I've reached the 19 heavens, the most perfect 19 heavens. In the past, Nether River created a new world. Unfortunately, even though he mobilized the power of an entire world, he still wasn't a match for fate, because Nether River Patriarch's 19 heavens were still lacking. Today, I have achieved enough. Fuxi nodded. Zhongshan nodded. Although countless heroes in the past had been implicated by Fuxi's scheme, if Fuxi really succeeded, everyone would be willing to die. Level 19. I, Zhongshan, wish Fuxi victory, Zhongshan said solemnly. Fuxi nodded. As he spoke, he ignored Zhongshan. This was because Fuxi felt a strong aura coming from afar. Boom! Another figure that was shining with 19-colored light suddenly appeared. It was Zombie Yinchuan. However, Zombie Yinchuan had two heads. One was Yinchuan's consciousness, which had been sealed. The other was naturally Fate. Fate stopped not far away from Fuxi. 19 heavens? Fate revealed a surprised expression. Fate is surprised? Jian'eo's expression changed. Zhongshan's expression also sank. In the past, when Fate recovered, it was only a part of his consciousness. His expression was dull, and his thoughts were monotonous. But now he was surprised. The recovery of Fate's consciousness is much stronger than before, Zhongshan said solemnly. Fuxi set up the heavens beyond battlefield to fight against Fate? Jian'eo said solemnly. Mingi old ancestor wanted to create a new world, a place for the common people to live in. It was a place where they could hide from Fate. However, he failed in the end. Fuxi is obviously not that simple. Fuxi's idea is to defeat Fate and kill it? Zhongshan's eyes narrowed. By killing Fate, the common people will naturally be safe. But to kill? This? Jian'eo was shocked by Fuxi's plan. On the other hand, he was worried. Defense is bound to fail. Fuxi is turning from defense to offense. He wants to kill Fate, Zhongshan said. At this moment, not only Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus God, Sha Di, Tomb Immortal King, and other peerless experts all appeared. They were watching the upcoming battle in Wuxia. Fuxi's 19-colored divine flame burst out. Fate's 19-colored divine flame was still there. The two peerless experts looked at each other. Most importantly, Fate's expression was no longer dull. Level 19? You dare to hide this from me? You've got guts, you meat worm. Fate said coldly. The obvious logic in his words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Fate without spirituality in the past had swept everything. Now that he was full of spirituality, it was even more terrifying. Chapter 1585. Yinchuan was trapped. His consciousness sank into the chaos sea, and saw the vast net of Fate. Apart from that, he could feel the threads that connected him to his life charts. Although the trillions of life charts were controlled by Fate, the number was simply too large. Even with Yinchuan's current strength, he could not help but feel dizzy. It was impossible for Fate to pay attention to everyone at all times. It would only focus on knowing who it was when it needed to target. In the vast net of Fate, it was extremely difficult for Yinchuan to find the thread that connected him to his life charts. After searching for a while, he still could not find it. Yinchuan's consciousness gradually closed his eyes and focused on comprehending his life charts. He used his life charts to find the thread that connected him to his life charts. In the Chaos Sea, Yinchuan roamed around for a while. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps just an instant, Yinchuan's consciousness suddenly opened his eyes. Through his senses, Yinchuan found his line, which was connected to a light spot. However, the dot of light was inconspicuous. It was surrounded by a layer of gray fog. Compared to the trillions of life charts, it was even more insignificant. Is this antimatter that has concealed the brilliance of my life providence? Yinchuan's consciousness flashed with satisfaction. Then he turned around and studied the life charts that connected him to his life charts. Those that were close to his life charts should be people close to him, right? After searching for a life chart that was not far away, Yin Chuan did not know who it was. Instead, he sent a message with his consciousness. I'm Yin Chuan. Who are you? A brief message was sent. Xianying City. Some of the important officials returned to Xianying from the Bai clan's old site to appease the people. Bai Qi was giving instructions to a few of his personal guards when his expression suddenly changed. My lord, what's wrong? One of the personal guards asked in surprise. Protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Understood. Everyone replied. Bai Qi quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Just a moment ago, he heard someone calling out to him. I'm Yin Chuan. Who are you? The Great Emperor? Official Bai Qi greets the Great Emperor. Bai Qi said respectfully in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could still recognize Yin Chuan's voice. Bai Qi. Within the sea of consciousness, Yin Chuan was overjoyed. Yes, Your Majesty. We have just returned to Xianying and heard that the tomb Immortal King has caused a ruckus in the Great Qin City. Right now, we are commanding the alchemists to help the injured citizens and to gather the souls of those whose souls have been scattered. Bai Qi said solemnly. Very good. Now we need someone to cooperate with us to experiment on some things. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This subject will cooperate fully. Very good. I need to borrow the power of your birth chart. Bai Qi, think of my name and borrow the power of my birth chart. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Bai Qi quickly thought of Yin Chuan's name in his heart. Following that, a wave of energy seemed to disappear into thin air and surged toward Yin Chuan through the connection. At this moment, the energy of the birth chart was depleted. Bai Qi's body was instantly drained of energy. His originally burly figure quickly lost weight, and his face looked haggard. My lord? What's wrong with my lord? Oh no, my lord's cultivation has gone berserk. Quickly, wake my lord up. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw Bai Qi's change. Fortunately, Bai Qi's personal guards had followed him for many years. They carried out Bai Qi's orders 100%. Stop. My lord hasn't given any orders. No one is allowed to disturb him. One of the guards stepped forward. Boss, look. My lord's blood essence is being depleted. It'll be bad if we don't wake him up. The guard's expression stiffened. I understand, but my lord's orders are above everything. Everyone felt helpless. The leader who stopped them had an anxious expression on his face. Bai Qi, who was originally strong, had lost a lot of weight at this moment. Bai Qi also noticed that his blood essence was being depleted. However, due to his loyalty to Yin Chuan, he did not stop him. All right. Yin Chuan's voice rang in the air. Bai Qi's birth chart power was cut off. Great Emperor, is this enough? Bai Qi asked inwardly. Very good, very good. Bai Qi, you've done me a great favor. You've allowed me to control a great power. Good. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan's voice slowly faded away. Bai Qi sensed his surroundings for a moment. When he could no longer sense Yin Chuan, he slowly opened his eyes. My lord, you're awake? My lord, are you all right? Everyone was anxious. Ha 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 ha. Although Bai Qi had lost a lot of blood essence, he still laughed loudly. Bai Qi's laughter was filled with joy. Although he did not know how he had helped Yin Chuan, based on Yin Chuan's attitude, he understood how important it was. Bai Qi was happy to be able to help the great emperor. My lord, how are you? A general stepped forward to check on Bai Qi. Bai Qi had lost a lot of blood essence, and his vitality was greatly damaged. How could Bai Qi still laugh? Scram, you little rascals. Let's go. I'm in a good mood. Let's go have a drink. Bai Qi smiled and pushed the general away. In the Chaos Sea, Yin Chuan, who had just obtained Bai Qi's birth chart power, was overjoyed. Yin Chuan's consciousness returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. The net of fate connects all living beings? Earlier, I only used Bai Qi's birth chart power. The situation was very small, so I didn't disturb fate. What if I can use the birth chart power of all living beings? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. That won't do. First of all, not all living beings will lend their birth chart power to me. Secondly, if I cause too much of a commotion, fate will definitely retaliate. It won't be that easy. Yin Chuan frowned. Fortunately, I have the great emperor's altar. I can borrow the east wind. Now that the east wind is ready, I just need to do everything. Yin Chuan took a deep breath as excitement flashed in his eyes. Now that he had grasped the most crucial part, the future would not be so difficult. Now, I'll try to find someone else to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yin Chuan's consciousness returned to the Chaos Sea. In another battlefield in the Wuji realm, Fushi's monstrous avatar was already at the 19th heavenly layer. Its ferocious might was not inferior to his opponent's birth chart. Birth chart already had spirituality, and was getting more and more terrifying. Fushi smiled slightly. Birth chart is one with the heavens and earth. It should follow the heavenly Tao and coexist with all living beings. If you are benevolent, all living beings will respect you and obey your orders. However, you are too cold. You are like a worm to them. After using you, they want to destroy you. That's why there is today's calamity. I already hate you bunch of worms. Now I hate you even more. How dare you hide from me and ambush me several times? All of you deserve to die. Birth chart said coldly. As he spoke, Birth chart took the lead and punched at Fushi. The invincible heavy punch had the power of the 19th heavenly layer. It was the same power that killed the Nether River Patriarch in the past. Boom! Wherever the giant punch went, a sea of energy surged. Fushi's eyes focused. He stretched out his right palm, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared in his palm. Boom! The palm and fist collided. Fushi did not move from his spot and blocked the punch. The sea of energy around him exploded. Huge waves surged into the sky. However, Fushi easily blocked Birth Chart's attack. Easily. In the distance, a group of peerless experts widened their eyes. Fushi was too strong, wasn't he? Chapter 1586. The surging sea of energy swept up huge waves. At the center, Fushi and Ming Shu's fist and palm collided. Fushi easily blocked Ming Shu's punch. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Zombie Yin Chuan, whose fate was intertwined with his body, revealed a look of joy at this moment. Fushi's lips curled into a faint smile, but fate remained unmoved. Fushi punched out with his other hand, fiercely hitting Ming Shu. Smack! Ming Shu's other hand instantly formed a palm and struck out. The two of them clashed with each other. The ferocious force formed a wave of energy that was several times stronger than before. Rumble! The rumbling sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. What a powerful Fushi! Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Grave Immortal King had a blank look on his face. If I reach the 19th heaven, will I be as strong as Fushi? Grave Immortal King said in confusion. Open! Fushi yelled. Boom! The huge force instantly sent Ming Shu flying. Yes, Ming Shu was sent flying. What a shocking thing this was. Was Ming Shu's first defeat? Lotus Goddess, the Great Kindness World's experts and Jianao all applauded Fushi. Fushi actually had the upper hand in the battle against Ming Shu? What an inconceivable scene. Rumble! The surging energy was quickly dissipated by Wuji. Ming Shu stood in the void and stared at Fushi. Again! Fushi smiled. As he spoke, Fushi's figure flashed and charged at Ming Shu. Ming Shu's face darkened. He quickly waved his hand, and a golden light shot out. It was like the golden light that trapped Yin Chuan not long ago. It seemed to want to trap Fushi too. Fate cage? Humph. Fushi snorted coldly and crashed into it. Boom! The cage of fate instantly shattered, and Fushi slammed into fate. Boom! Ming Shu was sent flying again. Rumbling anger erupted. Fushi's current strength was unparalleled. Whoosh! Ming Shu stabilized his body and looked at Fushi in surprise. The crowd in the distance had long held their breaths. Fate, the unsurpassable peak, was actually being beaten back repeatedly in front of Fushi. Fushi! Destiny's eyes darkened. Buzz! Countless silhouettes of Fushi appeared beside Ming Shu all of a sudden. Master, what are you doing? Lotus God asked in surprise. Fate is looking into Fushi's growth. Dongfang Bubi explained. Ah! Fate governs the fate of the common people. Everything that happens in the common people is recorded. Fushi is being targeted. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. But Fushi has the advantage now. Lotus God frowned. You forgot that this is only half of the consciousness of fate. Invincible East said in a low voice. The lotus goddess was slightly taken aback. Not far away, Fushi's silhouette appeared for a moment. Boom! All the lights and shadows suddenly disappeared. You actually erased all information about yourself after the first epoch? Fate said solemnly. Fushi stared at his fate. Let's continue. Fushi's figure flickered as he charged forward once more. Knowing how powerful Fushi was, Destiny's expression turned serious. He punched out and clashed with Fushi's palm once more. Boom! Destiny's other hand also clashed with Fushi's other fist. Boom! A monstrous wave of energy surged around the two of them. Rumble! The two of them continued to be in a stalemate. Fate's power grew stronger and stronger. After knowing how powerful Fushi was, more and more consciousnesses awakened. The most direct understanding was in the Chaos Sea. Yin Chuan's consciousness felt even more ferocious waves. Boom! Yin Chuan's consciousness quickly retreated from the Chaos Sea. Fate was growing stronger. Fate and Fushi were in a stalemate. Waves of divine flames spread out from their bodies. Fushi's expression gradually turned serious. Fate's gaze also turned colder. His gaze, which originally had some spirituality, became even more sinister. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Not good. Fate's consciousness is awakening. Zombie Yin Chuan said worriedly. Fushi and Fate were in a stalemate. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, none of the experts left. Their power grew stronger. The impact grew stronger. However, there was still no clear victor. Master, Lotus God said, feeling a little depressed. Dongfang Booby's eyes flashed. It seems like I was right. What's wrong? Fate has awakened another quarter. That means that 3/4 of it has awakened. However, Fate has stopped awakening. Dongfang Booby said. What do you mean? That means that Fate has confirmed that he can defeat Fushi now. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Is there something wrong with Fushi's 19 heavens? Lotus God said in shock. No. Fushi's 19 heavens might have been pieced together, but it is perfect. There are no flaws. The only flaw is that he still underestimated Fate. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Can't you see? Fate is only fighting with a part of his consciousness. Just a part of his consciousness is already so strong. What do you think will happen if Fate goes all out? Fate has been in the 19 heavens for countless years. Can it not be stronger than Fushi, who just reached the 19 heavens? Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Boom. Indeed, Fate's power surged again. As his power surged, the 19-colored light around him became even more dazzling. The dazzling light instantly lit up the surroundings. The light even drowned Fushi, who was in a stalemate. Roar. Fushi used his full strength. The fighting spirit in his eyes was still strong. Although Fate was getting stronger, Fushi refused to admit defeat. Fate, I won't let you destroy the world. Fushi said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Fushi stared fixedly at Fate's eyes. As he stared, Fushi's pupils suddenly constricted. Fate's eyes shone with 19-colored light. However, Fushi seemed to see another color in the 19-colored light. That other color flashed and disappeared as if it had not been born yet. However, that flash of light made Fushi's scalp tingle, and his heart turn cold. The 20th color? Flashed and disappeared? You are trying to reach the 20th heaven? Fushi's voice was trembling. No, that cannot exist in reality. How can you reach the 20th heaven? That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, Fushi exclaimed. The loud explosion covered Fushi's voice. However, Fushi's terrified expression was seen by everyone in the distance. What's wrong with Fushi? Did Fushi see something terrifying? I think Nether River Old Ancestor had the same expression when he fought Fate. What did they see? Chapter 1587. The 20th color flashed in a flash. Even though Fushi was not defeated yet, he still showed a look of despair. Every heaven after reaching the ancestral immortal realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. 19 heavens was the nightmare of all 18 heavens. In the past, the Nether River Patriarch's 10,018 heavens clones were no match for 119 heavens. And now, he had barely reached 19 heavens, only to realize that Fate might be ascending to 20 heavens. 20 heavens. Who could be his match? All his hard work had been exchanged for such a truth. What a cruel truth. Could everyone have been wrong? Or was the extinction of all life irreversible? No. Fushi roared in despair. He channeled his power ferociously. However, Fate's power was getting stronger. On Fate's neck, Zombie Yinchuan's head was also struggling to break free from Fate's seal. Crack! The seal was broken. Fushi was slightly taken aback as he looked at Zombie Yinchuan. Fushi's eyes were filled with the image of the 8 trigrams. Suddenly, he saw a drop of liquid flickering between Zombie Yinchuan's brows. Nether River Patriarch's new world? Fushi exclaimed. Roar! Zombie Yinchuan wanted to help Fushi, so he opened his mouth and spat out the Nether River. Boom! The stick slammed into Fate's head, instantly wiping out Fate's advantage. Furthermore, Fate trembled violently and was sent flying by Fushi. Quick! Zombie Yinchuan shouted at Fushi. Fate turned his head and looked at Zombie Yinchuan's head. You're courting death. When I destroy Fushi, it'll be your time to die. Fate's consciousness had already awakened 3/4, so he naturally understood the severity of Yinchuan. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fushi did not dare to hesitate as he punched Fate again. Boom! Fate and Fushi were in a stalemate. Fushi, you're already at 19 heavens, and #1 in the world. If you lose again, all life will die. I'll help you destroy Fate. Zombie Yinchuan shouted. Zombie Yinchuan shouted as he controlled his left hand with all his might. Buzz! With a slight movement, it caused the power of Fate to deviate. Fushi's heavy blow landed on Fate's head. Boom! Fate's head exploded with a loud bang. Buzz! The great monarch's sacrificial altar beneath Yinchuan's feet shone brightly, and the Fate god head that had exploded earlier grew out once again. Bastard! How dare you interrupt me from killing the Fushi celestial race? You're courting death. Fate glared at Zhongyu and shouted. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to destroy Yinchuan's head. When Fushi saw that he was rushing over, he could only give up. However, he turned his head and spat out another beam of golden light. Boom! Yinchuan's head was sealed again. Boom! His fists and Fushi were once again in a deadlock. Fushi stared at Yinchuan. He was also very surprised. Yinchuan actually broke free from the suppression of Fate. Furthermore, the Nether River Patriarch had passed on all his inheritances to Yinchuan. The Nether River Patriarch had given up on repairing his own fate to help Yinchuan. He even gave the heart of the new world to Yinchuan and placed all his hopes on Yinchuan. Why? Fushi's eyes flashed with confusion as he faced Fate. There were only a few heroes in the world that Fushi admired, and the Nether River Patriarch was one of them. In the past, they often communicated and naturally understood how ambitious the Nether River Patriarch was. He refused to submit to heaven and earth, and wanted to create a new great world. How could such an ambitious person place all his hopes on Yinchuan? Buzz! 2 trigrams spun quickly in Fushi's eyes as he stared at Yinchuan's forehead. Fushi's gaze seemed to be looking into the past. Even the great Tao Venerate that was swallowed was shocked by the powerful deduction technique. As he deduced and deduced, Fushi saw what he wanted. In Fushi's eyes, he gradually saw the Nether River Patriarch that day. I understand now. Yinchuan, I underestimated you. It's not that you don't have a foundation, but that your foundation is stronger than anyone else's. Hope. Ha ha ha, hope for the common people? When heroes like us face fate, almost all of us have the determination to die. We will die without hesitation. We cut off all means of retreat and force ourselves to move forward. But you are different. You have hope in your heart. You have hope for the great harmony of the world. You firmly believe that the common people will be saved. You persist in this hope. You are led by hope. We are forced by ourselves. This is your foundation. This is the foundation that allowed you to reach where you are today. Our various divine abilities are just tools on your journey. You have the greatest foundation. Yinchuan, today let me fulfill your wish. I let you use my strength, not for you, but for the common people. We've all underestimated fate. I've underestimated him. Ha ha ha, he's not what you think he is. The 4 realms are about to merge. Even if I'm fully recovered, I'm still no match for fate. You're different, Yinchuan. You have something that we don't have. Hence, I'll grant you your wish. You're able to contend against fate. And you've succeeded in your first attempt. Yin Chuan, you bear my hope. You must succeed. You must. A new world was born and destroyed. However, I have perfected the world core. Now, I seal it between your eyebrows. I hope that I can awaken again. I hope that when I awaken again, fate is gone. Everyone can live a life of desperation. Everyone can be a dragon. Fuxi continued to deduce Nether River Patriarch's words. When he reached this point, Fuxi showed a hint of bitterness. So Nether River Patriarch also saw the 20th color. He also saw it. Fuxi smiled bitterly. No wonder he chose to sacrifice himself, even after perfecting the world core. I originally thought that his world core wasn't perfected, but it turns out that his idea of creation was realized. It's just that he encountered something even more terrifying, something like fate. Fuxi thought seriously. In a deadlock with fate, Fuxi was being suppressed more and more thoroughly. His expression was bitter. My thinking is also correct. Defeat fate, and the common people will be saved. However, I still underestimated fate. Establishing the heavens beyond, and reaching the 19 heavens was still not enough. I was still too short-sighted. Fuxi showed a bitter expression. He looked at the sealed Yin Chuan, and then at the ferocious fate. Fuxi's expression gradually became serious. Defeat fate. This time, I have also failed. If I fail, Yin Chuan will also die. After all, fate is not like last time. He has recovered 3/4 of his consciousness. He will not mistake Yin Chuan again. Fuxi stared at Yin Chuan. Fuxi's eyes flashed with determination. Head Dao warrior, I have offended you this time. However, I still failed at the last step. I am very sorry. Fuxi said loudly. In Fuxi's body, a golden fate shone with golden light. A gentle voice lamented. There is no need to be sorry. The common people's calamity has its own way. You also did it for the common people. However, fate's foundation is the strongest. I do not blame you. I only feel sorry for the common people. As long as the common people do not die, the great Tao will not end. Although we have lost, there is still hope for the common people. Head Tao warrior, I need you to help me leave a spark for the common people. Fuxi said solemnly. Spark. Head Tao warrior was slightly confused. Fuxi immediately transmitted what he had deduced to Head Tao warrior. Hope. The hope of the common people. I understand. Fuxi, I will help you. Head Tao warrior said solemnly. Facing his fate, he revealed a puzzled expression. Flame seed? What hope are you talking about? Fate stared coldly at Fuxi. Head Tao warrior, your realm is close to fate. At this moment, fate has partially awakened, and has not reached its peak. Do your best and burn our fate charts to use the art of stealing fate. Fuxi said solemnly. Alright. Head Tao warrior said. Fate, in the past, you were the one who erased the common people's memories. Today, I will erase your memories and clear fate. Fuxi said. Yin Chuan, who was standing at the side, opened his eyes wide. Erase the common people's memories? How could Fuxi and Head Tao warrior erase the common people's memories? Buzz! Fuxi's body suddenly emitted a dazzling 19-colored light. In an instant the light enveloped fate. However, Fuxi's body seemed to be burning rapidly. The burning light rushed towards fate. What? Fate suddenly exclaimed. Burn my fate charts and burn your memories. Head Tao warrior said. Fuxi's art of stealing fate rushed towards fate with Head Tao warrior's full support. Rumble. The rolling power drowned the four of them. Zombie Yin Chuan saw and knew Fuxi's plan. Sadness flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan's body showed a trace of bitterness. He gradually withdrew his consciousness and sank into the chaos sea, pretending to be unconscious. Rumble. Fate's memories flowed in reverse. Gradually, the memory of the previous battle disappeared. Slowly, it returned to how it was at the beginning. Around them, the peerless experts widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Rumble. Fuxi's physical body was gradually burning. Fuxi and Fate's bodies also gradually retreated to Yin Chuan's body. Fate's expression was slightly empty. Many of his memories were erased. Suddenly Fate's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Fate's consciousness returned and broke through all the art of stealing fate. At this moment, Fuxi and Head Tao warrior were all destroyed. I hope that everyone in the world can live a miserable life. Fuxi sighed slightly. The light gradually dissipated. Fate woke up but lost some of his previous memories. At this moment, he suddenly saw that not far away, Head Dao Warrior's fate chart had countless cracks. Ka. Head Dao Warrior's fate chart gradually shattered, then turned into rolling luck, and surged into heaven and earth again. Fate frowned and looked in front of him with a strange expression. I haven't looked for you yet, and you've already immortalized? Head Dao Warrior? Where's your courage? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Fate looked at the collapsing Head Dao Warrior's fate chart and sneered. In his memory, Fate only woke up when he sensed Head Dao Warrior waking up. However, as soon as he woke up, he saw Head Dao Warrior scared to the point of collapse. Fate revealed a strange expression. Although he felt that something was wrong, it didn't seem to be a problem at all. Looking around, Fate slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! Fate slowly retreated. The head of Fate on zombie Yen Chuan's shoulder also slowly dissipated. The cage of fate that trapped Yen Chuan's body also dissipated. The two Yen Chuans woke up at the right time. Chapter 1588. The two Yen Chuan awakened at the right time. Standing in the middle of Wuxia, the two were silent. His fate was much stronger than he had imagined. He was close to the 20th heavenly layer, or perhaps he had already reached it. All of Fuxi's creations had failed. Determination flashed in the eyes of the two Yen Chuan. Suddenly, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Goddess, and the others were rushing over. Yen Chuan froze. All of the peerless powerful beings were extremely shocked as well. They did not know what was going on for Fuxi to not continue fighting. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. They all surrounded Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan, what happened to Fuxi just now? Although he was suppressed just now, he wasn't defeated yet. Why did he give up? Zhongshan was puzzled. The two Immortal King, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Deity, and the peerless experts of the great benevolence world were all staring at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan didn't try to hide the truth. Fuxi saw the 20th color in the fist of fate. 20 colors? Everyone's expression changed. The 19 heavenly layers were already unimaginable to the crowd. Now there was still the 20th heavenly layer? Graveyard Immortal King clenched his fists. Everyone fell silent. Turning his head, Dongfang Bubi suddenly looked at the heavenly devil world. Fuxi, still there? Invincible East's expression froze. Boom! Invincible East shot straight towards the heavenly devil world. Yen Chuan's expression changed, and he flew over as well. A group of people rushed towards the Snake Clan. The Nagas controlled countless heavenly demons to enter Fuxi's body. But Fuxi's body was still in a state of decay. How could this be? Snake Spirit exclaimed. Quick! Master said that as long as the physical body is not destroyed, Master will not die. Quickly! Meng Rongrong shouted. Hurry up! The group of Snake Clan members frantically activated countless heavenly demons. Heavenly demons surged into Fuxi's body. Buzz! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the head of the Fuxi's body, and a third eye appeared. Master! My king! Everyone cheered. Fuxi had awoken. He looked around. Sigh! Fuxi sighed. Swish! Suddenly, a large number of peerless experts also landed beside Fuxi. Heavenly demon? Everyone's expression changed. No one stopped the Nagas from manipulating the heavenly demons. They all looked at Fuxi. Fuxi, you're not dead? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. As long as my physical body is intact, I won't die. What a pity. Fuxi sighed. Pity what? Even if I survive, there's nothing I can do about fate. It's up to you now. Fuxi said solemnly. We will do our best. Yen Chuan nodded. Dongfang Bubi looked at Fuxi with a complicated look in his eyes. Yen Chuan, the head Dao warrior, and I did everything we could to prevent fate from remembering you. I hope you can take care of yourself. That was the last time. If fate wakes up again, no one can help you. Fuxi said solemnly. Thank you. Next time? I already have a plan. Yen Chuan nodded solemnly. That's the best. Fuxi smiled. The head Dao warrior has immortalized. I'm going to immortalize too. Fuxi said again. Master, aren't you immortal? Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted. Previously, I erased a part of fate's memory. It's more serious than being killed by fate. If I survive, I will trigger fate like the head Dao warrior. Therefore, I must immortalize. Only in this way can I hide from fate, Fuxi said solemnly. The surrounding people were slightly solemn. Nagas, listen to me. When I immortalize, Meng Rongrong will be the new king. Fuxi said. My king, don't immortalize. All the Nagas knelt down in grief. Ha 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 ha, what's there to grieve about? What's there to grieve about death? I can just resurrect in the future after immortalizing. I can use my strength to reverse the primordial spirits of the two of you and restore your physical bodies. Fuxi said with a smile. Buzz! His eyes flashed slightly. The primordial spirits of Meng Rongrong and Naga Jingjing flew out and surged into their bodies. Rumble! The primordial spirits were reversed and restored to their original state. Master! My king! The two girls knelt down. Yen Chuan, since I've placed all my hopes on you, this bead is for you. You have a fateless soul. This bead is the result of my cultivation. It contains my 64 hexagrams and can help your fateless soul to make the final breakthrough. Fuxi spat out a golden bead. On the bead, there were 64 hexagrams floating. Thank you. Yen Chuan took it and bowed solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Fuxi laughed loudly. Gradually, his physical body turned into countless small light spots, and then slowly dissipated. He immortalized and left. My king. Woo 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 woo. My king. Don't go. My king. The Nagas were indescribably sad. Yen Chuan was also silent. The heroes of the great kindness world looked at each other, and then left under the lead of the grave deity king. Zhongshan and Jianao looked at each other and also left. Only Yen Chuan, Dongfang Bubi, Sha Di, and Lotus deity remained. Meng Rongrong knelt on the ground where Fuxi had immortalized and wept softly. After crying for a while, Naga Jingjing looked at Meng Rongrong with a complicated look in her eyes. Then, Naga Jingjing looked at Yen Chuan and understood Fuxi's intention. Fuxi knew about the relationship between Meng Rongrong and Yen Chuan. Therefore, he entrusted the Nagas to Meng Rongrong. In return, he entrusted the Nagas to Yen Chuan. The Nagas and Meng Rongrong lived together day and night. Naturally, they were like family. Although Fuxi did not say it explicitly, he had arranged the future of the Nagas. Naga Jingjing greets my king. The rest of the Nagas were slightly stunned and unwilling. However, when they saw that Naga Jingjing had knelt down, they could only feel helpless. Greetings, my king. Greetings, my king. A series of greetings left Meng Rongrong at a loss. It took her a while to react. Rest assured, everyone. Master has entrusted you to me. I will do my best to share weal and woe with you. Meng Rongrong said solemnly. Thank you, my king. The Nagas said respectfully. Yen Chuan naturally waited for Meng Rongrong, while Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath. Meng Rongrong! Dongfang Bubi shouted. Meng Rongrong wiped her tears and turned to look at him. Do you still remember what you promised me? Dongfang Bubi said. Meng Rongrong was also a member of Dongfang Bubi's sect in the past. However, she was a non-staff member. It was Dongfang Bubi who sent Meng Rongrong to the heavenly demon world. Yen Chuan was also present at that time. He only had one request, which was to help Dongfang Bubi find the Naga's supreme treasure. Pushing Skynet. Sect Master, Meng Rongrong said with a complicated expression. Yen Chuan naturally walked to Meng Rongrong's side. He gave her support. Yen Di was also present at that time. It's time to fulfill the promise. You are now the king of the Nagas. Presumably, the pushing Skynet is also under your command. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Meng Rongrong's expression was slightly complicated as she looked at Dongfang Bubi. Yen Chuan also looked at Meng Rongrong. This was what Meng Rongrong had promised. It should be decided by Meng Rongrong. No matter what the decision was, Yen Chuan would stand on Meng Rongrong's side. Pushing Skynet is an imitation of the original form of the Great Net of Fate by Fuxi in the past. It is used to predict the future of the world. It is useless to you but useful to me. Give it to me and consider it fulfilling the promise of the past. Of course, I can also help you revive Xuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Revive. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 1589. Revive? Meow and the Butterfly Queen? Meng Rongrong said in shock as she looked at Yin Chuan. Invincible East nodded. When Head Dao venerates consciousness awakened, his current life's memories and temperament will be destroyed by the first life. Even if he revives, the Butterfly Queen and Meow will not be able to come back. However, I have the mind-controlling divine power, Invincible East said solemnly. Mind-controlling divine power? The one from the Lotus Goddess Association? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Back then, the Lotus Goddess used mind-controlling divine power to control Yin Dongan, but Yin Dongan managed to dodge it. Master's mind-controlling divine power is naturally not something I can compare to. Master's is the true third divine power in the world, the Lotus Goddess said. Invincible East nodded. Mind-controlling divine power is not just about controlling consciousness. The Butterfly Queen and mystical divine power's consciousness are currently scattered in the world's luck. I can extract their consciousness from the endless luck. This is mind-controlling divine power. Mind-controlling divine power? The third divine power in the world? Yin Chuan frowned slightly and turned to Meng Rongrong. Sure, I can give you the push heavenly net. I hope Sect Master Dongfang can fulfill his promise. Meng Rongrong said solemnly. Invincible East smiled. The Snake Clan members at the side were unwilling, but with the snake spirit pressuring them, they could not say anything. As he spoke, Invincible East reached out and grabbed at the sky. Boom! 3,000 stars suddenly lit up in the sky. As they lit up, an invisible force seemed to rush into the world's luck. Rumble! Golden light flashed as two torrents gathered at the heavenly demon world. Buzz! The two torrents gradually formed two egg-shaped spheres. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on each of the egg-shaped spheres. Meow! A cat's cry came from one of the egg-shaped spheres. Boom! The two egg-shaped spheres cracked open. Meow Yin Chuan! A small cat slowly opened its eyes in one of the egg-shaped spheres. It was extremely weak. It had lost all its cultivation. A colorful butterfly flew out of the other egg-shaped sphere. Pooh! The butterfly flapped its wings and landed on the kitten's back. Meow! Yin Chuan's face lit up, and he immediately hugged Meow. Meow Yin Chuan, I have no strength, Meow. Meow cried. Yin Chuan grabbed Meow and examined her carefully. Indeed, she was still Meow. The Butterfly Queen was still the Butterfly Queen. This soul fluctuation couldn't be wrong. Their consciousnesses are newly born consciousnesses of the Tao of Luck. I have separated them from the Tao of Luck. From now on, they are no longer related to the Tao of Luck. Invincible East said. Many thanks, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Emperor, you don't have to be like this. We are all just common people. Invincible East shook his head. He turned to look at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong also walked towards Fushi's throne. Meng Rongrong quickly cast a spell. Gradually, the shape of Fushi's throne changed slowly. It softened and emitted waves of black energy. Here! Invincible East's eyes flashed with joy. The throne gradually formed a black liquid. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't black liquid, but an extremely dense net. Sect Master Dongfang. Meng Rongrong signaled Invincible East. Invincible East waved his sleeve. Boom! He pushed the net into his sleeve. Alright, then I will take my leave. Invincible East smiled. Wait! Yin Chuan called out. Oh! Invincible East was confused. Sect Master Dongfang, you control the Eastern Territory. There are some other territories around the Northeast continent. When will you take them? Yin Chuan asked. Yin Emperor, what do you mean? You want to get your hands on the Eastern sect? Lotus Goddess immediately interrupted. Invincible East also looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. I need the power of the common people to help me complete a major task. Sect Master Dongfang, I have observed the Northeast continent. Your Eastern sect doesn't have the intention to control everything, so. Yin Chuan frowned. Invincible East smiled and said, that's fine. Other than my Eastern territory, you can take everything else. Master, Lotus Goddess said unwillingly. For the common people, I can indulge you. Invincible East shook his head. Thank you. Yen Chuan bowed slightly. Invincible East smiled, turned around, and stepped into heaven and earth with Lotus Goddess. Yen Chuan also turned to Meng Rongrong. Rongrong, the common people's calamity is imminent. Follow me back to Dezhun, so that we can settle down the snake people. Meow yes. Sister Rongrong, come back with us. Meow called out. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded with a hint of joy in her eyes. After settling down the snake people, they entered heaven and earth, and returned to the heaven realm of Dezhun. Xianyanku. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan took the bead from Yen Chuan's hands. Is this Fushi's gift? The deduction realm of 64 hexagrams? Silver-eyed Yen Chuan said solemnly. In terms of deduction, no one in Dezhun is better than you. What do you think? Yen Chuan asked. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Fushi is the best in the world in the art of deduction. His peak realm is naturally very useful to me. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Perhaps I can catch up with you because of it. That would be best. Yen Chuan nodded. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan went to cultivate in seclusion in Heaven Pavilion. Yifeng also walked over. Great Emperor, I have already sent a message to the people in the great wide world. They are heading to Mount Zhong, saying that you will be here soon. Yifeng said. That's good. I will head to the great wide world immediately. Yifeng, do you remember what I said earlier? Yen Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Great Emperor. Don't worry. I have already made arrangements. Once you return, we will officially attack the Great Kindness World. Yifeng said solemnly. Okay. Yen Chuan nodded. Then, Yen Chuan headed straight to the North Outer Continent. Yen Chuan went to the Immortal Palace alone. It did not take long for him to arrive at the North Outer Continent. Boom! A violent gust of wind swept over. Stop! A large number of guards rushed into the sky. Stand down. In front of a palace, Zhong Shan shouted. Yes. The guards quickly retreated. Whoosh! Yen Chuan landed in front of Zhong Shan. Yen Chuan? What's the matter? Zhong Shan revealed a hint of curiosity. Didn't they just meet not long ago? Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, There's something I want to ask you for help with. Oh, Zhong Shan revealed a hint of curiosity. Please come in, Zhong Shan said. Yen Chuan nodded. The two of them entered the hall at the side. After the hall closed, Yen Chuan did not stand on ceremony and directly said, I want the life force of all your people. Huh. Zhong Shan revealed a hint of confusion. You want the life force of all my people in the great wide world. Not only the great wide world but Great Jin also counts, right? Zhong Shan asked in confusion. Yes. In fact, I will attack the Great Kindness World and take over all its territory and almost all the people in the world. Yen Chuan said solemnly. What do you want to do? I want to use this to break through to the 19th heaven. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 1590. 19 Heavens. Zhong Shan's eyes narrowed. Not long ago, Fushi had reached the 19 heavens. That powerful strength had shocked everyone. Yen Chuan nodded. With my strength alone, it is difficult to reach the 19 heavens. But what if I gather the strength of all living beings? Oh, moreover, I also understand why fate is so sensitive to the revival of Great Force Venerables, Great Qi Venerables, and Great Tao Venerables. Yen Chuan said solemnly. What do you mean? Great Tao Venerables, Great Force Venerables, Great Virtue Venerables. In terms of individual strength, they are all at the 18 heavens. For example, you and I are at the 18 heavens. Why has fate never paid attention to us? Yen Chuan asked. Fate. Zhong Shan's expression froze. That's right. Fate, force, merit, and fate. When the four combine, it will become fate. Monarchs like us pay the most attention to it. Although the four first epic experts only had the 18 heavens, if the four combine, they should be able to reach the 19 heavens. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Oh, Zhong Shan had a trace of doubt. Fate was worried that the combination of the four would form the 19 levels of heaven, which would affect it. That's why it appeared again and again. This is a taboo item of fate, but I can use it. Yen Chuan said. You want to absorb the strength of the four into your body? Zhongshan asked solemnly. I have thought about it. It is almost impossible for my two bodies, human body and zombie body, to combine. I need an enormous strength that even I cannot resist. That can only be fate, or the living beings. Fate cannot help me, but the living beings can. They can help me gather endless strength, and then forcibly absorb the fate, force, merit, and fate. With this strength, I will definitely be able to reach the 19 heavens. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhongshan stared at Yin Chuan. Then what are you going to do? I have the great monarch altar. Not long ago, my body was seized by fate. My consciousness entered the sea of consciousness of fate, and observed the great net of fate. As long as I design it well, I can reach at least the 19 heavenly layers. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, Zhongshan pondered for a moment before saying, if that's the case, then Tao venerate, great virtue venerate, great force venerate, great chi venerate. Won't they all awaken at the end? They've already been defeated in the first era. What's the point of awakening again? I need your support to attack the 19th firmament with all my might. Yin Chuan said solemnly. But Fuxi is already at the 19 heavenly layers, yet he's still lost. Zhongshan said. Fuxi has lost. That's why I can't lose. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhongshan pondered for a moment, and after a while, he finally nodded. All right, I can help you. Yin Chuan smiled. I can help you, but how are you going to absorb the powers of the great Tao venerables, great virtue venerables, great force venerables, and great chi venerables? Zhongshan asked curiously. Have you forgotten the second skill? Yin Chuan smiled. The fusion of fate. Zhongshan's expression changed. Yin Chuan nodded. You know the second skill? It's not me, it's Nest. Nest is the body of an ice toad. It can swallow anything and everything. It has the second skill, but it hasn't used it yet. In the past, it took a part of the great net of fate and passed it down to Miao and Dai Queen. Now that Miao and Dai Queen have revived, I know that they will help me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Nest, if that's the case, then I'll wait and see. Your request, I will do my best to pass it down to the people. Zhongshan nodded. If that's the case, then many thanks. Yin Chuan smiled and said. 3 days later. Netherworld, Great Qin City Central Palace. Zombie Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked at the officials solemnly. For this expedition to the Great Kindness World, I have decided to lead the troops personally. Zombie Yin Chuan said solemnly. Anyone who stands in the way of Great Zhen, kill. Anyone who deceives the people, kill. Zombie Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Li Si, write the declaration and announce it to the world. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Li Si answered. 3 days later, we will attack the West Outer Continent. Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, and Bai Qi will be the vanguard and set off first. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. The 4 generals answered. Boom. Great Zhen's expedition to the Great Kindness World began. The news instantly exploded in the Netherworld. At the same time, it also exploded in the Great Kindness World. If it was in the past, the heroes of the Great Kindness World were not afraid. The strongest person in Great Zhen was Yin Chuan. But so what? The Great Kindness World had the Tomb Immortal King, a peak level 18 expert. Who could compare to him? However, not long ago, the Tomb Immortal King was defeated by Yin Chuan, which swept away the confidence of the heroes of the Great Kindness World. Before the generals arrived, the civil officials arrived first. A group of envoys led by Zhang Yi continuously entered the territories of the various heroes and persuaded them to surrender. Some of the heroes were disdainful, but some were willing to submit. After all, Great Zhen's declaration had spread throughout the world and was unparalleled. Who could defeat them? If they submitted early, they might be able to preserve their current great power. The entire Great Kindness World instantly fell into chaos. Meanwhile, in the Great Kindness World's undying dominion, at this moment, the Tomb Immortal King was listening to the news that had spread throughout the world. Yin Chuan, I didn't go to find him, but he actually came to find me? The Tomb Immortal King said with a gloomy expression. Patriarch, how could this be? Does Yin Chuan really have such a great desire for power? He's already at level 18. Even if he mobilizes the power of the world, it's impossible for him to reach level 19. The Tomb Immortal King said anxiously. Patriarch, could Yin Chuan be here for revenge? Another Tomb Immortal King shouted. The Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened. Revenge? Was it because of Meow and the Butterfly Queen? They had already fought once, and he had lost face. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that those two women had been resurrected by Invincible East? The Tomb Immortal King was irritated. Head Dao Supremacy, Great Force Supremacy, and Great Chi Supremacy have all ascended again. Now it seems that I can only find another Great Virtue Supremacy. The Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. Xianying Pass. Yin Chuan in human form looked at the west of the world of the living, the Great Zhou Celestial World, and frowned slightly. Beside him stood Empress Lu'er. The former palace master of the Absolute Palace shared the same fate as the Emperor. Lu'er, I haven't been able to contact the Emperor, but I need the power of the people in the Netherworld's North Continent, so I need your help. Yin Chuan looked at Lu'er. Husband, please speak. Lu'er's eyes flashed with deep love. I need you to temporarily replace the Emperor and take over the North Continent. Also, bring the North Continent into the Great Zhun Celestial World. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Lu'er was slightly taken aback. Of course, if you're not willing, I'll think of another way. Yin Chuan smiled. No, I can do it, I can do it. Lu'er said immediately. Yin Chuan smiled gently. I have no choice. In the future, when the calamity of the common people is over, I will return the world to the Emperor. I understand. Lu'er's eyes were filled with a strong sense of trust. Chapter 1591. Great Kindness World, Undying Territory. Immortal King Palace. Mu Immortal King sat on his throne and looked at the peerless experts of Great Kindness World in front of him. Mu Family Master, Great Zhun's army has invaded Great Kindness World. Please help us. Mu Family Master, although Great Kindness World is divided, we have an alliance in our hearts. As long as Mu Family Master gives the order, we will obey. Mu Family Master is the leader of Great Kindness World. Mu Family Master, Great Kindness World is in danger. Please help us. The peerless experts of Great Kindness World were pleading respectfully, although the group of peerless experts was powerful, and there was even a peak 16th heavenly layer among them. If Yin Chuan wasn't around, they would still be able to fend off the Great Zhun. But now, Yin Chuan was personally leading the troops. Yin Chuan was 18th heaven, and the rogue cultivator Shadi had also come. Shadi could deal with 16th heaven experts in an instant. How could they resist such a powerful Great Zhun? Great Kindness World was divided, and this caused the people of Great Kindness World to not have a strong sense of unity. From the bottom, they could not unite. How could they resist Great Zhun's army? Great Zhun had almost obtained Great Evil World. There was no threat in the Yang realm. Zhongshan would not declare war on Yin Chuan. Now that Great Zhun's army was attacking, who could resist? Everyone looked at Mu Immortal King with desire. Mu Immortal King looked at everyone with a complicated expression. Mu Immortal King did not expect Yin Chuan to attack Great Kindness World. In the current situation, if he did not interfere, it would not be long before the Great Virtue World was taken over by Great Zhun. If he did not agree this time, the Mu clan's prestige in the Great Kindness World would instantly be lost, and this group of heroes who followed him would immediately turn around and throw themselves into Great Zhun's embrace. Fine, I will go with you, Mu Immortal King said in a deep voice. Thank you, Mu. Everyone said excitedly. Yang Realm, Inner North Continent Undying Hall. The Emperor's 12 disciples had returned. Countless disciples of the Undying sect were standing in the square. They looked at Undying Hall in confusion. Within the Undying Hall, Lu'er was dressed in the Empress robes of the Great Zhun Empress. Behind her were a group of subordinates. She looked at the Emperor's 12 disciples before her. When the 12th disciple saw Lu'er, he had a complicated expression on his face. Do you know who I am? Lu'er asked indifferently. One of the disciples said solemnly, Greetings. After talking for a long time, He still couldn't think of a proper way to address Zhang Xian. Forget it. Luer shook her head. Do you know about my relationship with the emperor? Luer asked again. The disciple from before replied respectfully. Yes, you and master are one. It's good that you know. The empress has now entered the cycle of reincarnation. I've already told her about it and she agreed. Luer said. Agree to what? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Incorporate the inner North Continent into the territory of the Great Celestial Realm. Luer said in a low voice. What? Everyone's expression changed. The empress can't be in two places at once, so I'll give the order on her behalf. You all will carry it out. I've brought along a group of officials from the Great Jin Empire, and there will be more coming one after another. You all just need to cooperate with these officials. Luer said. No, how can this be? This is the undying sex North Continent, something we fought for. That disciple cried out. Huh. Luer's eyes widened. Everyone immediately dared not speak. Don't worry. This time, we're recruiting the people of the inner North Continent because we have something important to do. We have no choice but to do so. In the future, Yan Chuan has already agreed to return the land to you all. Luer said in a low voice. Everyone was still somewhat dissatisfied. All right, the empress has already agreed. Now I can represent the empress here. Why? Do you have any objections? Luer said in a low voice. Everyone was in a stalemate for a while before they finally said solemnly. Yes. I know you're unwilling, but look at the situation now. The world is about to be destroyed. What's the use of occupying a continent? The empress has been too lenient on you all. Luer said coldly. Everyone's face stiffened. Finally they said, don't worry, we'll cooperate fully. I'll stay here for the time being. Luer said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone responded. Luer and the empress were the same person, but also not the same person. Their extremely complicated relationship made everyone treat them with caution. Go. Luer said lightly. In the Yang realm, Xianying City, in Yan Chuan's study with the human body. Great Emperor, the collection of the Northeast continent has already begun. Other than the Eastern Dominion, the collection of the other dominions will also begin soon. Lu Buwei said respectfully. Yan Chuan nodded. Great Emperor, with Zhongshan's full cooperation, more than half of the people in the world can be mobilized. Now, only the Western Dominion is left. Great Emperor, do you want to take the Great Zhou Celestial Realm? Lu Buwei asked solemnly. Great Zhou Celestial Realm? Wu Jiong? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed coldly. It was a coldness towards the Great Zhou Celestial Realm. At this moment, the Great Zhou Celestial Realm was sweeping across the world. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm occupied 36 dominions. The one in charge of the Great Zhou Celestial Realm is not Wu Jiong. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know it's Hong Jun. However, ever since Hong Jun faked his death, he has never appeared again. He was only at the 15th heaven. Even if he appeared again, he would not be able to stop the Great Emperor. Lu Buwei frowned. You may leave. I'll think about it. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yes. Lu Buwei could only feel helpless. After Lu Buwei left, Yan Chuan closed his eyes and pondered in the study. Hong Jun was not dead. Yan Chuan had already confirmed that there were still countless crickets alive in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, what exactly was Hong Jun planning? How could he remain calm? The calmer he was, the bigger his plan was. Invincible, Yan Chuan said softly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the study. Great Emperor, the black figure said respectfully. I have always wondered why Hong Jun would take a fancy to Wu Jiong, and even made her the empress on earth. Perhaps we have all underestimated this woman. I need Butian Pavilion to enter the Purple Cloud Palace again, and investigate all the news about Wu Jiong. Even if you have to find Wu Jiong's fake tomb, you must find some clues for me. I will let the Eastern Righteous faction control the time of the Purple Cloud Palace. Go and return quickly, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Underworld, West Outer Continent. The Tomb Immortal King, surrounded by a group of peerless experts from the Great Benevolence world, arrived at the front line of the battlefield. On a huge floating island at the front line, zombie Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and personally led the army. He had his own strategists to mobilize thousands of troops. Yin Chuan, as the emperor, inspired the morale of the entire army. On the dragon throne, zombie Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and saw the tomb Immortal King on the peak of a mountain in the distance. The tomb Immortal King was surrounded by a group of peerless experts. The tomb Immortal King and zombie Yin Chuan looked at each other from a distance. Chapter 1592. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Zombie Yin Chuan and tomb Immortal King looked on coldly from afar. Tomb Immortal King. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne with a cold gaze. Yin Chuan, your great perfection celestial domain really has a big appetite. Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Although Tomb Immortal King had been defeated by two Yin Chuan, there was only one Yin Chuan in front of him. Tomb Immortal King was not afraid. What? You want to stop me? Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, a wave of battle intent surged out of his body and surged into the sky. Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes, but the faces of the Great Kindness World's experts sank. Other than Yin Chuan, Shadi's gaze was also cold. Back then, I captured the Butterfly Queen and Xuan Miao, and disturbed your great perfection celestial domain. Later, you destroyed my immortal domain. As for Xuan Miao and the Butterfly Queen, they were resurrected. Your anger should have been vented, right? Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. So what? Zombie Yin Chuan gently turned a ring on his finger with a cold gaze. Great Kindness World is my place. Tomb Immortal King said angrily. Yin Chuan sneered and said in a deep voice, so what? Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes and raised his eyelids. The Great Kindness World's experts behind him also had extremely ugly expressions. Even though they had invited Tomb Immortal King, Yin Chuan did not seem to buy it. Moreover, his words were full of provocation. The Tomb Immortal King drew in a deep breath. Speaking of which, the Tomb Immortal King didn't wish to fight against Yin Chuan. Although there was only one Yin Chuan in front of him, as long as they fought, it wouldn't take long for another Yin Chuan to arrive. If they really fought, it would only make him more embarrassed. How good would it be if he could obtain all the power of the virtuous supremacy now? Great Kindness World, Netherworld, I can give it to you. Tomb Immortal King took a step back and said, Netherworld? The expressions of the Great Kindness World's peerless experts changed. Was he backing down just like that? Everyone looked at Tomb Immortal King with disappointment. Although he was disappointed, he could only rely on the Tomb Immortal King now. What about the mortal realm? Yin Chuan asked as he twirled his thumb ring. What? Is the underworld not enough? The Tomb Immortal King said coldly. The netherworld of the Great Benevolence World was the Western Outer Continent, the 36 dominions. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. He did not speak. The Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Hee, how greedy. Other than the Great Benevolence World's Yin realm and the Great Benevolence World's Yang realm, how many more continents do you want before you retreat? Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled. He stared at the Tomb Immortal King and said, I want all of them. All of them? The Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened in rage. The Great Benevolence World experts behind him were even more surprised. How dare you? Yin Chuan, do you really think that I'm a pushover? Tomb Immortal King raged. Boom. His rage soared to the heavens. It swept out in all directions. I can choose not to take your undying dominions, but the other dominions must belong to the Great Jin world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Impossible. The Tomb Immortal King rebuked. Didn't you come here today to challenge me? Come on. Yin Chuan did not waste any time, and slowly flew into the sky. The Great Benevolence World experts looked at the Tomb Immortal King. The Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. He could not suppress the anger in his heart, and he followed. Great Jin Army charge. Shadi, kill anyone who dares to stop the Great Jin Army. Yin Chuan's voice came from the starry sky. Boom. Yin Chuan and the Tomb Immortal King rushed into the starry sky and entered the Wuji realm. Boom. The 218 heavens began to fight again. On the other side, the Great Jin Army charged forward. Shadi held the light calming gourd in his hand and looked coldly at the heroes opposite him. The faces of the heroes on the opposite side stiffened. They looked at Sha Di with ugly expressions. Sha Di was an extremely powerful expert, at the peak of the 17th heaven. Would a group of 16 heavens be enough for him to kill? Kill! The great Jin army rushed into the battlefield. Whether it was the top experts or the ordinary experts, the great Jin world was superior to the great benevolence world. In fact, they could not compare to the great Jin world in terms of numbers. The battle began. Not long after, some of the peerless experts could not hold on anymore. The 3 wind dominions are willing to submit to the great Jin world. The light dominions are willing to submit to the great Jin world. Shouts came one after another. The west outer continent of the netherworld surrendered. After all, the tomb Immortal King, the hope of the great benevolence world, had already given up on the netherworld. If they fought for it, they would only be courting death. The sounds of surrender came. The expressions of the peerless experts became more and more unpleasant. Under Shadi's cold gaze, they were forced into the Yang realm. Rumble! The great Jin officials quickly occupied the cities of the great benevolence world and took over the west outer continent to appease the people. Attack the great benevolence world of the Yang realm. Yifeng ordered. Yes, sir. The army moved toward the Yang realm. Rumble! With Sha Di paving the way, the Yellow Spring Road could not stop the great Jin army at all. A month later, the army was already in the Yang realm. In Wuji. Boom! 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 Zombie Yin Chuan and Tomb Immortal King started fighting. At this moment, Tomb Immortal King no longer had the upper hand. After a month of fighting, Zombie Yin Chuan actually stopped Tomb Immortal King and became stronger and stronger. How can this be? How long have you been in the 18th heaven? How did you become so strong? Tomb Immortal King asked in surprise. In the past, he could not defeat 2 Yin Chuan, but he could suppress 1 Yin Chuan. But what was going on now? He could not even defeat 1 Yin Chuan? Not long ago, I was possessed by fate. Although I could not move, fate showed me how to use my 19th heaven body to its fullest potential. It was fate that taught me how to become stronger. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! Tomb Immortal King was sent flying with a single punch. Tomb Immortal King looked bewildered as he stood in the distance. Tomb Immortal King, you've lost. Don't struggle anymore. Whether it's the Nether River Patriarch or Fushi, you've lost to them. Now help me and achieve more. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No, no. I am the savior of the world, not you. Tomb Immortal King roared. With that, he left for the realm with a strong sense of gloom. Remember this, Tomb Immortal King. You have already lost. I will allow you to make your own arrangements in the great benevolence world. The undying domain is yours, but I want everything else. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! Tomb Immortal King charged into the realm with a great sense of gloom. With that last punch, Tomb Immortal King knew that he had lost. There was no reason to fight with Yin Chuan now. With a bitter smile, Tomb Immortal King charged into the undying domain. Boom! He landed in front of the Immortal King Palace. Patriarch! The Tomb Clan disciples were worried. In the distance, the peerless experts of the great benevolence world saw Tomb Immortal King and wanted to rush over. I will not meet anyone who comes. Tomb Immortal King said somberly. Ah! Tomb Skeleton was surprised. Clang! Tomb Immortal King stepped into the palace and closed the door. Chapter 1593. The heroes of Great Benevolence World had waited so long for the return of Tomb Immortal King. Just as they were about to seek Tomb Immortal King's help, Tomb Immortal King closed his doors and disappeared. The result was self-evident. Tomb Immortal King had been defeated and could not be bothered with anything else. Instantly, the heroes felt as though the sky had collapsed. Great Jun's army had already entered Great Benevolence World's Yang realm. At this moment, the army had split into 16 directions and was charging toward 16 weaves. At the Yellow Springs crossing, Sha Di and Yifeng were overseeing. The powerful Sha Di could instantly take action no matter where there were peerless experts. For a time, Great Jun's army was invincible. Sunlight Weave is willing to submit to Great Jun. Gold God Weave is willing to submit to Great Jun. Great Jun's envoys continued to rush to various weaves and gradually became the honored guests of the various weaves. Perhaps these weaves were still unwilling to submit to Great Jun. But as the news of the one-sided battle spread, they gradually panicked. Great Jun's envoys continued to persuade the weaves. When they saw the surrounding weaves submitting to Great Jun and being entrusted with important tasks, they became even more anxious. In a certain weave, Zhang Yi looked at a weave lord in front of him. "Ha, sect masterly, can't you tell? Tomb Immortal has completely abandoned you. How long can you hold on? Moreover, you've seen Great Jun's sincerity. As long as you're loyal to Great Jun will still be able to give you a piece of land. You'll still be above everyone in the future," Zhang Yi said with a smile. Sect Masterly was silent for a while before finally sighing. "All right, I'm willing to submit to Great Jun." "Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. The great emperor has already said that as long as you're willing to submit to Great Jun, you'll be promoted to a baron. Next, you'll be allowed to expand your territory and make contributions. As for how much power you'll have in the future, it'll be up to you to fight for it," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "I'll help you take control of my weaves." Sect Masterly sighed softly. "No, that's not all. Sect Masterly, you have friends all over the world. Great Jun is attacking Great Benevolence World, and there are many weaves around it. If Sect Master Li can persuade the other weaves to submit, it'll be a great contribution to the country," Zhang Yi said with a smile. 3 years. Great Jun's ferocious army completely took down the Great Kindness World. In the Undying Weave, the skeleton in the tomb revealed a bitter expression, but there was nothing it could do. At the same time, under Lure's suppression, the North Continent of the Netherworld quickly became De Jun's territory. In the mortal realm, apart from the Eastern Weaves, the other major weaves in the Northeast Continent had also become part of the Great Jin Empire. Great Kindness World, First World combine. Great Qin City's Yanchuan roared. Rumble. The entire Great Benevolence World began to tremble as it rapidly closed in on the First World. With the exception of the West Outer Continent, everything was quickly becoming one. The Western Outer Continent of the Great Kindness World was just like the Western Outer Continent of the Great Evil World. The various territories moved quickly and deviated from their original positions. Boom! The mortal realm was in chaos. The two worlds merged. Great Thousand World, First World combine. In the Great Wide World, Zhongshan shouted. Rumble! At the same time, Mount Zhong of the Greater Kiliacosm was also rapidly merging the Western Outer Continent and the Inner North Continent with the First World. The Yang Realm's Northeast Continent was also merging with the Greater Kiliacosm's corresponding territory. Boom! The world was in chaos. Zhongshan and Yanchuan sent each other off. It took an entire month for the world's chaos to end. During this time, silver-eyed Yanchuan carefully observed the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Kindness World. Great Thousand, Great Evil, and Great Kindness, a total of 9,000 heavenly Daos, were all deduced by silver-eyed Yanchuan. Now more and more of the four worlds merged. All the continents merged with the First World, except for the Western Outer Continent. In the mortal realm, the Great Kindness World's Western Outer Continent, the Great Thousand World's Western Outer Continent, the Great Evil World's Western Outer Continent, and the First World's Western Outer Continent were separated from each other. The other places were all perfect for the four worlds. With Zhongshan and Yanchuan working together, the world was almost unified. In the Eastern Weave, the Lotus Goddess looked up at the sky with a group of junior brothers behind her. Eldest senior brother, Zhongshan and Yanchuan have merged the Great Kindness World and the Great Thousand World with our territory? Meng Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, this is not bad for our Eastern Weave. Moreover, it can be considered our compensation for giving the other territories to De Jun. The Lotus Goddess nodded. But I haven't seen Master recently. Master is in seclusion to comprehend the Great Tao. No one is to disturb him, the Lotus Goddess said. Yes, Xianyang Yinchuan's study. Now that the world is at peace, only the Western Outer Continent's 36 territories are left. Great Emperor, do you want to send troops to Dezhou? Lu Boy asked again. When the four worlds merge, we should focus on pacifying the world. Now that there are tens of thousands of people in the world, we need to appease them and let them have their way. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Li Si. Yes, sir. When Dezhen expands, there are bound to be parasites. I want to set up a law enforcement army. You will set up a law enforcement army to patrol the major cities of Dezhen to prevent corruption in the country. Yan Chuan said. Yes, sir. Pacify the people and wait for the final battle. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Everyone stood respectfully on both sides of the desk. Lu Bui. Yes, sir. I have a task for you. Please speak, Great Emperor. The four realms have merged into one. Fate is about to appear and all life is about to be extinguished. This news has not been made public yet. I need you to spread this news throughout the Great Zhou world, so that everyone in the Great Zhou world will know. Yan Chuan said. Oh, Dezhou. Lu Bui was slightly stunned. When the time comes, there will be people from Dezhou world to cooperate with you. Yan Chuan said. Yes, sir. Lu Bui replied. 3 years later, in Yan Chuan's study, Yan Chuan sat behind the desk with a black-robed figure standing in front of him. Yan Chuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the ball that led to the Purple Cloud Palace. Woody, you're back. How did the investigation go? Yan Chuan stared at the black-robed figure in front of him. Great Emperor, I've been on Earth for the past few years and have been searching for information about Wu Jiong, including her mausoleum, the wordless monument, and the things she used in the past. I've also searched for all kinds of information in ancient books of the Tang dynasty. I found some information. Dugawudi said seriously. Oh, when Wu Jiong was born, it was the Tang dynasty on Earth. The Emperor Li was the descendant of Hongjuan's eldest disciple, the Grand Elder. On the day of her birth, immeasurable merit fell from the heavens into the Wu family. There were even rumors that when Wu Jiong was born, a golden dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the world. Dugawudi said. Oh, when Wu Jiong was born, merit followed. A golden dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the world? In that case, when Wu Jiong was born, she had the protection of a golden dragon? Yan Chuan's expression froze. Yes, according to some information, when Wu Jiong entered the Tang dynasty's imperial palace, there was the wail of a giant dragon and thunder in Chang'an. It rained for days and nights. Dugawudi said. The golden dragon that protected Wu Jiong suppressed the Tang dynasty's dragon veins? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Yes, Wu Jiong had a meteoric rise. Not long after she entered the imperial palace, Emperor Taizong of Tang, who was protected by the Grand Elder's treasure, died. Then, together with Emperor Gaozong of Tang, they united the country. After Emperor Gaozong died, Wu Jiong turned the tide and suppressed the dynasty, becoming the empress. On the day of her ascension, auspicious light soared into the sky, and countless auspicious auras appeared. Boundless merit appeared out of thin air. Dugawudi said gravely. Boundless merit again? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Based on this subject's guess, Wu Jiong should be the reincarnation of a person of boundless merit. Dugawudi said gravely. Hongjun cultivates merit, which can be considered accumulating merit. He is extremely sensitive to merit. Naturally, Wu Jiong's appearance attracted his attention. However, he placed such importance on Wu Jiong that he brought her out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Then, Wu Jiong's identity must have moved Hongjun, Yan Chuan said after some thought. As Yan Chuan thought about it, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. A virtuous venerate? What? Dugawudi asked, confused. That's right. Butterfly Queen and Meow are the reincarnations of great Tao venerates. Why can't a virtuous venerate reincarnate with a new consciousness? Wu Jiong is actually the reincarnation of a virtuous venerate. In this way, everything can be explained. Hongjun is sensitive to merit and naturally guessed Wu Jiong's identity. Even so, Hongjun actually thought of controlling a virtuous venerate. This scheme is shocking. What does he want to do? Yan Chuan said with a frown. Wu Jiong is a virtuous venerate. Dugawudi asked in surprise. This is only my guess. However, there is a 70% chance that Wu Jiong is a virtuous venerate. Phew! I finally understand why Wu Jiong's cultivation was not obvious. But she was able to persist until today. It turns out that she is virtuous and has boundless merit. Even if her cultivation is insufficient, her merit has given her countless opportunities, allowing her to smile until today. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, "That's right. In the past, even Tong Tian died, but Wu Jiong was fine. She even used Tong Tian's gift to raise her cultivation to a higher level." Duga Wudi nodded. Great Benevolence World and the First World had merged. At this moment, there was only one continent left that had not completely merged. It was the Western Outer Continent. Western Outer Continent of Great Benevolence World. Tomb Immortal King walked out of the Immortal King Palace with a gloomy face. "Master." Tomb Phosphorescent Bone came forward. "Have you found any news about the virtuous Venerate?" Tomb Immortal King asked in a low voice. "Not yet, Master. I couldn't find the virtuous Venerate on the Three Lives Stone." Tomb Phosphorescent Bone smiled bitterly. "Well, he is different from a Great Tao Venerate. If you want to find a Great Tao Venerate, you must have the Great Tao Venerate's treasure." Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. "But we don't have it." Tomb Phosphorescent Bone said bitterly. "It's fine. Lotus Goddess has a virtuous seal. I will ask her for it." Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. "Master, Nether River Patriarch and Fushi are watching the Great Tao Venerate and Great Tao Venerate. Will there be peerless experts watching this virtuous Venerate too? The virtuous seal is in Lotus Goddess's hands. Will Dongfang Booby be unwilling to give it to her?" Tomb Phosphorescent Bone said worriedly. Indeed, he had gone to great lengths to revive the Great Tao Venerate and Great Tao Venerate the last 2 times. But they had been snatched away. "I will talk to Dongfang Booby. This time, I must get the virtuous Venerate. Otherwise, the true body technique will never succeed. I will always be suppressed by Yin Chuan. Humph, I must get the virtuous Venerate." Tomb Immortal King said coldly. "Yes." Tomb Phosphorescent Bone could only nod helplessly. Whoosh! Tomb Immortal King took a step forward and rushed toward Dongfang cult. He was going to borrow the virtuous seal from Lotus Goddess and find the whereabouts of the virtuous Venerate. Chapter 1594. Great Zhou Heavenly World. Wu Jiong sat on the throne. Di Renjie stepped forward. "Great Emperor, there are rumors going around in the Great Zhou realm that the end of the world is near. The 4 realms will merge and fate will appear. Everyone is in a state of panic. According to reliable reports, there are some officials in the major cities who are spreading the news." Di Renjie said solemnly. Wu Jiong looked down. "Great Emperor, is this true?" An official stepped forward. The ministers all looked at Wu Jiong. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jiong looked at the ministers and said, "Fate is about to appear, but it might not be the end of the world." "What?" The officials were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. "Great Emperor, no matter what, the people of the Great Zhou Heavenly World are unstable, which is not good for our dynasty. I feel that perhaps Zhongshan or Yin Chuan released the news to shake the people's hearts and shake the foundation of our Great Zhou Heavenly World. They spread the news and caused the enemy spies to be exposed one by one. I beg the Great Emperor to give the order to capture the spies and stabilize the situation." Di Renjie said seriously. This minister agrees. This minister agrees." The ministers agreed to capture the spies, but Wu Jiong slightly frowned. Wu Jiong tapped the throne, and the hall fell silent. "Great Emperor." Shengguan stepped forward. The news has already spread. If we forcefully capture the spies, it might backfire. If someone else uses it, it will be even worse." Shengguan said seriously. Wu Jiong nodded. "The common people should know about the calamity. Since it has already spread, we might as well spread it." Shengguan. This minister is here. You will write the calamity document and spread it throughout the Great Zhou Heavenly World. Guide the people to understand the calamity." Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. "Yes," Shengguan replied. Not long after, in the Great Zhou Heavenly World, notices appeared in the various cities. The notices explain the power of fate, the origin of the calamity, and the efforts of the heroes for the world. Suddenly, the great Zhou heavenly world was in an uproar. Eastern Territory. Who? A gust of wind blew, and Mu Immortal King landed in the Eastern Palace. The one who welcomed Mu Immortal King was the Lotus Goddess. Master Mu, we are honored by your presence. May I know why you have come? Lotus Goddess frowned. At this moment, Invincible East was in seclusion, and did not wish for anyone to disturb him. I'm looking for Dongfang Bubi, Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Master is in seclusion. Master Mu, please wait. Lotus Deity shook her head. Kwang. Not far away, the door opened with a bang. Mu family head has come from afar. Come in. Dongfang Bubi's voice rang out. The hall was dark and gloomy, like the entrance of a cave, causing Tomb Immortal King to raise his brows. Seeing that Dongfang Bubi had summoned her, the Lotus Deity no longer stopped him. Master Mu, please. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tomb Immortal King nodded and followed Dongfang Bubi into the great hall. The hall was pitch black. No, it was more like a starry sky. When the two of them entered, it was as if they were in a dark starry sky. Above them, 3,000 stars slowly rotated. Above the 3,000 stars, there was a large net that seemed both real and illusory. A soul-stirring aura pressed down on the Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King's brows twitched as he turned to look at Dongfang Bubi, who was not far away. Dongfang Bubi was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were slightly open, but it was as if he saw two black holes in them. The black holes seemed to have a suction force that caused even Tomb Immortal King's mind to go into a daze. Tomb Immortal King quickly came to his senses. Dongfang Bubi, you. Tomb Immortal King looked at Dongfang Bubi in shock. He felt as if Dongfang Bubi had seen through him. What technique did Dongfang Bubi cultivate that was so terrifying? Tomb Immortal King, why have you come to my Eastern Territory? Dongfang Bubi asked in a low voice. Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. I want to borrow your seal of virtuousness. Lotus Deity frowned. The seal of virtuousness was obtained by Great Emperor Ziwei in the past. After his death, it was obtained by Great Emperor Huangjin. Great Emperor Huangjin recklessly tried to cause trouble for Dongfang Bubi and Wuji when he was facing Great Emperor Huangjin. Dongfang Bubi killed Great Emperor Huangjin with a single strike, and then gave the seal of virtuousness to Lotus Deity. Great Emperor Huangjin's seal of virtuousness? Dongfang Bubi frowned. Yes. Back then, Mingyi and Fuxi disrupted my plans. Now I have one more chance, and that is Great Emperor Huangjin. I want to refine him, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to find him. I can only borrow your seal of virtuousness. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Lotus Deity snorted. Lotus Deity was naturally unwilling to lend it to him. She didn't know if she could return it. Borrow it. Dongfang Bubi frowned. Yes. As long as I can find Great Emperor Huangjin, I can refine him. I want to use him to break through to the 19th level. Tomb Immortal King said confidently. Dongfang Bubi didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Tomb Immortal King for a while. In the end, Dongfang Bubi shook his head. You don't have enough luck. What? Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. The first time, Great Emperor Huangjin, you worked hard, but in the end Mingyi got it. The second time, Great Emperor Huangjin, you worked hard, but in the end Fuxi got it. You gained nothing and lost a lot instead. Dongfang Bubi said honestly. But in Tomb Immortal King's ears, these words were extremely unpleasant. He took a deep breath. Dongfang Bubi, I will definitely succeed this time. That's why I came to you. Mingyi and Fuxi are dead. They lost the most. They were just scouting for me. Dongfang Bubi wasn't angry. He shook his head and said, You still can't see it. There's nothing I can't see. I only need the 19th level. I can save the people. I have always worked hard for the people. Tomb Immortal King said. But how can you be sure that you can reach the 19th level? Dongfang Bubi said. My cultivation technique will definitely succeed. Tomb Immortal King's expression froze. What if you don't succeed? Dongfang Bubi said. Impossible. Tomb Immortal King shouted. Dongfang Bubi stared at Tomb Immortal King without saying anything. After a while, Tomb Immortal King said, Tell me, What do you want? How can you lend me the seal of great virtue? I'm not lending it to you. I think lending it to you is equivalent to losing it, Dongfang Bubi said. Tomb Immortal King was furious. Of course, it's not impossible to lend it to you, Dongfang Bubi said again. Oh, I don't think your method this time. How about this? I'll lend you the seal of great virtue. If you reach the 19th level, then forget it. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you. If you still fail, then join my Dongfang sect. Dongfang Bubi said. Alright, if I fail, I'll take you as my master, Tomb Immortal King said through gritted teeth. Dongfang Bubi nodded. Lotus God immediately took out the seal of great virtue and handed over a golden seal. Tomb Immortal King grabbed the seal of great virtue. Dongfang Bubi, just you wait. I will definitely reach the 19th level, Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Turning around, Tomb Immortal King flew out of Dongfang Palace and flew toward undying territory. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Tomb Immortal King disappeared. Master, can Tomb Immortal King really fail? Lotus God asked with a trace of curiosity. It's not that he can fail, but that it's impossible to succeed. Even if he wants to take all the power of a grand virtue supremacy, it's still not enough. It's still far from enough. Dongfang Bubi shook his head. In that case, I'll have another junior brother? Lotus God smiled. Not long from now, fate might appear again. Lotus God, remember, just watch and don't do anything, Dongfang Bubi instructed. Yes, Lotus God said solemnly. Tomb Immortal King took the seal of great virtue and flew toward undying territory. Along the way, Tomb Immortal King was filled with anger. In the past, although Dongfang Bubi was the #1 person in the second epoch, he didn't compete with him at that time. He might not lose to him, but Dongfang Bubi was actually so arrogant? Could he only fail in front of him? I will definitely reach the 19th layer of heaven, and no one will be able to stop me. The Tomb Immortal King continued to fly towards the undying domain in anger. Boom! Not long after, Tomb Immortal King returned to Immortal King Palace. However, his expression was still ugly. Patriarch, Tomb Immortal King, and the others quickly surrounded him. Immortal King, this is the seal of great virtue, the supreme treasure of the great virtue supremacy. I'll give it to you now. Immediately use it to find the reincarnation of the great virtue supremacy, or the place where he ascended, Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Yes, Tomb Immortal King carefully took the seal of great virtue. I've already erased Lotus God's imprint on it. You can refine it directly, Tomb Immortal King said. Yes, he activated his magic power. Buzz! A powerful aura spread out, and there seemed to be a huge suction force inside, extracting Tomb Immortal King's essence. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand, and waves of light entered Tomb Immortal King's body, helping Tomb Immortal King quickly refine the seal of great virtue. Everyone arrived at undying territory again. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand, and 12 reincarnation cycles slowly floated out, like 12 blue vortexes surrounding Tomb Immortal King. The power of reincarnation flowed into undying territory. At the same time, Tomb Immortal King threw the seal of great virtue into it. Boom! The entire undying territory seemed to be shaking. Then, the seal of great virtue slowly melted on the undying territory. Some images gradually appeared on the undying territory. The image of a baby slowly appeared. As expected, she's reincarnated. Everyone, remember her appearance when she grows up, and then search the world, Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. Everyone stared at it. The baby in the image slowly grew bigger, and gradually, the baby's appearance turned into an adult woman. This is... Everyone's expression changed. Wuxia, the great Zhou dynasty's emperor. It's her? Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Wuxia was an ambitious and ruthless person. Everyone looked down on Wuxia because she had enjoyed many things without doing anything. Yet she had the last laugh. But who would have thought that she was actually the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse from the first era? Great virtue supremacy? Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes. He also looked a little surprised. Just like Meow, she had been exposed in front of everyone but no one knew. Chapter 1595. Great Zhou Realm Taiji Palace. The doors to the palace were closed, and only 2 people stood in the hall. Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne with Yuan Tiangang in front of him. Great Emperor, we've already found out. It's Yin Chuan of the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang sighed after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan. Yes. This time, the news of fate and the hearts of the people were spread by Yin Chuan. More accurately, Yin Chuan arranged for Lu Buwei to spread it. At this moment, the people of the Great Zhou Realm are becoming more aware of the world and fate. At the same time, their loyalty to the Great Zhou Realm is weakening. Yuan Tiangang said. Yin Chuan's hand has already reached the Great Zhou Realm? Wu Jiong asked with a gloomy expression. Not only that, but there might already be many high-ranking officials in the Great Zhou Realm who belong to the Great Zhou Realm. The people's hearts are wavering. At this moment, it will not be difficult for the Great Zhou Realm to overthrow the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang frowned. What surfaced this time is only the tip of the iceberg? Wu Jiong asked. Yes. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. When did it start? Wu Jiong asked. It's very strange. This official feels that this hidden faction has existed since before the birth of the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang frowned. That is to say, since a long time ago. No, since we were still in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yin Chuan might have planted a hidden chess piece? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Although this official also finds it inconceivable. Perhaps this is the truth. This person already holds a high position, so much so that he can overturn the court. Yuan Tiangang said strangely. Impossible. Yin Chuan has not yet been born, but he can already plant a chess piece. This is impossible. Moreover, how can there be a group of old officials who follow me? Wu Jiong said with an unsightly expression. This is the truth. At this moment, nearly half of the 36 territories of the Great Zhou Realm can be overturned at any time. The Great Emperor should know that this official cultivates the usurping technique and can predict the fate of a nation. Not long ago, the fate of the Great Zhou Realm suddenly declined. So this official had to remind the Great Emperor. Yuan Tiangang said. Then who is it? Yuan Tiangang sighed softly. I won't say more. Perhaps the Great Emperor already knows that this spy has fooled everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, he has even left Luoyang with ease, and is now in a safe place. Wu Jiong's face darkened. Reporting. An urgent report came from outside the palace. Kwang. Wu Jiong flicked his sleeve, and the door to the main hall opened with a bang. Immediately, an official rushed into the main hall in a panic. Great Emperor, bad news. All of Mingfeng Weave's city lords have submitted to Great Zhen and committed treason. The official cried out in alarm. Boom! Above the sea of Providence clouds, countless amounts of Providence were rapidly lost. Reporting. Grand Emperor, bad news. All of the city lords in Skyfirst Weave have pledged allegiance to Great Zhen. They've committed treason. Boom! The news seemed to explode at the same time, quickly spreading into the main hall. At this moment, Luoyang City was in an uproar. Countless officials rushed to the Taiji Palace in a panic. Wu Jiong's face darkened. He took a deep breath. Great Emperor, we were all fooled by him. Yuan Tiangang said with a bitter smile. Great Emperor. Mother. Jiahu came from the main hall. Wu Jiong took a deep breath. To think that I trusted him so much. In the past, I couldn't figure it out. Great Emperor killed her grandfather, father, and family. As his daughter, she actually pretended not to know anything and followed him loyally. Now I understand. It's because Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Tingji might not be Shangguan Waner's relatives at all. That's why she followed you until today. Yuan Tiangang said with a bitter smile. Lord Yuan, what did you say? Did you say that Lord Shangguan betrayed us? Di Renjia's expression changed. Shangguan Wan. Princess Taiping said in surprise. There was an uproar in the main hall. Shangguan Waner was Wu Jiong's closest official. In Great Zhou, she could be said to be extremely powerful. Her ability was also extremely obvious. In the past, when Wu Jiong was in seclusion, he often let Shangguan Waner take charge of state affairs. How could she betray the Great Emperor when he trusted her so much? No one could believe this strange fact. How did Shangguan, who used to be a loyal official, become a traitor who endured humiliation in an instant? Wasn't this too fake? Wu Jiong took a deep breath and slowly walked out of Taiji Palace. The officials followed respectfully behind him. He slowly walked to the square of Taiji Palace and looked coldly to the east. Shangguan, Ingwana? Wu Jiong said with a gloomy expression. The Great Zhou world was in an uproar. A group of domains had suddenly submitted to Great Zhen for no reason. A group of armies had suddenly committed treason for no reason. Even the citizens of the various domains were confused at this moment. In a city. Yesterday, I complained that fate was about to appear. How great would it be if we united the power of a country to fight against fate? Today it happened. Yesterday, I said that Yan Chuan was the most powerful person in the world. In the blink of an eye, I became a citizen of Great Zhen? How is this treason? Countless citizens were confused. This world was changing too quickly. Although the various large cities had submitted to Great Zhen, it was also a new purge. Those who were loyal to Great Zhou naturally rebelled. However, Great Zhen had buried its chess pieces too deeply. It was so deep that Wu Jiong had only discovered it today. Many high-ranking officials had already pledged their loyalty to Shangguan. With Shangguan order, they immediately submitted to Great Zhen. Amid the war in Four Directions City. At this moment, a large number of Great Zhen officials cooperated and quickly poured into these chaotic cities. Countless Great Zhen officials were also confused at this moment. How did Great Zhen suddenly subdue so much of Great Zhou's territory? Wasn't this too strange? Although it was strange, they still had to follow orders from above. They quickly poured into Four Directions City with the army. The sudden change made even Lu Buwei, who was at the front line, look on in disbelief. Not long ago, Yan Chuan had asked Lu Buwei to come and spread the news of fate, saying that there would be people cooperating with Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei didn't think much of it, thinking that it would be some factory guards. Now it seemed that they weren't factory guards. The factory guards' infiltration could never be so exaggerated. Many of them were city lords. Many of the city lords had held high positions, even before the founding of the Great Zhen Empire. How did Great Zhen subdue these people? Lu Buwei stood in front of a large hall with a deep frown. "My lord, they're here," a subordinate said. Lu Buwei's expression changed. He understood that the person he was about to meet was the person with the highest authority to instigate the rebellion of the various city lords. Lu Buwei quickly went forward. Soon, a black-robed person walked over. "You are?" Lu Buwei asked with a trace of curiosity. "Who is it?" The black-robed person's hood slowly lifted, revealing a woman's face. "Shangguan?" Lu Buwei said in surprise. "Hee, Prime Minister Lu, don't you recognize me?" Shangguan suddenly giggled. It was an extremely comfortable smile, as if she had put down all her burdens. You are?" Lu Buwei revealed a puzzled look. "Prime Minister Lu, I remember that you promised to give me a Luan bird. But after waiting for so many years, you still haven't fulfilled your promise. A Luan bird lays an egg every year. One egg hatches a Luan bird, and the Luan bird lays another egg. How many years has it been? How many Luan birds do you owe me?" Shangguan giggled. You are Princess Wan'er?" Lu Buwei suddenly exclaimed. "You remember?" Shangguan laughed. Ha, I remember. Princess Wan'er, Great Zhen and Empress Xiaofang gave birth to you on Earth. They were going to let you and Prince Fu Su enter this world together. But you were unwilling. In the end, we all returned to the Great Thousand World. I thought something had happened to you." Lu Buwei exclaimed. "How could something have happened to me? I won't go with my stupid brother. I want to start my own business." Shangguan suddenly shouted. "I know you are powerful. You only know how to cause trouble all day long. Even Prince Fu Su has a headache when he sees you. Why are you like this?" Lu Buwei shouted. "I told my father that I wouldn't leave. All of you left, and I stayed in the Purple Cloud Palace." Shangguan said. "Oh, then how did you become an official of the Great Zhou dynasty?" "I talked to my father for a long time before he agreed. He taught me the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. I slept in the Purple Cloud Palace until I dreamt of Shangguan. Finally, I saw Wu Jiong's kindness. I guess that this must be Hongjuan's plot. So my main soul entered Shangguanwaner's body. This is me, Shangguanwaner said. I see. Moreover, don't look at these city lords who have submitted to me. Many of them are controlled by my divided soul. They are all my consciousness. Shangguanwaner said. Oh, I improved the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. Now there are 200 people with the greatest power. They are all my divided souls. Otherwise, how do you think so many city lords betrayed the great Zhou dynasty? Shangguanwaner smiled. Princess's wisdom is beyond my reach. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Of course I am Princess Waner. Let's go back to see my father and my mother. When I saw my father's reincarnation I was shocked. Haha, I wanted to pluck his beard. But he didn't recognize me. Stupid father, I had to tell him the truth. Princess Waner said proudly. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Originally, he was worried that the city lords would pretend to surrender. Now there was no need to worry. To be precise, those people were Princess Waner's divided souls. Naturally they could not be two-faced. Continue to assist the city lords. Take control of the cities as soon as possible. Quickly, Lu Buwei ordered. Yes, the group of coordinating officials also widened their eyes at this moment. Who would have thought that the most troublesome enemy minister in the past would actually be the great emperor's daughter? Things were changing too quickly. However, everyone was excited. Princess Waner and Lu Buwei went back to Xianying. Minister Lu, do you think my father's beard has grown long again? Princess Waner said excitedly. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Little ancestor, in the entire dynasty, no one dares to pluck the great emperor's beard. Only you dare to do that. The great emperor will have a headache when he sees you. Ha ha ha. Princess Waner laughed proudly. Chapter 1596. Xianying City. Father Mother. Princess Waner came back and called out to Yin Chuan and Zhao Wafang. Zhao Wafang had just found out that Shangguanwaner was his daughter. He looked at Yin Chuan with a grumbling gaze. He immediately acknowledged it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and let out a long sigh. Princess Waner returned and hugged her parents. Then, she looked at the people around her with interest. She saw Fusu first. Little sister. Fusu smiled. Stupid brother. Princess Waner smiled happily. Fusu also smiled. She had a strange expression. Shangguanwaner had taken care of her in the past. She even called her Aunt Shangguan. But in the blink of an eye, Shangguanwaner had become Yin Chuan's daughter? She opened her mouth. But she didn't know what to say. Hee mother. Princess Waner smiled. She blushed. She didn't know what to do. Waner. Zhao Wafang called out to Princess Waner. Greetings, second sister. Yin Dong, and stepped forward. Princess Waner looked at Yin Dong, and smiled. Third brother, I watched you grow up. Thank you for taking care of me in the past. Nether King smiled. When Nether King spoke, Emoyushi's expression became better. Although she still couldn't accept it, she slowly felt better. I didn't take care of you. Father was biased and taught you by example. Even I didn't receive such treatment. Princess Waner looked at Yin Chuan and complained. Yin Chuan could only smile bitterly. From today onwards, Ingwan is the princess of Great Zhen. Yin Chuan called out to the officials. Greetings. The officials were about to speak. Wait. Princess Waner called out. Everyone paused. Father, you promised me. I want to make a name for myself. You have to make me a king. Princess Waner shouted. Waner. Zhao Wafang called out. But Princess Waner kept staring at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled and said, All right, Princess Waner will be conferred the title of Shangguan Wang of Dezhen. Oh, Princess Waner said happily. At this moment, Princess Waner completely let go of the coldness of the great Zhou dynasty. She opened up like a young girl, who did not know the ways of the world. Greetings, Princess Waner Shangguan Wang. The officials all bowed. Princess Waner smiled happily. Waner, what you did this time was very beautiful. Yin Chuan praised. Of course. Princess Waner said with a smile. Father, look well. I've been in charge of the Western Outer Continent a few times. I can't say for sure, but I've already planted countless spies in the surrounding cities. Follow my instructions, and we'll be able to take over the western outer continent soon. Good. In that case, we will appoint you as the West conquering marshal. You will be in charge of all matters in the West outer continent. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Princess Wanner's face turned solemn. When it was time to relax. When it was time to be serious, one had to be serious. Princess Wanner was mischievous and intelligent, so she naturally knew more than most people. With Princess Wanner taking charge, the western outer continent was quickly taken over. The speed at which it was taken over shocked everyone. Firecloud Weave has submitted to the celestial realm of Great Jun. Double Heaven Weave has submitted to the celestial realm of Great Jun. Every day, all sorts of news spread throughout the world. In the Eastern Weave, the Lotus Goddess looked conflicted. She had originally thought that the Great Zhou dynasty could stop the Great Jin Empire. But looking at the current situation, it was more like giving the Great Jin Empire a territory. When did Yen Chuan, that monster, take Shangguan Wanner as his daughter? The Lotus Goddess listened to the reports of her disciples and found it strange. After all, she had been defeated by Yen Chuan, so she still felt a little resentful. Outside the North Outer Continent. 19. Do you see that? Shangguan Wanner has hidden herself even deeper than you did back then. Zhongshan smiled at his son beside him. Luoyang City. Taiji Palace. Bad news came one after another. In an instant, the entire Great Zhou dynasty seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy, and so were the officials. No one would have thought that Shangguan Wanner was actually a traitor. Mother, Yen Chuan has announced to the world that Shangguan Wanner is actually the daughter of Yen Chuan and Zhaoafang. Princess Wanner of the celestial realm of Great Jun has been conferred the title of King Shangguan, and will lead the expedition to the western continent. Princess Taiping said strangely. Many of the officials seemed to be constipated. They did not know how to express their conflicted expressions. Phew! Shangguan Wanner, I misjudged. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Emperor, what do we do now? 20 weaves have already fallen into chaos. Di Renjia said anxiously. Wu Jiong looked up at the roof of Taiji Palace, as if he could see the sky through the roof. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Success or failure is not determined by the size of a territory. We still don't know who will have the last laugh. Oh, the officials looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Wu Jiong did not say anything else. Instead, he looked coldly to the east. There was anger in his heart. Great Zhou domain. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. At this moment, countless people understood that the high and mighty Lord Shangguan was actually the princess of Great Jin. Countless people were discussing this inconceivable matter. At this moment in the Immortal Weave, the Tomb Immortal King was also listening to the report from his family's younger generation in a daze. Shangguan Wanner is Yen Chuan's daughter? This Yen Chuan's luck is really going to defy the heavens? The Tomb Immortal King said strangely. Yes, now almost the entire world is shocked by this news. Who would have thought that Yen Chuan's hand has reached so far? The skeleton said strangely. Far. The Tomb Immortal King was conflicted. Yes, in the past, Great Xingtian Emperor was Yen Chuan's son. He killed a group of saints, experts, and ambitious people in the underworld. Then, the Nether King was also Yen Chuan's son. He killed countless tribes in the great evil world, and even destroyed the Lotus God. Now Shangguan Wanner also calls Yen Chuan father. This Great Zhou domain was almost destroyed by her. The skeleton said strangely. Yes, the Tomb Immortal King was also stunned for a long time. Patriarch, Wu Jiong is a great virtuous venerable. Are we still not going to make a move? The skeleton asked. Taking a deep breath, the Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. After the previous 2 failures, this time I was more cautious and carefully studied Wu Jiong for a while to prevent any accidents. After all, Wu Jiong with a weak cultivation could occupy a continent in the world. Now that I see Shangguan Wanner's betrayal, I am relieved. The Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Patriarch Wu Jiong has no more backup? All of Wu Jiong's experiences are clear. He once had a powerful senior brother, but so what? Isn't he still a lump of yellow soil? Of course, The one I couldn't see through in the past was Hong Jun, the guardian of Great Zhou. However, there was something wrong with his head. He challenged the heavens early and died in the end. There's nothing worthy of my attention. The tomb immortal king shook his head. That's good. The skeleton sighed. In that case, I'll go capture Wu Jiong. You all prepare the altar, and help me collect the world's merit. The tomb immortal king said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Turning his head, the tomb immortal king slowly stepped out of the immortal king palace, and looked at Luoyang city. His gaze turned cold as he stepped on the ground, and instantly shot toward Luoyang city. Boom! He disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In Luoyang city, reports of defeat kept coming in. Wu Jiong was in an extremely bad mood. After the court session, Wu Jiong stayed alone in the Taiji palace. Shengguanwane? How dare you betray me? Wu Jiong vented his anger alone. Also Yin Chuan, the first emperor? Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with anger. Sitting alone in the main hall, the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Bang! Suddenly the main hall's door slammed shut. Outside the main hall, the guards were slightly stunned. How did the main hall's door close? Was it from Great Imperial Pass? Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. However, Wu Jiong understood that the main hall's door did not close on its own. The instant the door closed, Wu Jiong's pupils suddenly constricted, because in that instant, the space around the main hall seemed to be sealed by a huge force. Wu Jiong's expression sank as he looked over. Instead, he saw a figure standing at the closed door. Half human, half bone. Tomb immortal king? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Last time, I was too anxious in Great Qin City, causing a huge commotion. In the end, I caught a grand venerable, and ended up being bullied by both inside and outside. This time I've been careful. Wu Jiong, when I came, no one in Luoyang noticed. The tomb immortal king sneered. Why did you come to my great Zhou? Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne, and said in a deep voice. The tomb immortal king took a few steps forward. I came for you. The surrounding space has already been sealed by me, so no one knows what happened in this hall. The tomb immortal king sneered. For me? What do you mean? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The tomb immortal king smiled slightly and said, there are many things that you can't remember. It doesn't matter, I know, Grand Venerable. Grand Venerable? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Seeing Wu Jiong's expression, the tomb immortal king was slightly stunned. Oh, you actually know your identity? The tomb immortal king said in surprise. Wu Jiong shook his head and said, I didn't know at first. I only know that I should be the reincarnation of a noble person, but I don't know who it was. You were the one who told me. Ha 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 ha. I'm actually a Grand Venerable. It's fine if you know, but I need the power of your birth chart. Let me refine you first. The tomb immortal king said with a smile. Boom. Immediately, surging power surrounded the hall. It pressed towards Wu Jiong. Boom. Countless forces collided with Wu Jiong's body. At this moment, Wu Jiong did not feel fear. Instead he sneered. Facing the tomb immortal king's attack, Wu Jiong did not even resist. Oh, aren't you afraid? The tomb immortal king said in surprise. Wasn't Wu Jiong too calm? I don't need to be afraid because I know that you can't hurt me, especially when I know that I'm a Grand Venerable. Merit? Not just anyone can accept it. Wu Jiong said coldly. So what if I accept it? The tomb immortal king shouted coldly. The rolling 18-colored light turned into 18 huge dragons that charged towards Wu Jiong. Boom! With a loud bang, a flowing light shield suddenly appeared around Wu Jiong's body, blocking the 18 huge dragons. The tomb immortal king's face darkened. Wu Jiong did not have the ability to block his attack. What was going on? Wu Jiong suddenly revealed a sneer and said, Teacher, you're finally willing to show up again. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.